Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the San Antonio Market Barrows Show. We're starting out the morning off with Chester Barrows this morning. Total of 3 classes of Chesters. The first class marks up 28 total head with a weight ranges from 250 to 263. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my father, Wayne Rohde. He's kind of getting stuff put together, and we're both getting our coffee. It's nice, brisk 20-something degrees here in San Antonio. Going to get up to 46 degrees, so those of you north of San Antonio, I heard some weather temperatures down to 7 and 10 degrees this morning at the upper hand of Texas, and I'm sure you people up north are just having a heat wave up there. Hope everybody's staying warm, got your coffee, got your hot cocoa, whatever it may be this morning to keep you warm. And welcome back to San Antonio for wave number 2. So kind of giving you guys a recap of what we're doing today. We're going to judge our Chester breed today, our Yorkshire breed today, our Landrace breed, and through the first Division 1 and Division 2 of the light crossbreds. And they just have them marked as crossbreds because we did dark crossbreds on Sunday. But going to keep you guys posted on how we do today. I think it's a total of 16 total classes we will be judging and evaluating today. Should be a pretty quick day, I would think. I know wave number 1 on the dark crosses and the Durocs equated to about 800 something head, and I believe we have like 799 total for wave 2. So we've done a full, what we have in this particular wave number 2 is equivalent to what we judged in one day, and we're breaking them up between 2 days here. Obviously, we have the grand drive to select our overall market barra and reserve overall market barra tomorrow, so that'll be a lot of fun and a really big honor here at San Antonio, being what the judges that both called the Super Bowl of barrow shows, one of the most competitive barrow shows in the world. And what a great first wave we have, and we anticipate wave 2 to be equally as great. Hope everybody took their emergency before they came down here, got their Mucinex on hand, and we're going to get ready to start a pig show here in just a minute. Looks like Mr. Bobo and Mr. Hilty are getting ready to rock and roll. They're kind of talking a little bit. Mr. Bobo's over here drinking his cup of coffee. I call it a cup of morning ambition. But kind of introduce our judges here today, and I'll recap that here in just a minute. But I'll go and introduce our 2 judges. Our lead judges for our Chester Whites today is Mr. Ben Boble of Lincoln, Illinois. He's the owner and operator of Boble Farms, consisting of 100 sows and a grain operation. Him and his wife, Haley, have 3 daughters, Ella, Claire, and Alex. He went to Blackhawk East and Iowa State University. His family loves the show, and the girls show at local, state, and national levels. His favorite thing about livestock shows and agriculture is no doubt developing youth and making better young adults are 2 key aspects of showing livestock. It also is very important that our show youth are some of the best ambassadors to share the story about American agriculture, and that American farmers are the best advocates to feed the world. Well said, Mr. Boble. He is your lead judge for the Chester Barrows. Our secondary judge for the Chester Barrows is Mr. Will Hilty, and he's no stranger to San Antonio either. Both guys have judged here. I know Ben did the gilts last year, and I've got to know Mr. Hilty over the years because he's done the purebred gilt show several times here. And I think this is his first time to judge the Barrow show, but both guys are doing a phenomenal job. Kind of give you a little recap on Mr. Hilty. He's from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up on a diversified livestock farm, exhibiting cattle and pigs through his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. Will is judged at the Indiana State Fair, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Nail, the Exposition, and here in San Antonio. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family and friends and attending livestock shows. I want to welcome both of these guys, and it looks like we're getting started here. Mr. Bobo has the first one coming out of the gate here. Just as a recap for those of you just now tuning in, how this works, if Mr. Bobo points straight ahead like he just did right there, you will get classified, and we have a panel of 3 classifiers, and they have to make sure the Chesters meet their breed characteristics. and then they will go to the scale to get weighed and have an opportunity to show for a top 10 placing here at San Antonio. And they may pull more than 10 hogs for a chance at a top 10 ribbon, and we'll see if their pattern kind of stays the same as what they were, and we'll kind of give you a play-by-play as that goes on. So say Mr. Bubble does point straight ahead on you. That means you're going to get classified then weighed. You can weigh within 10 pounds of your respected weight card. So, for instance, if you turn your rate card in at 250, you can weigh up to 260 across the scale and no less than 240. So it's 10 pounds on either side of your weight card of what you turned in. If not, you're disqualified. If he points to the right, his left, you're right on the screen. They will go to our secondary evaluator, Mr. Hilty, today. And if he points straight ahead, you go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation at the conclusion of this initial sort here. If he points to the right, his left, you're right on the screen. They will go on to greener pastures, as I like to say, and the kid goes on to another show. Want to wish them the best of luck and want to give them a shout-out for all their hard work here at San Antonio getting to this point. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back, and welcome to Taylor Fort Webcasting. Want to give them a shout-out here in a minute as well, but looking forward to another wonderful Wave 2 here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Rohde, and I'd like to welcome you to our 76th annual San Antonio Livestock Show. I know Landon kind of did the introduction. I had some information I wanted to get together for our listeners. But this is our second wave. We had about 800 show up for this second wave. What we're going to be doing today, we will be doing 16 classes today and 6 tomorrow. We'll finalize the outline of our day this afternoon with our first division. We have 2 divisions of our dark crosses, and we'll do the first division today and then do our second division tomorrow. We're currently on our first class this morning, class 75. There are 28 head in this class if you just now joined us. It's 250 to 263. And as our judges just completed the first sort, and they're going out to our big ring to look at the ones they have out there and see if they want to pull some back. Looks like we have 10 so far. They're looking through the ones out here in the big ring, and looks like they just dismissed these. And they will be giving 10 placings here, and only 5 will make our auction. But all 10 will receive a nice rosette. Mr. Ben Bogle is our lead judge for this breed this morning. If I hadn't told you yet this morning, or if you just now joined us, it is a brisk 27 degrees. And I know some of our listeners are from up the northern area, and you say, oh, that's nothing, which I agree. I definitely agree. It gets cold. That minus or 14 below, one of my friends in Iowa said it was 14 below yesterday morning, so you guys can have those temperatures. We're not accustomed to that. Looks like we've left the first 2 out currently of our Chester.
All right, Wayne, looks like we have 14 or 15 pulled back. There's still some getting weighed, but definitely actually 16.
Yeah, and I was telling our audience here, our listeners, that they'll place 10 of them, and we have 5 that'll go to auction in this breed.
5 that will make the sale at auction. Yeah.
Yes.
Technically, they all go to auction.
Yeah. Well, to the sale. Absolutely.
It's a terminal show. For those of you who don't know, the exhibitors do not get to take these animals back with them.
Looks like they've pulled 1 back so far. Young lady in the blue vest.
And for those of you tuned in, I'm going to kind of do a recap of what these guys have been doing. You talk about consistency. They've set a pattern, and they stuck with it wave number 1. And I'm sure they're going to keep the same pattern. For those of you who want to know kind of what these 2 judges are doing together to set this pattern and what their pattern is, they want them wide on all 4s within their skeleton. They want them to have some good adequate muscle, clean fronted, tall at the point of the shoulder, and very mobile. And like I've been saying past 2 days, Mobile Boble is judging over here, and they want some structure to them. They don't have to be heavy structured. It's not the first thing they look at, but structure will move you up a placing or 2 if you have 2 that are very like-kinded animals. Will get you a little extra going into the placing side of things.
Looks like we have 3 in that he's pulled back currently. As I mentioned earlier, we had the one in light blue sweater, then we had a light gentleman in a light pink, and then a light blue stripe just went in. So we have a total of 3 thus far.
And they've consistently pulled back at least, 4 to 5 and sometimes 6 to 7, depending on the depth of the class, obviously. And I think they are aware of kind of how many placings actually make the sale. And they do take that into account. They place all 10 animals. They place very consistently down the row. So wherever you're stuck, if you get a placing ribbon, they took their time to make sure they put you in the right spot that you deserved, and then also where it was you fell where you were supposed to fall, kind of thing.
Well, they've really worked hard to ensure that they give each and every young person a fair opportunity. So they're very thorough. They were so thorough through our first wave, and I suspect they'll carry this over into our second wave as well. Just ensuring, what in the Durocs and even some of the crosses, they went well over 27 for this first sort, if I remember right.
Absolutely, and it's not just the placing ones. When they go out for their secondary evaluation of the kids in the Big C or the Dead C or the big arena, whatever you may call that, after their first sort, they take their time and make sure there's nothing left they want to pull back, and they take their time with individuals. I'll give them handshakes, fist bumps, whatever, what have you, and they made it about the kids, not about the animals, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. And, in that first initial sort, and I know you can see some of it on the screen, that's not as large of an area for them to really analyze that hog on the profile as well. So, when you get them out in this big arena, sometimes these Barrows will look a little bit differently, and they are able to get out and profile better, and they get a better look. There's been time and time again that Barrows have been picked out of the big ring and then pinned. They find them, and then they pin, and they end up making the sale or making the auction. So one thing about it, you never, as an exhibitor, never want to give up, because it's not over till they excuse you from the show on to greener pastures with your barrow.
Looks like they've pulled all the ones out one at a time and evaluated each one, and they've got 6 pinned back for a chance that a top 5 placing will make the sale here at San Antonio. And I believe they're going to start placing probably 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order, then pull these other 6 out and go from 6 down till we have a class winner in this first class of Chester Barrows here.
Looks like Mr. Boble has gotten his buttons there, and the buttons have numbers on them and has the placing on them, and when he hands them out to the exhibitor, it just allows our ring help there that's in charge of handing out the rosettes to know which placing they receive.
They trade you the rosette for the button, so it allows them, like you said, they don't get to keep the button. It's just literally it's like a poker chip is what it is with a number on there, and it allows them to know, like Wayne said, what placing you're in. And they take the button back and they give you your rosette.
And if you just
they've just placed 7th and 8th place.
Okay.
And I believe 9th place and 10th.
It looks like
the young lady in the black was 9th, and the young lady in the light lavender is going to be your 10th place.
So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause if you're able. As they exit the ring, they've fought hard to get this far, and they have nothing to be ashamed of, because they've really worked hard as well.
And they got pulled. They had an opportunity to show for a top 10 placing, so that means their hog was good enough to be evaluated as such. Now we're going to pull these top 6 individuals out and place from 6 till we get a class winner. All these kids are doing a wonderful job showing this morning. Let's go and compliment these young people on that, especially being this cold and this early in the morning.
27 degrees here in San Antonio.
I'm sure the people in North Texas and up in the northern states will tell you that sounds warm right now.
Oh, yes, most definitely. I was telling them about one of our friends there in Iowa being a negative 14 yesterday morning.
Is that what John told you?
Yes, he did. And I said, you can keep that weather up there. So if you just now joined us, the judges are now lining up our top 6, and they'll go from 6 down to first place unless they pull, 1 or 2 back. But so we'll see. They've kind of did a variety sometimes, depended, on the breed and everything. They would take some back again and rest the top 2, and judge the rest. But we'll see how they start this second wave with these Chesters. Currently, we have all 6 of them out here, so now they're conferring to kind of talk the differences and see which ones that they feel is their top end, and then which ones they feel will be more where they want to start with 6 on up. So usually what they'll do, they'll confer, then they'll place 2 or 3 of them, and then for the final 2 or 3, then they'll discuss it one last time and then make their decision.
Thomas Toch of Harper, Texas, very competitive in the sheep and goat world. He just texted me and said, hey, it's 12 degrees, and I believe Harper, I'm assuming he's talking Harper, but 12 degrees with a wind chill of -5.
Oh, yes. That means Fredericksburg, where Landon and I are from, will be close to that same temperature as well. So.
I hope he's drinking coffee or maybe something stronger this morning. His brother Mikey's over here in the stands. I can see him, his twin brother, and I don't know if I think Thomas probably says he's the prettier of the two. But I see his brother Mikey in the stands over here.
First call, last 76.
Looks like we're down to our final 4, and they're doing some of their final analysis here, both judges. And they'll confer again and then kind of come up with how they're going to line them up 4th through 1st. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll confer and then say, okay, well, what are we going to do 4th and 3rd? How do you see that? And looks like they've given the 4th place to the young lady in the black sweater.
Down to our final 3, and all very consistent Barrows. Now, I will tell you, the pattern still holds true with these lighter divisions here, Wayne, but I feel like at this age bracket here, you get into, they're really good hogs structurally. They may not have quite as much muscle as what we have in our heavier classes, There may be a few things here and there that it's like, man, that's going to be a good hog, and if we could get another 30, 40 pounds on them, they're kind of in that growing stage where they look very fresh, but they're still kind of raw at the same time, if that makes sense.
Sure. The one in the purple wins the class, and the
young lady
and the guy in the pink, the young man in the pink was second,
and the young lady was
third.
Yep. Let's hear from Mr. Boble. He's got the mic. I think he's sorting it out here.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be back for the second wave here at San Antonio, and although it's a little chilly, we start out of the gate with a really nice class of Chesters, and I guess the best way to describe our class winner is, to me, he's the combination of the Barrows that go behind him. Of our initial pair, he's just so much stouter in the center part of his body. He's just a rounder, bigger-bodied Barrow. He freshens up and squares up really good at the backside of his shoulder from the side. I probably appreciate his proportionality as much as any. I'm not going to tell you that he's probably just the squarest built one when you take him to the ground from behind, and that's where I'd get the most critical of him. He probably has a pinch more crest, and as you get right behind him, he's not probably as square in those rear 2 feet as our Barrow in second, but certainly that's a great presented, really fresh, proportional Barrow that needs to win this particular class. The Barrow in second, those from the outside would say, man, does he have enough just mid-rib and belly? I think in this situation, he probably needs to have a little more, but I tell you what, you get on top of this one, and he's maybe the most deceiving Barrow we have in this drive, because he's really impressive. As you get at the backside of his shoulder, he's a really, really big-ended hog, and his squareness when he goes to the ground is probably unrivaled in this situation. Comparatively to that class winner, I've got to make him balance better from the side. He needs to have just more more natural fill in his flank and his forerib. And I think comparatively, too, to that bear that goes right above him, he probably just wants to get a little bit coarser in his front 1/3 in terms of what he looks like from a look perspective. A really muscle-driven one comes out of 3rd, and, man, he gives you a really square, good look going away. At the end of the day, I think this one just is going to get too tight, or he is the tightest of our top trio. He's built just naturally a little rounder and shorter out of his hip. He wants to play a little bit in his ham loin hookup, and consequently, that pig wants to just step a little shorter off of both ends of his skeleton. Young lady drives out a bear that's got some real interesting pieces out of 4th. He's one of the heavier duty ones from a skeletal standpoint. Really, really big armed, heavy bone bear that's got a stout look to his head. You get to the side of this one is where he sorts the most for me. He comes in the most pieces. Everything just doesn't want to blend at the top of his shoulder, and then you get back to his forerib and midrib. A pig wants to get flatter and drier there. He's probably just the narrowest constructed one of our top 4, but man, I like the pieces that one brings to the table from a heaviness of structure standpoint. We bring out a pair of them next that are a little bigger in their kind, a little drier in terms of their body. This one here I thought just had an advantage in terms of bone and look. We just got to make him wider throughout. Young lady comes out next, has got one that has an advantage in terms of width. He's the quickest made off of both ends of his skeleton. He wants to be the coarsest at the top of his neck and his poll. Good class of Chesters. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors as they exit.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Of Chesters, and we're into, of course, our 2nd class. And then upon completion of our 3rd class, they will name a champion and reserve breed champion of our Chesters, which will receive a $10,000 scholarship here at San Antonio. We sure commend San Antonio for the foresight of the scholarship program that they established. And it's just been such a strong program throughout the years. In fact, they give in this Market Barrows show, they give $100,000 in scholarships. And then the Junior Gilt show, they give $85,000. So just the 2 shows of pigs, they give away $185,000 in total scholarships here at San Antonio. And we sure thank them for all their foresight and their hard work in seeing this program and continuing to educate our young people. If you've just now joined us, it's a lot different weather than we had for our first wave. We got into the 70s, 4 days ago, and now we're 27 degrees here in San Antonio, which is a lot warmer. 70 miles due north is where Landon and I live in Fredericksburg, and we're probably around 12 to 15 is what I'm understanding. So, I'm glad we're here in San Antonio, not at home. But of course, I know in your northern states where some of our listeners are listening here, they're definitely inside because they're in the minus digits up there. So we definitely would not trade you. Shortly, we'll also have the placings of our Class 75 and also our Texas bred. Landon's working on that presently, and he'll give us these results shortly.
And you want this back to correct? Same place it always goes?
So far, we have 3 Chesters out in the big arena. Have not seen one pin yet, but they could be going through classification. and weigh-in. How classification works here in San Antonio is we have a 3-panel judge system of classifiers with blue and red chips. The name of the game is to get at least 2 out of the 3 blue chips, and then it allows you to go to the scales, which you have to, whatever you've turned in, you have to weigh at least no more than 10 pounds from what you turned in on the upper or lower end to stay in the show. And then once they've done that, then they go to a pen here awaiting a second evaluation by our judges. Here in our second wave, we had our 800 head that showed up for our second wave. Our first wave, we had a little over 1,500 head that showed up here at San Antonio. So we'll have a little less than, about half, a little more than half of what we had in our first wave. In our first wave, we also had 42 classes, and this wave we'll have 22 classes. And we'll do 16 of them today, finishing up this afternoon with the first division of our crosses. We actually have 2 division in our other crosses, and they will we'll round out tomorrow with judging the second division of crosses, which will be 6 total classes of that. Our cross show, when you consider the light or the dark crosses and the other crosses combined, we had right about 1,000 head of total crosses. So it being our greatest amount as far as the breed is concerned. Our dark crosses had about right under 500, and we went over 500 with these other crosses. And the difference in these other crosses versus the dark crosses, of course, the dark crosses had to go through classification because they have to have at least 20% black on the barrel. Otherwise, they get disqualified. Where in the other crosses, it's everything. So when we get to our other crosses, you will not have any classifiers of that, because everything that didn't classify in breeds today will go into the other crosses. And there you don't have anything to worry about. It's any type of cross is in that show. So you don't have the classifiers for that. It looks like Landon's got the results.
I do, and I'm sorry, y'all. I had to go get another cup of coffee real quick. But so I've got the top 10 placings from the last class, and once again, if I butcher your name, I'm so very sorry. And if you ever run into me one day in the show pig ring or out in public or whatever, please tell me, like, hey, Landon, you said my name this way, but it's this way. That is helpful for me because I usually try to remember that. So if I run out to you in public, just let me know. Don't cuss me too bad, but I do want to give a shout out to these top 10 individuals here. In 10th place in our first class of Chester Barrows, we had Jennifer Grimaldo. 9th place was exhibited by Bailey Schievelbein. I hope I said that right, Bailey. That is German. 8th place went to Cooper Sutherland. 7th place was shown by Wesson Meadows. 6th place went to Bella Rivas. 5th place was shown by Tristan Jordan. 4th place was shown by Scarlett Poole. In 3rd place, we had Callie Grime. 2nd place was awarded to Jacob Pennington. And our class winner was Cannon Buckner. And Cannon was also the exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred Class Champion, which the breeder of that hogs was JDF Farms of Seminole. Congratulations to them and Cannon for showing that wonderful Chester Barrow. I'm sure JDF Farms was very proud of you and how you took care of their animal. So want to give them all a shout out. And moving on to class number 76. And Wayne, have you kind of described that class, how many there are and weights on them, those barrows by chance? Or have we made it that far yet?
I did mention it in the beginning when we started our first sort, but Basically, in the second class, the weight range was from 264 to 278 with 28 head. There are only 3 total classes here in our Chester show in Wave 2, a total of 83 total head. Looks like we have 12 pull at this point, but there's probably some underneath that are going through classification and weighing yet too. So, I really appreciate what these judges do to ensure. We only have 5 that go to the sale auction here in San Antonio, and they've been keeping anywhere from 14, 16 in a lot of classes, but the highest was in the high 20s in the Durocs and even the Dark Crosses and stuff. So, they really work hard. They work together. They're very relaxed on how they work through these animals in their discussions. They're just having a lot of fun out here analyzing hogs together and coming up with a uniform, consistent set. Looks like they've excused these in the big ring.
And look, they're taking their time to go shake every one of these kids' hands. And, some judges don't do that. And they're taking the time with these kids because they know how hard they worked. And Lord knows these kids have had these hogs for 8 to 10 months, some of them.
Well, you bring up a great point there. They work countless hours at home. The way these hogs are presented, you can see their hair coat is really immaculate. Their skin is soft and very eye appealing. They're in good condition in how they're moving around. They're trained. That all takes countless hours.
Exactly, Wayne, and that's a big key point there too. What people don't realize, this is the only species that we show in the livestock show world that you have to actually present them like you're driving a car. You're using a whip, which, those of you at home who've never seen this, they're not hurting the animal at all. They are literally just tapping it. If I went up to your face and just tapped you like they're tapping these animals, you'd be like, oh, that didn't hurt. It just tells me to turn my head this way or pick it up or move forward. It's a mutual trust and bond that these individuals have with their animals, and it takes a lot of time at home practicing, getting them to know when to turn their head, when to raise their head, when to walk forward, when to stop. I've yet to see one walk their pig backwards, but I'm sure it can be done if you really worked hard enough at it. But I will tell you that, like you said, Wayne, all these kiddos here, you only see the 30 seconds to 10 minutes out here in the ring with this animal, which you don't see the, like you said, countless hours, all the man hours that these young individuals and their families, and it takes a village to show one of these, and that's why I love our industry, is because it is a family project, not just a kid project.
Absolutely. Looks like they pinned back the young lady in the red sweater that was out there.
And the young man in the light pink as well, they just pinned him back as well.
Oh, yes. So I suspect, like they did in the first class, they're going to keep probably 6 to go back through for their top 6. Of course, they'll keep more than that back probably to make their top 10.
Hey, so my wife just texted me at home from Fredericksburg, and she's a 4th grade teacher in Fredericksburg, and she just told me it is snowing in Fredericksburg right now.
This is the second time we've had snow in less than 3 weeks, or 3 weeks, I guess.
There's no saying when it snows, that means something froze over. But I'm not going to say that on the mic, but y'all know what I'm talking about here. And, Texas, we get a little snow down here in central and southern Texas, but
not very often.
Yeah, no, if you people up north, it's got to snow like 4 feet before they ever shut anything down in Fredericksburg or in places like that. And we get like an inch of snow, it's we're shutting down school or a delayed start or whatever, because we're just not used to driving on roads like that very often.
There's people out there, you got to really drive defensively, because they think you can drive 70 out on that road.
Yeah, I think it's sunny and 80 degrees outside when it's negative 20 and ice is on the road. They use the brakes the same way. That just doesn't work out there on those roads.
No.
Our roads aren't conditioned for stuff like that like they are in the northern states, and I don't believe we have any snow plows in Fredericksburg to my knowledge.
Nope, not a one. Looks like we've got 3 pinned. And you people that are looking at,
Four pin now, Wayne.
oh wow, yeah. And if you notice here as you're viewing these exhibitors out in the big ring, you have some really bright variety of colors out there of what exhibitors are wearing. And this is just to help the judges also, when they're analyzing the animal, be able to go back once they've analyzed and they're thinking they've got that animal pictured in their mind, and then do a comparison to something else, that they can come back to it if it's really hit them hard. It just helps them find your animal a lot easier.
Well, especially like in this Chester class, Wayne, where they all look the same. They're all white,
absolutely.
down-eared pigs. It's a little bit different when you get in like the crosses sometimes, because there's certain crosses that have certain features.
Different colors.
Exactly. But like you said, in this case, it's good to
like
stand
your
out.
purebreds, they all look the same.
This will be okay. They pinned back 7 in this class, so the heat is getting turned up, and I don't mean outside temperature. I'm talking about the actual quality of the pigs here. But I will tell you, Wayne, in this class, I think all these kids got together and they got the same memo. Pink is like the number one color in this class.
It is for this cold weather, apparently.
I mean, this is the 4th or 5th person that's been pinned back that is pink on. Actually, some of them have a little additional, but I mean, somewhere in their wardrobe here there is pink, and there's several of them out there in the ring that is wearing pink today as well.
Yeah,
Wayne,
it just makes the show speed up a little bit and get your animal found a lot quicker. I know as a judge, it sure was very helpful for me.
Well, and I want to tell you too, Wayne, it'll be interesting to see what they do here, if they're going to pin 2 more or place 9th and 10th. They have pinned 8 back in this class.
Wow.
And sometimes they will pull all 10 and then we'll do a secondary sort, and that just shows you the depth and quality of the class. But, that's only happened in a few cases, but it has happened.
Oh, absolutely. And that just shows the character of our judges as well, because they're not set with saying, hey, the first 5 we pin, they're guaranteed top 5. And so this just shows their character, ensuring they're doing things as fairly as possible, giving each and every one of these young people a fair opportunity here at San Antonio. Looks like, though, they're probably going to round out and give 9th. It looks like the young lady out in the big arena in the pink was probably that was 10th then. So, yes, the one in the white sweater was 9th, and the one in the pink sweater coming through was our 10th place. Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors. Unfortunately, the 6th through 10th do not make the sale here at San Antonio, but got a nice rosette, but also the bragging rights and the recognition, because to be in the top 10 in San Antonio, as tough as this show is a outstanding accomplishment, because you can split hairs in the quality here. Looks like we got the 2 out so far, and if you've just now joined us, they've kept back 8 of them to go back through for our placing from 8th on up to first place. We've pinned back our first one. The young man in the black shirt just got pinned back. He's our first one for the second sort. Probably with 8, they might pin back 2 or maybe up to 4 and then do their placings from the ground up, from the 8th place on back up. Just pinned the young lady in the purple sweater. She'll be the second one pulled back. We've got them all out now, so they're having a conversation on seeing, okay, what else do we want to pull back there, or do we want to go from 8th on up? And, sometimes they'll make a few different decisions there. I wouldn't doubt it if they go ahead and, put 2 more back and then place them. Looks like we're placing from 8th on up. So, again, if you just now joined us, we have 2 pinned back for the initial 3rd sort. Our judges are starting from 8th place, placing them back up toward 3rd place. Now, it could be that they go ahead and leave, 3 or, the 5th through the 3rd back out here to compare to the other 2. They have done that before. Sometimes they'll leave 2 out there and then let the other 2 out and do a final 4. So that's what I suspect these guys are going to do in this second class.
First ball, 77.
Looks like we're down to the 3rd through the from 5th on up. They're having some discussion here. Probably going to place another one, and they might leave the other 2 out, or they might just leave 1 out and compare them. We'll see how that works out. Up, he's placed 5th and 4th, and now they're going to do a final 3, letting the 2 that they had pinned back out here to do the final 3.
Sorry to go down below here, Wayne, but did they do what I thought they were going to do, place 9th and 10th, and then
that's what they did.
Yep.
And then they went from 8th on up and then placed everything up to leaving a final 3 out here.
This class is a lot deeper. Nothing to take away from that first class of Chesters, but the heavier we're getting here, the more they're able to put more muscle in these hogs, and they're more maturing.
Just a lot more product in this heavier weight.
Exactly. You got a little more room to put a little more booty or whatever else on these animals here.
Bobo likes that.
Yeah. Old Mobile Bubble out here, and I asked him, I said, are you a little stiffer this morning? He's like, Landon, it's way colder up where we're from, so this ain't nothing for him. This is a normal day in the park for both him and Mr. Hilty, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
But they do have jackets on, so it is cold enough for these northern guys to be wearing jackets, that's for sure.
Well, and I've always been told by our northern friends that they are a lot colder up there, but we have more of a damp coldness here with some humidity in it.
Yeah, it's a drier cold up there, isn't it?
Yes, it really is, but it's still cold.
I remember when I was telling this story that young lady, Miss Gibson from Iowa State, we were talking, Reagan Gibson's her name, and we were talking about it, and I said, I went to go see Mr. Hinker one time and look at Durox with Dad, and I was with his son Steven, and we went to a pizza place, and he said, we're eating a blizzard. I was like, is that like a cold front? He said, no, it's like a blizzard. And it went from like 20 degrees to like -3 degrees in a matter of like 40 minutes.
Looks like the young lady in the purple sweater got our first place honors.
Congratulations to these top 3 individuals here. Let's hear from Mr. Boble.
Another nice class of Chesters, and I would tell you, I think that all our top trio all have some qualities that are very, very good. But at the same time, there's some places that we need to change our top trio, and I think that's why it becomes more of a discussion class. I tell you what, from this bear's shoulder back, the young lady drives. He's the one easily for choice, in my opinion. Not only is he one of the fresher back, just bigger centered bears, but he gives you just the most memorable view as he goes away. That's a big rear leg, and he uses it easily the best in this particular class. He's the bear of our top three that can get his hock behind his tail. His length of hip is very, very appropriate. You've got to ask yourself where you're at in terms of his shoulder set and his front feet. In this situation, we're calling it good enough because his advantages from their back are so big in this particular class. Young lady does a good job presenting that pig. Awesome skin and hair and presentation. The bear that comes in second, simply put, just as fresher in terms of his center body. He's got more appropriate fill today. He's another big back bear that you appreciate from that perspective. He does have an advantage in terms of foot quality up front. I guess where I'd sort him the most is when you get right behind him. To me, that hog just isn't comfortable out here. He's a little more inconsistent in where his rear leg hits the ground and where his rear foot hits the surface. We need to ask him to just go and get another gear and just grab that surface and push. He's just more hesitant out here comparatively to that class winner. The bear that comes out in third, I tell you what, if we could just give this hog just a bigger look to his rib cage in terms of his heart, his flank, and just freshness there. He pushes that class winner really hard, in my opinion, because on the top side of his skeleton, he's extra good in terms of freshness at the max side of his shoulder. And from a skeletal standpoint, he rivals our class winner from that perspective. Just for us today, the hog just looks too dry out here in terms of his body. But, man, that's a good bear in terms of forearm, stoutness of feature, bones good in that one as well. Just needs to be fuller and fresher in the center part of his body. Bear coming out next is the opposite end of the spectrum. He's a real short-bodied, fresh-middled, good muscle kind of bear out here. He wants to get just a bit coarser and quicker at the top side of his neck. He's a little more mature in the way he's made in his crest. And then as we take him from the ground from behind, he doesn't have as much bone and skeleton as the bear that goes above him. We continue with another bear here that the same story holds true for him. I love his freshness of body and muscle. He becomes the quickest one out of his run. He's a little more upright in his shoulder. And again, just a little more mature looking out front. Good class of Chesters. Let's put our hands together for those kids. Good job.
That concludes our second class of Chester Market Barrows. Moving on to our last and final class of the Chester Barrows here. 27 total head in class number 77. And the weight ranges are from 279 to 300. At the conclusion of this final class, we're going to be judging here in the Chester Market Barrows. We will then select our overall champion and reserve champion Chester Barrow. We're going to pull our first and second places back from our previous two classes with this final class and judge for the overall Chester Barrow. Once we've concluded the Chesters, then we will move on to the, I believe, 5 classes of Yorkshire Barrows. Stay tuned, and we're going to get right back to you.
If you just now joined us, we just completed our second class of Chesters, class 76. And we're on to our final class of Chesters, class 77. The weight ranges from 279 to 300. There's 27 in this class. Our total Chester show, we had a total of 83 total head for this breed. And upon completion of class 77, we will be naming our champion and reserve champion by bringing our first and second places back out of each of these 3 classes and naming them. The champion Chester will receive a $10,000 scholarship also and compete on tomorrow after lunch in the Ring of Champions show, where they will be competing for the overall grand and reserve grand champion honors. Landon's working on our placing results of our second class, and he'll be getting that together along with our Texas bred results as well of class 76, which was our second class of Chester whites here.
Yes, sir. I have the top 10 individuals here. In 10th place in our second class of Chester Barrows, which was class number 76. 10th place went to Shayna Trokak. I hope I said that right, Shayna. Cheyenne, I apologize, Cheyenne. 9th place went to Taylor Raines. 8th place was awarded to Braxley Brazina. 7th place was shown by Ellen Rivera. 6th place went to James Sessom. 5th place went to Wyatt Stiffelmeyer. 4th place was awarded to Ty Halsell. 3rd place went to Ryan Riddle. 2nd place was shown by Clayton Edwards. And our class winner was Harper Picotto of Live Oak County 4-H. Congratulations to all those top 10 individuals. And Harper also had our certified Texas bred, and the breeder of that hog was 4-5 Livestock out of Lamesa. Congratulations to them and their wonderful and very complete Chester Barrow in that second class. Moving on to our final class of Chester Barrows. Looks like they have 3 or 4 pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing. Like we mentioned earlier, 10 placings get rosettes, and the top 5 of each one of these classes in the Chester breed are eligible to make the auction here at San Antonio, which starts on Friday at 1 o'clock for the Market Barrows. And Wayne, I'm going to have to get you in on this just to clarify on how many have to show up. I mean, I think, first through fourth?
So how that works at auction is, as if you've kept up with us on this, certain breeds we had 5 placings, certain breeds we had up to 6 that qualified for auction. However, San Antonio started this program last year because the sale just got into the early morning hours, and it was hard on the buyers, it was hard on the kids, the agents, the parents, the ag teachers. So they came up last year. They had this foresight, says, well, okay, we're going to take the first 4 placings across our auction, and then the 5th and 6th will be allowed to receive a guaranteed amount of $1,500 plus any add-ons that could be received. So any of these, if you have people that you want to try to help that were 5th or 6th, you can do add-ons either at the sale. As Landon said, it starts at 1 o'clock, but you could do the add-ons at any time. They have an add-on booth there that you can go to and do add-ons, or you can actually, I think, go on and find it on the auction website there and go to add-ons as well and do it that way. So what a great foresight by our San Antonio Livestock Show auction committee of coming up with a way not only to help our buyers and kids out and shorten the auction, but also be fair to those other placings.
Looks like we have a total of 7 pinned back for a chance at a tie. 8. And there might be a few getting classified down below us. If you've just now joined us, what they're going to do is show to Mr. Boble first. If he points straight ahead, that means you're going to get classified and weighed, and you have to weigh within 10 pounds on either end of the spectrum of your weight card that you turned in. And if you make it through there, you get pinned up for a chance at a top 10 placing. If he points to the right on your screen, then it goes to Mr. Hilty, who is our secondary evaluator for the Chester Barrows. If he points straight ahead, you go out in the big arena for a chance to have a secondary evaluation of both judges to see if they want to pull one of those animals back out of the big arena for a chance at a top 10 placing. If he points to the right, your animal goes on to greener pastures, and so do you, in the sense of different shows and stuff. The animal this is a terminal show, so the kids do not get to take their animal back with them, but the individual obviously has other shows coming up that they might be showing at, and we wish them the best of luck in their showing career and beyond their showing career. 10 total hogs pulled back so far, and I would have to think that consistently in the previous 2 classes, now it's still early in the morning already, this is only their 3rd class, but they've been pinning back between 12 to 16 for a chance at a top 10 placing. So it shows you the depth of quality in these Chester classes to hold more than just 10. I don't think they've ever just pulled 10 hogs. I think one class of 20 or 42 classes, first wave, they only had 10. So it just shows you the depth of quality in each one of these classes, that they pull way more than what they need. But it also goes to show you these judges believe that they need to make sure they get the right 10, so they need to make sure they have plenty of hogs to evaluate through. Like I said, they have 12 now. I anticipate there will be like at least maybe 1 or 2 more potentially. 13 now for a chance at a top 10 placing, and there's looks like 8 out in the big arena, and the judges are fixing to make their way out here and do a secondary evaluation of these animals out here. And if there's a really good one out there, they will pin it. They're not too prideful to think they got it right the first time. Something we can respect with these judges.
As we're waiting to have them analyze the ones out in the big ring, I thought it would be good to okay, Landon, you have. Hang on just a second, guys. I thought while we were waiting here, I wanted to let our listeners know about the results of our champion and reserves from wave 1. So in our Berkshire show, our champion came out of Class 5, and it belonged to Reese Mabry out of Brock FFA. Our reserve champion, Burke, came out of Class 2. Bellamy Sasser at Eula FFA. Our spots, our champion came out of Class 8, Aubrey Sharp out of Hansford County 4-H. Our reserve champion spot came out of Class 8, Brennan Parker at Tail Center FFA. Our champion Poland came out of Class 16, Remy McLaughlin. And our reserve champion came out of Class 15, and it was our reserve champion. It was Parsons Spencer out of Albany FFA. In our Hampshire show, our champion came out of Class 26, Alice Norris out of Abbott FFA. And our reserve champion came out of Class 21, Lexi Nelson out of Kendall County 4-H. In our Duroc show, our champion came out of Class 44, and it was Coley Myers out of Mundy FFA. And a reserve champion came out of Class 43. It was Laney Campbell out of Johnson County 4-H. In our Dark Cross class, it came out of both the champion and reserve came out of Class 63. They were actually our division champion heavyweight and reserve division champion heavyweight. And our champion honors went to Wyatt Ducos out of Medina Valley FFA, and a reserve champion was exhibited by Paxton Southard at Navarro County 4-H. Congratulations to each of one of these exhibitors that were the breed and reserve breed champions. They will go on tomorrow to show in the Ring of Champions to compete for the overall Grand and Reserve Grand Champion title. And I have to tell you, our show in the first wave was awful salty. They were just very deep. The Hamps were deep, the Durocs were deep. I can't think of a breed that wasn't deep. Our Dark Crosses was as powerful as I've ever seen. So I expect our viewers to really see one fine set and of champions and reserve champions come out tomorrow, and you'll really see the consistency that these judges have worked hard and taken their time to give each and every one of these exhibitors a fair shake, but also come up with just a uniform set of Barrows that you're going to see in tomorrow's Ring of Champions. Looks like this heavyweight set of Chesters here was very deep class. They had 15 that they've taken back and have pinned back or pinned out of the initial sort. They've excused the ones out in the big ring, and as you saw, there was a whole bunch of those in there as well. So we're talking about it was a very deep class in our heavyweight Chesters. As I said, it looks like we've got 15 that they've pinned back. Only the top 10 will receive rosettes, and our top 5 go to auction on Friday. And the auction starts at 1 p.m. here in San Antonio on Friday. They're waiting on Mr. Hilty to come back as he had to go take care of something, and he'll be right back. And just as we're waiting here, just give you some kind of some background. In our first wave, we had over 1,500 head show up for the first wave, and we had judges went through 42 classes total in that first wave. Of course, the weather back last 4 days ago was sunny and warm. It was very pleasant for most of the show. We could wear short sleeve shirts, to be honest. Today is a much different story. We're at 27 degrees and the wind is blowing, and it's quite a shell shock for us Texans that have been shell shocked from 80 back to 27. But our second wave here at San Antonio, we had 800 show up, and we'll have a total of 22 classes that these judges will go through. We're going to go through 16 today and 6 tomorrow. We've just now let out our first one of our heavyweight class for the second evaluation by our judges. Now we've got the second one coming out. What they'll do is as they evaluate them, if they hit them super hard, they could pin them back already, or he might go ahead and let out maybe four or so, and then see if he wants to keep something back. But they've been very, very good in being, taking their time and have a lot of precision in their analysis of these barrows to ensure they get the ones back in the pattern that they have established from the get-go here in San Antonio. They went ahead and pinned the young lady that just came out in the white sweater. So she's our first one to go back. So that one hit Mr. Bogle really, really hard. Looks like we've pinned back the one in the black shirt as well. Really a square tracking one from behind as it came out of the gate. If you've watched our judges, they start from the ground up, how they establish their patterns. They've got to walk square to the ground inside their structure on all fours. They got to be packed with muscle, chest width, top shape, rump shape, and flexibility on some great structure. So they've been very true to this pattern, and I appreciate them. No matter what kind of animal that you like or barrow that you like, I always admire judges that keep their patterns consistent.
Wayne, I couldn't say that. I was actually down below getting another cup of coffee, and I was talking to somebody, and they said, Landon, we got, like 10th place with our hog, but it was where it needed to go, and it makes it easier when a judge sets a pattern and people know that, like, hey, this is where my hog was supposed to be, and we respect their pattern. They're doing a good job out there. Because, sometimes people get upset when they think they have a really good one and ends up farther down the road than what they would have thought. When you have a set of judges that keep such a really good pattern together, you can't argue with them because they have such a good consistent grouping on what they do here that when you have a pattern, it's easy to accept where you're at. And the fact that they take so much time with each one of these kids, that's the most important thing, and a lot of people see that and notice that. So kudos to them. And Wayne, like you said, they have a pattern and they stick to it, and I'm sure you've already mentioned the pattern they've kind of stayed with.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And
they're doing the same pattern as they were at Wave 1, because sometimes when you set a pattern on a certain wave, have 2 days off, then go back to it, sometimes you see people deviate from the pattern they started with. These guys have kept it true since Wave 1.
Yes, they have.
On our final classes of Chester Barrows here, then we're going to move on to the overall selection. Going to pull our first and seconds from each one of those 3 classes back for a chance at the champion and reserve champion overall Chester.
Looks like we've got 5 in the pen currently.
Yeah. That's good. Looks like we have 5 pinned back here, and I think this is the last one to evaluate here. They've got 6 pinned back now, young lady in the black and the red scarf. That'll be your 6th one pinned back, and I have a feeling that, I don't know, they're talking about that young man's pretty hard over there. But they do have 6 pinned back. It'll be interesting to see what they do. They're looking to see how many they have. Like I said, it's great to see them working together so well.
Oh, yes. They really work together and at ease, and they you can tell they're just having a lot of fun at what they're doing. They pinned back the young lady there in the black and the pink sweater.
That'll be the 7th one pinned back, and I think he's going to reach for the buttons now. So that means they're going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th and excuse the other individuals.
Landon, this heavyweight of Chesters, we didn't have that many, in the entire Chester Drive, and they probably had 15 out in the big ring, plus 15. And
that's almost half the class.
Well, no, it was yeah.
Yeah, no, 30,
more than half.
30. What, 15? 15 plus 15 is 30. There's 31 head in the class. Wayne, where do you got to do your math there, buddy?
Well, no. What I was talking about in the big arena, they had 15.
Oh, they had 50. Oh, wow.
Roughly between 12 and 15.
So they pinned half.
15 and pin.
So they literally.
There were very few that they sent to greener pastures.
That means they only sent one to. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I lost you there. No. Yeah. Now we're on the same page now. But yeah, that means the entire class minus 1 was either in the big arena or pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing.
Yes. I didn't count them to an exact number, but I know it was between 12 and 15. So
that's crazy.
It was. But
that shows you the depth of quality and consistency.
Absolutely. And even here, this is the most they've kept back to go through the third evaluation at 7. They've done 6, but 7 has been the greatest so far.
They placed the young man in the pink 8th. The young lady in the blue sweater was 9th, and then the young man in the really dark blue is 10th, and the rest of the individuals are going to go on to other things and other shows, and can't wait to see what they do with their careers. Want to wish them the best of luck.
Absolutely.
Now we're going to pull the last 7 out here that they pinned back and place them from 7th until we have a class winner. We're almost done with the Chesters, y'all. This is the final class for those of you just tuning in, and want to go ahead and give a shout-out real quick to Mr. Taylor Fort, webcasting, and his crew for bringing us all a front row seat. I hope you guys are staying warm at home and the heater's working. Because I don't know, it doesn't matter where you're at in the country right now, because it is very cold.
And also the sponsors that you see across the screen. Without them, it helps finance this whole program, so we can give you this play-by-play here in San Antonio.
And as far as I'm concerned, other than the people in the stands, y'all have the best seat in the house, because kind of like watching a football game, it's a lot easier to go watch a Packers game on a TV than it is going up there in the middle of January to go watch a Packers game live. So you guys are pretty warm and comfortable compared to some of us here at the show, but whether you're at the show or at home or at work on your phone in the car. Hopefully you're not on your phone in the car while you're driving it. But no matter what you're doing, we appreciate you watching, supporting, listening in, and hope you enjoy Dad and I over the next 2 days. We like to have a good time. I'll throw a few corny dad jokes in there every now and then. And we're going to bring some people up here, too. I've got a young lady who's a senior. I want to get a perspective on her point, and I'll probably go grab her after the Chester Drive, Wayne, and bring her up here. You know, it's kind of cool to get a perspective, and I know a lot of you at home have kids, and y'all been through it with having a senior, and I think it's really important to bring some of these seniors out here, kind of spotlight them and what they're showing.
Their last go-round here at San Antonio.
And what the showing career meant to them and how it helped them to be where they're at today, and also how it's going to impact them going into college or the trade or even in the workforce at the conclusion of this
Well,
show
it's been
season.
so great. They've started this program with the top judge, and if you guys were with us in the first wave,
Those are college graduates, though, aren't they?
well, they're fixing to be.
They're
Yes,
fixing
they're
to be, gotcha.
graduating in May, and they just came off of the D1 the judging teams in their prospective colleges, and it was great to have them up here. And this is a new program that's been started that San Antonio allowed them to come down here as well, and it's teaching these young people, if they want to pursue a judging career, kind of how things, what the avenues that they're trying to teach them and how they can be a really good judge and what the expectations are. And it was really great to have them on our show.
You know, I'm noticing this Chester breed, you talk about shoulder back. You can't find better hogs than some of these Chesters out here. It's where I think the Chesters not are lacking by any means, but where they tie in from their head into their shoulders. I've seen a lot of these have a real big hump. I guess is that called a crusty or a coarse neck?
Yeah, it's more cresty in the neck area. And where we're talking about is right, if you look over the top of them and go right past their ear set, the width in the ear set there, back toward their shoulder blade, that's more raised up in that area, and
it was
it's
like
thicker,
a humpback whale or
so
whatever.
they call it crusty.
And I've noticed that in the Chester breed more than the other breeds, but you talk about from the shoulders back.
Oh, the squareness of chest on all fours is really good in this breed.
There's several in here that are, obviously they're probably going to be at the top end of the class that have a really big, wide-backed, very fresh back to them.
Yeah,
down to our final four here, Wayne.
Very, very. You can tell, especially on these white ones, Landon. It's a real art and a science to keep this skin really fresh and youthful, and hair coat as well. And every one of these Chesters you see out here, an entire Chester show, you can tell the countless hours that were put into this breed to keep them this way. Because you can't hide anything.
We're down to our top three here, and they're really talking about these two young ladies in the black over here, and I think they're trying to sort out where they're going to put each one of those two. And the young lady in the white drives a really good Barrow as well. Young lady in the taller young lady with the black shirt is going to be third. Yep.
So we're down to our final two.
Both
here.
of these two young ladies that are left out here, they're doing a phenomenal job driving these animals and keeping them moving. And neither one of them are getting tied out there. They're just very mobile out there. That's what Ben likes to see. Young lady in the black is going to be second, I believe. Wait, hold on. Never mind.
Oh.
Young lady in the white's going to be second, and young lady in the black, she'll be your class winner. And I think he's going to talk about that on the mic, how consistent both of these two are, and it's probably a coin toss between the two. Let's hear from Mr. Boble.
Very fitting way to end our Chesters here this morning. And, man, a very nice class. It was a really tough decision as we got to those sales spots. And ultimately, there was a trio of them that came to the top, and then we get to a top pair of them. I think they vary a little bit in what they bring to the table. But at the end of the day, the young ladies bear here to my left was the one that me and Will really just, I guess, are drawn to from a skeleton standpoint. As you take him to the ground, he easily is the biggest footed, heaviest bone, loosest constructed Barra. His ability to plant and drive off his rear leg is second to none in this particular particular drive. And then when you step back from him, he's short in terms of his body. He's still long enough out of his hip. He's still long enough out front. That is a bold, stout, comfortable Chester Market Hog that has lots and lots of quality. Congratulations to that young lady. Not to take away from our Barrow in second, because, man, coming through the gate, coming out into this ring, that is an elevated Barrow whose length to height ratio I think is very appropriate in this situation. Pig gives you a great look up front, and that's why I think it becomes a pair of very, very high quality market hogs. We don't read him as dense as you take him to the ground, specifically from behind, and most importantly, comparatively to our class winner, he doesn't utilize his rear leg as good as that class winner. He's a bit shorter stepping comparatively, but man, composition, look, presentation, and elevation are all on this guy's side. I think that's a real nice second place market hog here as we get into a good class of Chesters. The bear that comes out third is probably just a little more vanilla in terms of his look and his shape comparatively to the bears that go above him. But as you compare him to the ones right behind him, he's the one that has density, has freshness of body. That's a big rib cage. That's a really bold look as you get on the top side of him. He doesn't have the elite look those ones that go above him do. But, man, that's a solid Chester bear to be in third. Really good job by that young lady. I love the back shape and just the stoutness this 1 out of 4th offers. He's maybe as impressive when you get right up on him as you study him from shoulder to hip. As we take him to the ground from behind is where I've got to change him. I think he's a bit rougher made and shorter out of his rump. And then as you go to the ground, he wants to just kind of pop his ankle in rear pasture. Got to make him more comfortable and just relax him there from behind. We continue with another nice pig coming out next. I didn't think his crest and his composition were as good as those that go above him. I love the size of bones this pig has, and that's why he continued to move up. He's not as fresh as you get to the center part of his body, but certainly one that's got lots of quality. Young man's got a bear that's got an awesome hip and rear leg. He wants to close up the most and be the flattest made in his forerib of our initial 6 or 7. It's a good class of Chesters. Congratulations to those kids. Let's show our appreciation with a round of applause.
That concludes our final class of Chester Barrows. For those of you who can't see why I'm kind of laughing over here and kind of paused, I put Dad's headset on while I was listening through my mic, and I was like, what the heck, something's off here. I can't hear. And, you know, that old saying, you can't hear yourself think. Well, I couldn't hear myself talk. But not that I need to. I'm sure y'all get enough of that as it is. But that concludes our final class of Chester Market Barrows. We had 3 total classes. Going to bring back those first and second places from each one of the classes. And we're going to get us a champion and reserve champion Chester Barrow here. And then we're going to move on to our 5 classes of Yorks. Here in a minute, I'll have those top 10 individual placings. I'll try to read them off real quick. And we will go from there.
So shortly we'll have the results of our Class 77, and Landon will be giving us that, and along with the Texas bred. And they are working on getting our first and second places back up here for the Champion Chester Drive, which the champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship here at San Antonio. San Antonio has worked very hard with this scholarship program over the many years here lately of keeping that thing exceptionally strong. In fact, they give $100,000 in scholarship money in the Barrow Show alone. They do $85,000 in our breeding gilt program. So what an outstanding job and a foresight of San Antonio of finding a way to give further generated monies in scholarship to further educate our young people. And it's come a long ways too, because back in 1984 they had 15 scholarships total in this entire show, with with $90,000, and it is just shot way above that at the present time. Looks like Landon has our results.
Of our top 10 individuals from our final class of Chester Barrows, in 10th place we had Gunnar Toch. 9th place was awarded to Catherine Dirksen. 8th place was shown by James Farley. 7th place went to Whitney Martin. 6th place was shown by Hunter Dreyer. 5th place was shown by Carson Bernhard. Sorry, Carson. I should know that name. 4th place went to Lacey Seidenberger. 3rd place was shown by Taylor Horn. 2nd place went to Reese Huffaker. And our class winner in our final class of Chester Market Barrows went to Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Congratulations to those top 10. And Miss Reese Huffaker was our exhibitor of our certified Texas bred. She was our 2nd place. And the breeder of that hog was Bayer Farms out of Abernathy. Congratulations to both Todd and Mariah and family on that certified Texas bred. Now we're pulling our 3 class winners out, and we're going to get us a champion Chester Market Barrow here. Our lead judge for the Chesters once again was Mr. Ben Boble, and our secondary judge for the Chester Barrows was Mr. Will Hilty. Here we go.
Well, if you would, please put your hands together for these 3 exhibitors. It's always a big honor for a young person to win their class at San Antonio, and certainly, I thought 3 really nice Chester classes, and Will and I are in full agreement. We get them back out here. There's one I think just does some just very far-reaching things in terms of bone and skeleton and squareness. Young lady's last class one will be our champion. Congratulations to her.
Well, your heavyweight was your champion Chester Market Barrow here at San Antonio. Congratulations to Miss Mabry. Bringing our 2nd place out from that final class, and I think it gets a little bit closer here. But being such a close last class, he might keep that pair together, and we'll see what happens.
I think it maybe is a little bit closer as we get out here for reserve. I thought our Class 1 winner was one that won in a very dominating fashion. That's a fresh-bodied, really bold market hog that's got a good look from the side. As I talked in class, I'd like to ease him up at the ground and square him up, and I don't think he has as a big league look to his bone as some of these out here. Our 2nd class winner, the young lady, just has dialed in. I want to compliment her and her family. It's a great skin code. That's a beautifully presented Barrow that we love from his shoulder back. It's apparent where he needs to be changed in terms of the angulation and set to his shoulder and to his front foot. Our last, our 2nd place Barrow to our champion comes out, and as I just talked about him, elevation, look, squareness are all really, really good. He's presented awesome. Not as loose build as our champion, not as heavy bone, still very high quality. He's our 2nd favorite. He'll be reserve.
So our 2nd place from our final class, I think that's Miss Huffaker. Yeah, Reese Huffaker. She will be your reserve champion, Chester Market Barrow. Congratulations to all those individuals in a very, very deep and competitive Chester breed. Now we're moving on to our Yorkshire classes. Like I mentioned earlier, 5 total classes of Yorkshires. Our first class is class number 80. And the weight ranges are from 250 to 261 with 30 total head in this first class. And I believe Mr. Boble will be judging the Yorkshires as well.
Yes.
Yeah, and I see Mr. Hilty now in the secondary ring over there. So for those of you who are not familiar with pigs, they look a lot like the other ones we just saw, the Chesters, but the only difference is Yorkshires have erect ears, meaning they're upright, versus Chesters that have down ears. In very basic terminology here. Once again, congratulations to all those Chester Market Barrow showmen. I thought the quality really got turned up, especially in that last class, and he did end up keeping those two Chesters, the first and second place from that final class, being such a close and tight-knit class all the way up from first to 10th place. I had a feeling that there was a chance he'd keep them together, and that's exactly what Mr. Boble and Mr. Hilty did, and that just goes to show you a guy up here in the stands can even see it, their pattern and kind of what they're thinking. And for me, it's been a long time since I've gone out and judged in the show ring, but it should tell you that even the most basic guy like mine, if I'm able to follow him, so can everybody else. So that's kudos to Mr. Boble and Mr. Hilty for keeping that pattern true to what they're looking for. Like I said, we're just starting the Yorkshire breed, but at the conclusion of our 5 classes of Yorks and the overall selection of the Yorkshire breed, then we're going to move on to the Landrace, which there's only 2 classes of Landraces. So we're moving right along this morning, trying to stay warm. For those of you who just kind of tuned in to the Taylor Fort webcasting here in San Antonio, we are on our first class of Yorkshires, that being class number 80 here at San Antonio Market Barrow Show. A brisk 27 degrees. It feels like 5. And here in the barn, it's not too terrible because we have a little bit of a windbreak here. We're inside the barn. All the doors are closed. Have a little bit of dust in there, but not bad at all. I'm just glad they have it closed up so we don't have to feel the chill of that wind, not will. The will of the chill, whatever. Chill on the hill. For those of you, like I said, just now tuning in, I'm going to kind of explain kind of what the guys are doing here. Mr. Boble is our lead judge for the Yorkshire breed as well. He did the Chesters first, and now he's on the Yorkshire breed. If he points straight ahead, you will get classified by a panel of 3 judges. And in that classification, they look for breed characteristics. If your animal reaches all those breed characteristics, then you move on to getting weighed. You can weigh within 10 pounds on the heavy or light end of your respected weight card that you turned in yesterday. For example, if you turned your weight card in at 250, you can weigh up to 260 going across the scale, or no less than 240. If you do not meet those requirements, you are disqualified. And it's for everybody. It's not just this kid got in, this kid didn't because he was only half pound below where he needed to be. No. It's equal for every kid here. That holds true in the rules. And then you go to a holding pen for a chance at a top 10 placing. They've pinned anywhere between 12 and 16 back in the past 3 classes, and I'm sure that will hold true in the Yorkshire breed as well. If Mr. Bobo, our lead judge, points to the right, they will go to Mr. Hilty, and Mr. Hilty will evaluate your animal. If he points straight ahead, you go in the big arena for a chance at a secondary evaluation at the conclusion of the first initial sort. If he points to the right, your animal goes on a vehicle to greener pastures, and you get to go on to some other shows, and we wish you the best of luck. Thank you for coming here to San Antonio and showing off some of your hard work. And we've mentioned that through the past couple days, and I'm going to mention it again today. You know, these kids are showing these pigs, they're spotlighting the animals and the hard work they put into over the past 8 months or so. But it's about the kids, and the judges have acknowledged that, and they know that. They've got kids of their own. Both of them have daughters. Mr. Boble has 3 daughters, and Mr. Hilty has 2 daughters, and they know what it's about. They're kids show and are involved in this deal. We know it's about the kid, not the animal. And when we make that true to that, you're going to be very successful in the judging ring as well. Just like Mr. Boble just pointed straight ahead, that individual will have a chance to show for a top 10 placing. Mr. Boble pointed to the right on this young man, so we'll go to Mr. Hilty for a secondary evaluation, and he'll take a look at that young man's. He's going to point straight ahead on that one, so that means it's going to go to the big arena. Young ladies, Mr. Boble is pointing straight ahead as well. The young lady in the blue will then go on to get classified and weighed. I'm going to give out a shout-out to Mr. Vaughn at the Nebraska State Fair. He just texted me a picture in Grand Island, Nebraska right now. It is -2 in Nebraska with a feels-like temperature of -18. You can keep that, Vaughn. 27 degrees doesn't sound so bad after looking at that. So all you people up in the northern states, y'all stay warm. And please keep that cold weather up there with y'all. Us people here in Texas, we like our warm weather.
Yeah, most definitely. And Vaughn, you know, that's quite a change from when Landon and I were up there for your show.
Yeah, it was like in the 70s.
Oh, shoot, it got up to 90.
Did you say there. Shoot, right?
Huh?
You said shoot, right? Okay, just want to make sure I heard that right.
Absolutely. No, it shot up to over 90 degrees.
Was it 90? Really?
Oh, yes,
See,
absolutely.
and I even brought warmer clothes thinking, oh, yeah, it's going to be cold. It's Nebraska. They're up north.
Yeah.
No, it felt like Texas almost.
That air conditioning in his barn was really nice.
But I will tell you, though, it was a nice 90 degrees. It wasn't like a hot 90 degrees like it is here, but I'm sure for them it's like, man, that's warm.
I'm glad you have your show in September, not now.
And it makes sense.
I don't know if we could come up there
when it's
for it
negative
then.
too. I don't think I could put enough clothes on. I'd look like a marshmallow up there. So it looks like they have 5 to 6 pinned back so far, and I think there's several more below us, Wayne, that are getting classified because they do them one at a time, and it does take a little bit of time because you have to vote on it. 3-panel judge, 2 of the 3 votes means obviously it's a majority voting there. If all 3 make it, that means it's unanimous. They're counting to see how many hogs they have out there. Like I said, 10 total placings in this class. Top 5 in each one of these Yorkshire classes will be eligible for the sale on Friday starting at 1 o'clock. Give another shout out to somebody who reached out to Dad. In Kansas, it's -2. That is ridiculous. Y'all can keep that. Please keep that weather. I'm complaining about 27 degrees. But then again, cold is still cold. Doesn't matter what temperature it is. And it makes it feel even colder when you have a little rain or moisture in the air, too. Which, like I said, back in Fredericksburg, we don't get much snow. My wife texted me and said it was snowing in Fredericksburg. I don't know if it still is or not. You know, with the ground being warm, I don't anticipate it'll stay on the ground very long. But, you know, when it does snow, it's a phenomenon. It's like kind of like seeing a UFO. You're just like, whoa, what is that? Shout out to Mr. Brandon Anderson there for giving us that weather update. We are not only commentators for the Barrows Show, we are also weathermen. You just didn't know it. We have enough to make a class. There's 10 that I can count that were pulled back, and there might be 1 or 2 below us, but we do have enough in this first class of Yorkshire Barrows to make a class of 10. Kind of give you a play-by-play. They're going to bring them out one at a time and evaluate them, and if they really like that hog, they'll repin it for a chance at a top placing in this class. So they pulled each one of these animals out one at a time, and we've got 4 that are pinned back for a chance at a top placing in this class. When I say top placing, that means the upper end of the class. Looks like they pinned back 13 for a chance at a top 10 placing. So 10 of these individuals will get a rosette, and the other 3 will get sent on. But shows you the depth of quality in this class that they kept more than 10. All right, y'all. So, I got you guys a special treat. So this is one of those deals where it's like now you're going to get to hear from the man behind the mask here. I've got Mr. Taylor Fort here with me with Taylor Fort Webcasting. Taylor, tell us a little bit about what you and your crew do that they can't see. They see you on camera and the cameras, but they don't get to see what y'all do to make this happen. So kind of explain a little bit about what you do and what the people who help you with do.
Yeah, so all the shows and stuff that we put on, or that we live stream and stuff, I rely, I guess, a lot on internship help. And so you see all these girls out here running these cameras, whether it's the hog shows or any of the other species and stuff like that. These girls come in a day before whatever day they come in to actually start streaming. They get 1 day of training, and by 1 day I mean about 3 hours max, and that's stretching it just a bit. I kind of throw them out there a little bit on their own, just because it's hard to learn how to run these cameras and understand the way the ring's going to work with different species and stuff like that when you don't necessarily have the species there on training day to utilize. And so one of the fun things that we always do, and maybe some people, I'm sure some people have been ringside there watching us do what seems like only things crazy people would do, but we always train these girls in the Barrow ring, because probably the Barrow shows are the most intense in terms of camera switching and the amount of crew required to do a show and at a high level, at least from a webcasting standpoint. But we always go out there and I have these girls practice with the cameras and get used to it and stuff, and then I make the girls go in the holding pens and pretend to be pigs. So basically we have those girls in there in pins 1 through 10 or whatever, and we'll have someone out there acting like a judge, and they'll release and pull pigs. The stream team girls, I always tell them
some cooperate better than others, I'm sure.
Right. And so we practice that a bunch, and I try to send them some hard curveballs and stuff like that, where I'll have those pigs, the girls, drive straight at them and try to get them in a bad position, or take off running, or just any kind of scenario you can come up with in your mind to make it very challenging and difficult. And then on top of that, we also do it at a very, very, very rapid pace. Like, you could never run pigs that quickly and actually analyze them, but I try to do that just so they can understand how to get back into place and make sure that they're always keeping good ring awareness and things like that. So, they have to have their eyes on the pigs or on the whatever species that they're streaming, but they also have to make sure they're not going to back over an exhibitor or an animal, run into the judge, step on a photographer, all while keeping frame and trying to make it look good, moving their body and making sure the shot is actually stable. And they got to be anticipating the next release that they got to hustle back over and try to go capture. And
they're doing a phenomenal job. And what you don't realize, guys at home watching, we talk about these pigs being athletes out here and mobile and everything, but if you can see these girls, they're literally walking straight ahead, backwards, sideways, crossing over. It's amazing to see them do that and have that ring awareness like you talked about, Taylor. When you have 10 or 15 hogs out there, you're having to not only get a good frame on the camera, but you're dodging a lot of traffic out there as well.
That's exactly right. I always tell them, you always want to show off the exhibitors and the animals and stay out of everyone's way, but you really got to have your head on a swivel when you've got lots of pigs out there in the ring all at once, because most of these exhibitors honestly do a really great job showing their pigs and putting them where they need to go. Occasionally, you'll have some people who maybe the hog's fighting them or something like that, and they're having a little bit of difficulty, and you kind of got to watch just a little bit to make sure that you're not, you don't ever want to back over somebody's animal or run into an exhibitor and give them a bad experience out in the ring. It is pretty intrusive what we do out here in terms of of being in the ring and being out there. I mean, you think of your typical show. Typically, you have your photographers kind of crisscross applesauce over there on the ring side, clearly out of the way, and then you have your judges and your ring help. Well, since we started doing a little bit different style of live stream, it requires these girls to be out there in the ring, moving around, and so it is a lot to deal with. I guess if you're driving pigs and stuff like that, or even if you're ringside watching and you've never seen it before, you're probably sitting there thinking, like, what is going on? Why are all these girls in the way, and are they actually necessary?
Well, and what people don't realize, like what you do differently from everybody else out there, you actually get, like you said, the angles, and it's not just one stationary camera at all times. They're literally doing a play-by-play. You get big ring perspective, and then you get the individual perspective that it separates you from so many others. But I guess my question to you, Taylor, is what got you into wanting to say, hey, this is what I want to do. This is fun.
Well, it's been a long time coming, I guess. I'll tell you a little bit of a story here, but I was we always raised pigs there growing up at Newcastle Genetics, and we didn't always get to come down to the Texas majors when you're in the middle of farrowing and selling pigs and just a million things that's going on. And so, you always had people that would send you a video of their of pigs they bought off of you and stuff, and you think like, that one looks really good, but you really could never tell if that one looks, if that's a fifth place good, or is that a first place, a division winner, is that one good enough to get it all done? You never really know, and then you'd watch the broadcasts and stuff, and you sit out there and you see them walk. You still don't know, And so I thought, well, you look at every other industry out there, whether that's the rodeo is a good example. Obviously, NFL, NBA are good examples of broadcasts. The UFC, if you guys are into that, they do a really, really good job of showcasing all this stuff. And so I thought, well, why not? Why not here? Why can't we do this? I mean, no one's really attempted it as far as a wireless feed and being able to have gimbals and things like that and stabilize shots. And so I always thought it was just something really, really cool to do. So I actually learned how to do all this stuff mostly exclusively off of YouTube. So I have no formal training in live streaming or broadcasting.
I was literally saying, did you Google it or look at YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube is where it's at. You can learn anything you want to learn on YouTube.
I might have to get you a drone for next Christmas and see if you can bring a drone out here and fly a little drone around here, kind of keep it fun. But
as we get into
Taylor, what you do
really
is phenomenal. So thank you for joining me in this thing. And congratulations on everything you do.
I told Will when we came together, of our initial three, I think there's one that puts the most of the best together, and he said I couldn't agree more. Young lady here that's in the center of the ring is going to be your class winner, and this is the one that combines looseness of skeleton. He's a heavy-duty bearer. He's of the pair, I think he's the most comparable in terms of width of chest and consistency of width from his shoulder to his hip. He doesn't have as much look as the bear that goes in second ahead of his blade. I just love the integrity of his skeleton comparatively, his angle he has to his shoulder. He's a looser, just naturally constructed bear out of his rear leg. I think that's a real solid place to start. The one that comes out in second, initial impression gives you a really just wow look up front. He's a tall-shouldered, appropriate length of bodied bear. I love his skull shape and his bone. And we just you gotta ask yourself where you're at from a skeletal standpoint. In my opinion, he's a little more upright in his shoulder and his knee. Needs to use his rear leg just with more athleticism. He wants a short step out here, and that's why he needs to be second. I still thought his genuine width comparatively to the bear in third is why he needs to be in our top pair. He's so much wider when he comes right to you. He's just a boulder-centered, just more muscular bear than the one that comes next. I love this bear's skeleton that comes out in third, and he rivals our class winner from a looseness perspective. That hog's got a great look when you take him to the ground in terms of his foot size, his toe spread, and his bone work. At the end of the day, when we really study that pig from the side, he wants to get a little long-bodied in relationship to his height of shoulder. I'd probably like to make him less mature about his front end. His biggest problems come when he comes right to you. He's the flattest bladed, narrowest chested, flattest bodied bear of our top three, and so that's why he needs to be there, but certainly one you appreciate from a skeleton standpoint. Young lady here worked herself up. We didn't get him in a pin right away, but man, here's one that's just as good design. He's a tall-shouldered, really proportional bear that looks nice from a distance when you get away from him. When we compare him to those top three, he gets swallowed in terms of bone and width. He needs to be intensified in his forearm when he comes at you. Need to make him stouter about his feature. But, man, the young lady does a nice job getting presented. That's a good-built bear. If we could just make him stouter everywhere, he can rival that class winner in our opinion. Bear that comes out next, I thought became just the most general built of our top four in terms of what he offers from a skeletal standpoint. I love his width. I love his power. He comes to you in awesome in terms of just the shape and spread he's got up high. We got to redesign the way he's mounted out back. He's the shortest hipped of our top four and consequently wants to go to the ground with the shortest step. He's set the widest from behind. It's concerning where his rear feet hit the ground from his hip forward. You like that bear's power. Got to change him out back to make him competitive in this class. Just a real kind of just complete type of bear comes out next. Doesn't wow you in terms of his look or his stoutness, but from a composition and structure standpoint, we felt like he needed to be in that spot. But the young lady does a nice job getting presented. A big-haired, stout one comes out next. Got to be sounder and looser build off both ends. Congratulations to those Yorkshire exhibitors. Congratulations to them all.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Well, that concludes our first class of Yorkshire Market Bears. Moving on to Class 81 now. Total of 30 head in this class, and weight ranges are from 262 to 271. This will be our second of 5 total classes of Yorkshire Bears here today. I've got the results from our first class of Yorkshires, that being Class 80 of our top 10 individuals. In 10th place, we had Cooper Wilhelm. 9th place went to Sarah Fernandez. 8th place was shown by Ryden Farrow. 7th place went to Hadley Reeves. 6th place was shown by Grace Tate. 5th place went to Liam Hillard. 4th place was shown by Carolyn Campbell. 3rd place was exhibited by Madeline Svacina. I hope I said that right, Madeline. Second place was shown by Ridley Cathy, and our class winner went to Tatum Dillard of Rogers FFA. Congratulations to those top individuals in our first class of Yorkshire Market Barrows. Moving on, like I said, to class number 81. Stay tuned.
If you just now joined us, we're in our second class of Yorkshires. We're on class 81. The weight ranges is from 262 to 271, and we have 30 head in this class. Looks like what I can see is we have 11 penned here so far. The judges now have completed the first initial sort. There's probably some underneath going to classification and weighing. And we have about 9 out in the big arena. The judges are conferring at this time. See if there's some in there that they'd like to pull back as well. In our Yorkshire show, we had 154 that had showed up for this show. We have a total of 5 classes in our Yorkshire breed. As the judges are conferring, I just want to put a shout out. They've just now released the ones out of the big ring. They've all worked really hard with their projects. As you can see, a white hog is really hard to keep the skin and hair coat immaculate, and every one of these Barrows out here have really good hair coats, and that's just because of these young people spend countless hours of working the hair, working the skin with different lotions and conditioners to keep that skin so immaculate. Looks like we've got our first one coming out for our second evaluation. Looks like they initially pinned of somewhere around 15 or 16 that they've kept back to go through our second evaluation. We got the second one coming out.
Really, really deep class in the second class. They kept 13 in the first class for a chance at the top 10 placing. But I believe there's 15, Wayne. I don't see another one back behind us here. So 5 of these will not get a placing rosette, but shows you the depth of quality and really turned up the heat in this Yorkshire second class here today.
As they're discussing these, I just want to put a shout out to our volunteers. San Antonio has a very limited amount of paid employees here, and it takes over 7,000 volunteers to be able to put this show on, and they spend countless hours of coming up here, volunteering their time, either giving up vacation time from work or just without pay from their main job to come up here to spend time helping run this show and donate their time to ensure that these kids can participate in this program, and we appreciate them seeing the foresight of the furthering educating our kids and having them involved in such a great program here at San Antonio. We appreciate all the hard work of our volunteers. We've pinned back the young lady in the dark pink sweater, and that's the first one that we've pinned back so far.
Dad, do you have a class winner from the last class? They've only pinned one back so far for a chance at a top 10 placing. Actually, 2 now. Young man in the kind of maroon shirt. He'll be the second one pinned back. That means, for those of you just tuning in, that means they're going to have a chance at a top end of the class placing once they evaluate all these animals here one at a time. And they pull back the ones they want at the top end of the class. They've been pinning between 6 to 7. It will start placing to the top 10 and excuse the other individuals out of the ring. Total of 15, like I said, they pinned back. I just confirmed that. In our second of 5 classes of Yorkshire Market Barrows here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. So I found out from Mr. Austin Langmeyer that it is negative 25 degrees in South Dakota where he's at this morning. That is
that's
pretty dang cold. I don't know if that's a feel-like temperature or if that's the actual temperature, but
I'm sure it's the temperature.
Negative 25 degrees.
I don't know.
I don't know.
He needs – give us a shout on that one, Austin.
And that says Celsius here, though.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's negative 25 Celsius. So I never paid much attention to the conversion there. But it's cold in South Dakota, let's put it that way.
Colder than here. I think we went up 1 degree since we started this morning at 7. It was 28 when I checked just a couple minutes ago.
I think that's 4 pinned back, and now we have, believe 5 pinned back for a chance at a top placing in this class. Once again, they placed 10, and top 5 are eligible for the sale here in San Antonio. And that's with the Yorkshire breed. Once we get into, once we get into the crossbred wave, 1st through 6th make the sale on the crossbreds. But the Chesters, Yorkshires are top 5. And once we get to the Landrace breed, that's the outlier. They only have 2 classes of Landrace, and top 3 in those classes make the sale. That's just based on the number of head and the number of classes we have for each breed. They've got 6 pinned back, and they've evaluated each one of these ones individually, and Mr. Bobo went for the buttons now. So we will place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. And then excuse the other individuals out of the ring. And just, even if you don't get a placing, y'all, it's number one, it's not the end of the world. The world still spins around, and you still have a chance to do great things. This is a very competitive market barrow show, if not one of the most, if not the most competitive market barrow show in the world. The judges classify this as the Super Bowl of barrow shows. Young man in the plaid is going to be 7th. The grayish plaid here. Young man in the blue and white stripe is going to be 8th place. Young man in the pink is going to be 9th place, and we have one more placing button here. Judges are conferring together like, okay, out of these last ones, we have one more placing. Who do we want to give this to?
Well,
the young lady in the orange will be 10th place.
And what great credibility on our judges of, 10th place. They even conferred about that. And like we talked, only the top 5 make the sale here in San Antonio. But
in this particular breed.
Yes. Yes, in this breed. So, that just shows you their character.
Absolutely. Moving on to the 6th, they pin back for a chance at the top 6 placing. So one of these will not make the sale, but they want to make sure you get those top 5 right, actually top 10 right. But the top 6, really, it's going to be the matter of making the sale and not making the sale with one of these. Pull them out one at a time and place from 6th until we have a class winner in this second class of Yorkshire Barrows.
Yeah, Landon, you mentioned how tough this show is at San Antonio, and it most definitely is. It's also not only, we talked about scholarships. Every breed champion here in the Barrow Show gets a $10,000 scholarship. They give away $100,000 in scholarships, but also the auction.
Say what? $100,000 in scholarships?
Just in the Barrow Show alone. Yes, sir.
In the Barrow Show or
in the Barrow Show?
In scholarship money.
In scholarship money. And they do 85 in the Breeding Guild Show.
Oh, wow. Is it scholarship money? So what do they give out scholarship money in the market show, I guess is my question.
Well, it's just the champion gets $10,000. Each breed champion gets $10,000.
Oh, on top of going to auction?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So they get $10,000 plus going to auction. So,
absolutely.
wow, they can walk away with a little bit of money then.
Yes, most definitely. And what a foresight with the scholarship program, but also when we talk about the Barrows show and how competitive it is, the auction for the Barrows show is the second largest here at San Antonio. It brings in, last year it brought in like 1.7 million approximately, and our cattle show is our largest one that brought in almost 2.6 million. So it's just a great program that our auction committee here at San Antonio does in building and raising the money for these young people.
Absolutely. Looks like we have all 6 individuals. These are the top 6 in this second class of Yorkshire Barrows, and they're going to evaluate them one at a time and start placing them from 6th down up until we have a class winner. All very uniform Barrows here, have plenty of muscle. Side profile on all 6 of these is on point. Skin and hair is great.
Oh, absolutely.
Base width on all these hogs here is really, really good. So we're really starting to get bulky and big in these Yorkshire Barrows here.
If you can see it on your screen, and I know with our Taylor Fort group, and they do an outstanding job here, but they really can show you, and you can see the chest width. You're starting to really see it. Consistency in this class here.
Well, and what you don't know is I brought, while you were stepped away, I brought Taylor up here, and he kind of told us a little bit and told the viewers at home kind of what these girls do and through the internships here on getting behind the camera and kind of a behind-the-scenes look at what it takes to get these different views and analyze these animals and give you guys as good of a view as what these judges do. I know they pan out to the big arena so you can see all 6 of these individuals, but they do get in there and spotlight each one at a time here.
Well, and he has such a great staff, and he's got people here in his staff that teaches the new ones, how to do all of these things and all of these different angles.
In a 3-hour period.
Yes, it's just amazing. And you got to be in shape. All of his staff members are in really good shape to run around this big arena.
Yeah, and he was telling me that they actually have the girls go in the holding pens and pretend like they're a hog so that these other girls can practice, because obviously you can't practice with the hog before the show starts.
Oh, no.
Because the hogs aren't even here yet, but they do a training day is what he calls it, and in a 3-hour time period, these girls are doing as good as they are. Young lady in the green vest is going to be 6th. Now we're down into our auction placings here.
Yeah.
Young lady in the light pink will be 5th. Down to our top 4 here. Looks like young lady in the blue was 4th. Down to our top 3.
Here we go. The heat's turned up here with these little
exhibitors. Those top 6, the heat was there. Now it's really
it is, but
now it's splitting hairs. The young lady in the all pink is going to be 3rd. Young man is going to be 2nd. The young lady in the black vest and the scarf, she will be your class winner.
Congratulations to all these young people that have worked really hard in this class.
Mr. Bobo's got the mic. Let's hear from him.
Another really good class of Yorkshires, and I think as we get to a pair of them that have lots of quality. The barrow that wins is one that does it, and he does it the squarest. He does it the truest. I love this pig's proportionality. I love his freshness and presentation. And as you get right behind him, he's the barrow that you don't have to make excuses for in terms of his hip, his rear leg squareness, his comfort, his flexibility. He's the barrow that goes to the ground the loosest. And then when you study and you get behind him, you would never imagine from a distance that hog would have that type of body body shape, that type of freshness up high. That bear hits me real good in this particular class. I'm not going to tell you he's the loosest fronted one. I mean, he's so tall-shouldered. I'd probably relax him a little bit up front, and I think comparatively to the one in second, he's probably not as dense, but in this situation, he's plenty stout enough for me and Will. The bear in second, man, I love this one's forehead. I love his arm. That's a really, really stout featured bear that also has some freshness in the center part of his body and his upper skeleton. He doesn't paint as good a picture as the bear that goes ahead and wins this particular drive. I don't see him as being as stable in his rear joint or as he goes to ground in his rear foot, but man, that's certainly a high quality, high presented bear that has just a really, really good look in terms of his feature and his bone. Bear coming out next is probably the one that coming through the back that I thought, man, this one's going to get close to being our class winner because he's the EST one in terms of bone and foot size. He's awesome in terms of muscularity on the top side of his skeleton. He's too short out of his hip. He wants to search too much from behind. And he started doing that as soon as he came out. It wasn't a matter of him wearing out a little bit. The pig needs to be redesigned in the way that the rear one-third of his body is built to be a class winner here at San Antonio. But certainly I thought he had just more extremities in terms of muscle, bone, and feature than the young lady's bear coming out next. Kind of a meat and potatoes one here that you certainly appreciate in terms of his basic build and function. As we go to the ground with him, he's the most fragile of our top 4 and top 5 bears that are in this class. He needs to have more aggressive shape as you get on top of him. I like his build and his comfort level. There's got to be more of him. He's got to be intensified out here to be a class winner. Really, really good front 2/3 young lady's bear that comes out next in terms of look ahead of his blade. He's another big armed, really stout featured bear that's fresh in terms of his presentation and body. For us, we've got to make him better from behind. Not only is he the shortest rump bear of our top 5, but you get behind him and he's too wide set in his stifle joint. He's too wide set in his hock. He gets too far outside of his skeleton and wants to get on the outside of his rear hoof wall. He's got to be redesigned in terms of his feet. He's got great big bones, but his feet just aren't big enough. Young lady does an awesome job presenting that bear, but we thought he still had more quality than the bear that comes out next. A good bodied hog from the side that's comfortable in terms of his skeleton. He falls short, in our opinion, when we talk about show bear look up front, and then at the same time, when you get on both ends of him, he becomes the flattest built, just narrowest gauged of our top 6 or 7. Good class of Yorkshires. Congratulations to those kids.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Here shortly, I'm going to have the placings for the top 10 individuals from our previous class, but want to go ahead and spotlight our 2 judges again for those of you tuning in. Our lead judge for our Yorkshire breed, he was also the lead judge for our Chester breed, which we exhibited earlier, is Mr. Ben Boble of Lincoln, Illinois. He's the owner and operator of Boble Farms, consisting of 100 sows and a grain operation. Him and his wife, Haley, have 3 daughters, which I don't know if Haley's still up here or not, but got to meet her. Very, very sweet lady, and I'm glad she was out here supporting her husband. And their 3 daughters are Ella, Claire, and Alex. He went to Black Hawk East and Iowa State University. Their family loves to show at the local, state, and national levels. I want to welcome Mr. Boble. Our secondary judge for the Yorkshire breed is Mr. Will Hilty. Mr. Hilty is from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up on a diversified livestock farm exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He is now the owner and operator of Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows with his wife, Callie, who was also down here. Got to meet her, very nice as well, and their 2 daughters, Kinley and Kenna. was judged at the Indiana State Fair, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Nail, the Exposition, and here in San Antonio. Want to welcome Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble to the San Antonio Market Barrow Show, and they're doing a phenomenal job. I've got our top 10 placings from the previous class, which was Class 81, and I hope I pronounce everybody's name right. If I don't, I do apologize, but want to give you all each a shout-out. In 10th place, we had Clara Weist. 9th place went to Jace Ollie. Jace Ollie. 8th place went to Coben Evans. 7th place was shown by Holton Hawkins. 6th place was awarded to Jesse Hartnett. 5th place was shown by Logan Lang. 4th place was exhibited by Katie Willenborg. 3rd place was shown by Mackenzie Cash. 2nd place was awarded to Kyson Brookshire. And our class winner was Shayla Hatcher Brockman of Collin County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors in Class 81. Our class winner was also the exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred Class Champion, and the breeder of that hogs was Fortner Show Pigs of Anna. Congratulations to that breeder and that individual. Once again, moving on to class number 82, we will keep you posted.
Looks like in our class 82, we've got 12 pins so far that I can see, and there's probably some underneath being classified and weighed as well. The judges are out there conferring on the ones out in the ring. Looks like they've excused, so they could be that they have a few extra that they haven't gotten into the pins yet. I see 13 now so far, so probably they might have up to 14. In this particular class, we had 30 head. Again, in fact, the first 3 classes all have had 33 head in it. This weight range is from 272 to 277. We've just let out the first one for our second sort. As they're letting these out here, San Antonio has done such an outstanding job of generating not only scholarship money, but just all kinds of monies through the auction premium and other things, cash scramble show programs, show premiums, endowments. This last year, they have hit a $267 million in total funds generated from all of these different programs. In 2024 alone, they hit the 12 million mark just in 2024. Just for that 1 year, they gave out that kind of monies and endowments and scholarships, calf scramble program, all these different programs. It totaled $12 million in 2024. So thank you, San Antonio, for all you do in helping further the education of our young people. Looks like we have 2 back, and we've hit the third one with the young man in the maroon shirt. That's great the way he raises his hand there so our ring help can make sure and find him. But you notice one thing we talked about, how countless hours, as I mentioned, of these kids preparing their animals and teaching the animals to show. If you notice, we really have no ring help as far as bringing them back into the pens. These exhibitors themselves bring them to the pens. And that's the hard work of these young people, being able to train their animals so they can do this. Not one board do you see in this arena. So it just shows you those hours that these young people spend in preparation for this, for not only their county shows, but for this show. Looks like we've got 4 pen. The young man in the light blue shirt, it was the 4th one going back into the pens. And then I think we have another young lady coming in the dark pink sweater.
That's
number
correct.
5.
And I think they'll pin back 6 again like they've been doing, Wayne. And we've had one class where they pinned more than 6. I think they pinned back 8. And that was that last class at Chester's, which, as we both know, both the champion and reserve came out of that last class. So the depth of quality in that class was pretty cool to watch.
Absolutely. Our Yorkshire breed is really holding up true to some really good quality as well. So far we've seen through our first wave and going into our second wave, we're not disappointed in the quality. That's what makes San Antonio so tough. I mean, and like I had mentioned earlier in the show, the Barrows show is the second largest auction amount of revenue raised. It's almost $1.7 million last year that the auction committee helped generate for these kids that went across the stage.
I'm assuming it's probably second to the steers.
Yes, the steers are almost at a $2.6 million in sales.
How close is the chickens?
Well, let's see here. See if I can give you that. Broilers was not nearly as much. Well, let me see.
Well, you think about the feeding, and you talk about, like, why is this
not
that
quite
way?
$500,000 to answer your question.
Well, and you think about the preparation and the amount
that was
of
a poultry
feeding.
show.
Yeah,
so that's both.
Yeah. So there you go. Well, you talk about the amount of feeding that goes into these animals. People don't realize there's a lot of feed. You have to feed hogs and steers and lambs and goats.
And
the
all
same
the
way.
additives. You don't do that in poultry as much. And, I mean, you feed vitamins and the different things with their feed, but the project's not nearly as long.
Well, chicken tastes good, though.
Oh, yes. Yes. I can't complain, even though I'm prejudiced to our pork industry.
I like chicken nuggets from McDonald's, but I don't know if I'd classify that as true poultry. Or I don't know what's in those things, but they are good. Hey. But going back to the pig show here, it looks like they've reached for the buttons, and they did pin 6 back for a chance at a top 6 placing, meaning they're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th and excuse the rest of the exhibitors out of the ring.
As they're going through these barrows here in Class 82, kind of give you a little history from last year. Our grand champion barrow went for $81,100, and a reserve grand went for $55,100. Both of these were increases from the year before, from 2023. So great job by our auction committee to help ensure that the prices stayed really strong here at San Antonio.
Now we're moving on. We placed 7th through 10th. Now we're moving on to our top 6 barrows here in the third class of 5 total classes of Yorkshire Market Barrows. They're going to pull them out one at a time, and once they have all 6, they will start placing from 6th up until we have a class winner. Stay tuned.
Hey, Paul, we have like 2 names side by side for that first place. Is that Brockman that won it? There's 4 names there. Surely his name's not that long.
It's Shyla Hatcher Brockman.
Oh, is Brockman the last name?
Shyla Hatcher Brockman.
Okay, so Shyla is the first name.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now we've got all 6 of the top individuals here in this third class of Yorkshire Barrows here. Very, very deep set. The quality just keeps pumping up. Young lady in the light pink is going to be 6th place. She is 1 out of a sale position. But what a deep set this is, and she should be very proud of her hard work. Young man in the red will be 5th place. Down to our top 4 now. Young lady in the red is going to be your 4th place. Top 3. Leaving the young man in the blue, the young lady in the green, and the young lady in the pink left here in class number 82. 2 more classes of Yorks at the conclusion of this class, followed by the champion and reserve champion overall selection of our Yorkshire Market Barrows. Then we move on into our two classes of Landrace Barrows. Nice, brisk morning here. Dad and I don't only do the commentating today, but we've also given shout-outs to the weather temperatures around the United States. We are not a paid employee by the Weather Channel, but we do highlight the temperatures. We're getting into some colder February weather. Feels more like winter, which was funny because on Saturday it was like 80 degrees, and now we're back down to cold weather in typical Texas weather fashion. The young lady in the green is going to be 3rd. Now we're down to the young man's and the young lady in the pink as our top 2 in this class. Both very uniform barrows, have square on both front legs and rear legs. I know the terminology is horrible what I just said, but they're both very square-made barrows, very free-moving. Structurally, they're both very correct. One has a little more ham loin than the other one does, but as a whole, they're both very clean-fronted barrows. The young man driving that barrow right there takes a really good step off his front and back wheels, and young ladies does the exact same, and just coming at you so good on both these barrows here. So I never really talk about ears, Wayne, but that young lady's Yorkshire Barrow has super big ears.
Oh, yeah.
For York.
Big,
it's almost
skull.
like big old bat ears on that barrow.
A little stouter skull, too.
Young lady in the pink is 2nd. Young man will be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Boble.
Another really good class of Yorkshire Barrows, and I told Will I thought that these 2 were a coin flip, and he agreed with me. He said, there's differences and there's advantages that they both have, and I wouldn't disagree with you if you'd I want to flop this pair. I think as we just really break them down and study them as individuals, Young Man's Barrow is one that has, I think he has more presence in front of his shoulder. But most importantly, as we talk about a pair and where the differences lie, this pig is overwhelming in this particular class in terms of the amount of spread he has when you get on top of him. I never thought that coming from a distance that he'd be the one of choice from that perspective. He's the big, fresh-backed one that's the best in terms of his body shape. He leaves you with a squareness advantage. He's got the most muscularity in terms of hip and stifle. That's a barrow that's really, really impressive from that perspective. He's a great composition barrow. You've got to ask yourself where you're at in terms of bone and feature with that pig, because that's where our barrow in 2nd has an advantage. He's a naturally bigger armed, looser, bigger rear-legged barrow that also has a good profile from a distance. I didn't think that his neck and head were as good, and I think specifically when you get on top of him, the Baron first swallows that pig in terms of natural back shape, width in the center part of his body, and then where he goes at from a width perspective behind. Very nice pair, very close pair. Both young people do a great job presenting those Yorkshire Barrows in this class. The young lady coming out in green is one that is equally as good as our 2nd place Barrow in terms of bone and feature. Another big armed, heavy duty type type of bear. He wants to sort the most from a skeletal standpoint. When you get behind him, not only is he a shorter, just rounder hipped hog, but he wants to put more weight on the outside of his hoof wall as he goes right away and wants to compensate a little bit in his rear joint. I've got to give him a better view as he goes directly away from me to be competitive with those two bears that go above him. Awesome bear in terms of presentation. Young lady does a great job showing this bear out here. I like him from a tallness of shoulder, length of body, and proportionality standpoint. When we talk about him in terms of substance and density and stoutness, he was the fourth, and in our opinion, there's got to be more of him when you get on top of him. He's a good built bear, just has to have more muscle and bone to be competitive, but certainly a high quality bear to be a sailmaker here at San Antonio. On the other end, we've got a bear that's got lots of muscle and stoutness. I've got to build him better from the side. He wants to be shorter out of his hip. He wants to come apart there at his ham loin hookup. Need to relax him in his shoulder and his knee as well. Appreciate the amount of stoutness he has. We've got to build him better from the side to get him up any higher. As we kind of get towards the middle of the class, the bear coming out next. Love the presentation this guy has. He's the poorest from a build perspective of our top six. And then when you get right behind him, he's the naturally blandest and flattest built one we've got of our top six. Love him in terms of tallness of shoulder and feature. Got to build him better in terms of his skeleton. Good class. Let's put our hands together for those Yorkshire exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Moving on to our second to final class of Yorkshire Barrows. Class number 83, that is. Total head in this class is 32, so it's one of two of our largest classes. This class and the final class of Yorkshire Barrows both have 32 head in their classes. In Class 83, the weight ranges go from 278 to 294. Kind of a recap of those of you who just tuned in, kind of what y'all see on the screen here. They will go to our lead judge here in our Yorkshire Barrows, which is Mr. Ben Boble. If you point straight ahead on the screen, that means your hog is going to get classified by a 3-panel judge to make sure that that animal meets the breed characteristics for the Yorkshire breed. And then they will go on to the scales, and they can weigh within 10 pounds of your weight card either on the top end or the lower end. For example, if you turned your weight card in at 280, you can weigh up to 290, but can't weigh any less than 270. You have to be within a 10-pound parameter on either end of the spectrum. If they weigh above that or below that, they will be disqualified. Want to give a shout out, and he's sitting right next to me right now, just so I can make sure he hears me, to Mr. Bo Sanders for taking care of our Paul scales here today, and honestly all week and the week prior to that, the Gilt Show, they do so much wonderful things for us here to make sure the scales are on and consistent, and they make sure they're clean and it gives us people at home that are weighing bearers and trying to get them ready to go out there in the show ring peace of mind, knowing that the scales are ready to go and that they're consistent and they're good. So I want to give a shout out to them and all the hard work that they do. And at the conclusion of the show, Bo, I'm correct on this, right? They can go to the Murdoch's booth if they want to purchase one of these scales. I'm going to go and put him on the mic, Mr. Bo Sanders, and then I'll give you his phone number and address at the conclusion of the show. So go ahead and tell us a little bit about the scales, like once the conclusion of the show, what they can do to potentially purchase one of these scales here today or this at the conclusion of the Barrows show.
Yeah, we have a booth right out there in the midway there, and you can come by there. It's Murdoch's booth with WW. They're one of our distributors here in San Antonio, and just go by there and get your name on the list, and they go pretty quick here at these shows because we discount them out a little bit just because they've been used here, and you take one home.
And they're great. So I will tell you how good these scales are. My dad purchased one when he was showing Bo and got it refinished and everything. I used it my entire show career, and it's funny how you can adapt and change these scales to make them more modern, I guess. Because when I first started, we had the old scale that had little, looked like a little
cotton scale, slide bar.
Yes, little slide bar. It looked like a ruler, and you just measured it out, and you had your 200-pound weight, you had your 100-pound weight, and your 50-pound weight you could put on there. And then we converted it to a digital scale, and those things are great, man. Only thing you got to replace on those every now and then, and very seldomly did we ever have to do that, was the battery.
Yeah.
But they're great scales, and I can't say enough about Paul Scales and what they do at WW. So I want to give a shout out to them. And Bo, you've been here, 2 weeks now or 3 weeks?
This will be my third week going on. Then I'll move to Houston and Austin.
And y'all have a big booth there at Houston too, don't you?
Yes, I'll have a booth there on one end over there by the cattle, and do the same thing. Just supply the scales there and keep them going for everybody, and offer the same deals there.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate everything you do for these kids. Take the time out of your busy schedule, traveling around to help these kids and these families out to make sure that the scales are ready for them when they go across the ring.
You bet. Thank you.
So I've got the placings from our previous class number 82, and if I butcher your names, I do apologize, but want to give you all a shout-out. And 10th place in class number 82 are our Yorkshire Barrows. We had Peyton Gee. 9th place was awarded to Rylan Ott. 8th place was awarded to Coley Fernandez. 7th place was exhibited by Caden Kenyon. 6th place was shown by Denley Jones. 5th place went to Dawson Little. 4th place was awarded to Addison Stevens. 3rd place, Jaden Tillery. 2nd place was shown by Emma Myers. And our class winner in class number 82 went to Zane Byers of Hale County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. And here shortly I should have the Texas Bred, Certified Texas Bred class champion, and who the winner of that Texas Bred was. Looks like they have 6 pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing here thus far. They've consistently pinned between 12 to 16 per class, depending on, number one, size of the class and depth of quality in the class. Top 10 get a placing rosette, and top 5 here in the Yorkshire breed make the sale here at San Antonio, which the sale is going to be, for those of you who need to know or had a kid make the sale. I know Dad kind of went over the parameters of who walks the stage and who doesn't, but the sale starts on Friday at 1 o'clock for those of you who need to make plans for your kiddo to be here, which is a very special thing. Being one of the most, if not the most competitive barrow shows in the world, it's a huge honor to make the sale here. I mean, you look at some of these top 10 placings, and I was talking to several breeders and friends of mine after the first wave, and we talked about there's been some eighth place barrows here that were probably the either breed champion or grand champion at their county level shows. That's how competitive this show is. So stay tuned and we'll keep you posted. Thanks for joining us here on the Taylor Fort webcasting. what a really deep set we have here in class number 83 of our Yorkshire Barrows. This is the second to last class of Yorkshire Barrows here today at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Like I've said throughout the day, we've had between 12 to 16 pigs that they pin back in each one of these classes. This one is no exception to the rule. There's 16 for a chance at a top 10 placing rosette. Top 5 in this class will make the sale. And I was down there by the scales kind of watching these barrows come out. You talk about big-legged, heavy-muscled. And not when I say heavy-muscled, I'm not talking about extremities. Adequate amount of muscle. They don't have to be the heaviest muscled one, but to get in that top 5, you got to have a good proportioned muscled hog that is mobile, square on front and rear legs, and clean fronted, and the shoulder set has to be right, and the hip set has to be good, long rumped. I mean, pretty much what we're looking for in an ideal hog, and they've kept that very consistent in how they've judged those animals. Extremely consistent, and they work together to create that pattern, and they've kept through it from wave 1 to wave 2. Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes a judge will get on wave 1 and have a pattern, and every now and then they take 2 days off and they kind of deviate a little bit from it, but they try to stay consistent. These guys have kept their pattern tried and true throughout both waves thus far, and I think that will continue all the way to the Grand Drive, and you will see that in the Grand Drive. There will be a lot of similarities between each one of those animals. So it looks like we have 2 pinned back for a chance at a top end of this class in the placing side. And these 2 judges really make this about the kids. And they they do. I can't say enough good things about Will and Ben. They're both really, really good people that care about these kids. And these animals are so super important to them, but the kids are 10 times more important than these pigs will ever be. And that's all we can ask for as a parent or a sponsor of these kids.
If you've just now joined us, they've kept back 8 to do the third initial sort. They're placing now from all the way through the 10th place, 9th and 10th. They've excused the rest of these. Again, the character of these judges, they're going and shaking each of these kids' hands, and just is really great how they operate and work with these kids. It's all about kids first, and then judging the animals, and that is a great attribute of what these judges have been doing throughout the first wave and continuing in our second wave. We'll let out the first one. In our first wave, we had over 1,500 Barrows in our first wave, and our judges went through 42 total classes. In our second wave, which is always a smaller wave, we had 800 show up in our second wave, and they'll be going through a total of 22 classes, in which we will be going through 16 of those 22 classes today. We'll go through there's 2 divisions of crosses. And we'll go through the first division, all the way through our first division of crosses today, and then rounding out tomorrow our second division, which is those 6 other classes of the other crosses. And then after that, we will have some time, and we'll announce it in tomorrow's show when they'll have the Ring of Champions Grand Drive.
Wayne, it's still pretty cold.
Yeah, it has warmed up a little bit, but that chill factor out there is brutal. We started out this morning when we started at 7 a.m. It was 27 here in San Antonio. We are up at a high of 31 degrees currently.
And it feels like, I don't know.
Oh, that wind.
I'm not going to complain. For those of you up north watching,
Oh, yes.
I am not going to complain about how cold we are.
No.
Because I've seen
I know
enough
y'all don't want to hear
temperatures.
it.
Yeah, I've seen enough negative things that it just, negative goes in a lot of different ways, but it's never a good thing. So when you talk about negative temperatures, that's just like everything else that's negative. It's just not good. But hope you guys are staying warm up there at least, or keeping the animals warm, or whatever you're doing today. I hope y'all are in heated temperatures or bundled up really well, and thank y'all for tuning in and joining us. I'm going to bring a senior up here in a little bit, just kind of a change of pace when she gets done. She just got done showing, actually, in this very, very tough class. I mean, even if they didn't make the top 10 in this last class, Wayne, it was very, very, very competitive.
Oh, absolutely. It's been, it seems like in every breed it's been very, very deep, but that's just a sign of what this show has always been known for. I mean, if you can get one in the sale here in San Antonio, you've accomplished a tremendous milestone. When they started, we're looking at, 2,300 to 2,600 head, and only 346 placings that are awarded an opportunity to go into the auction. So it's your odds are very, very low. So it's just stiff competition here in San Antonio.
Absolutely, that is correct. I still don't have the Texas bred yet from that last class. I'm going to go down there here in a second and ask them if they know who it was. But there's the placings. I went ahead and read those off a while ago. Stay tuned. We are placing our top. We've got 6 now, so shows you how deep this class was. They kept 7 hogs back for the top end of this class. Only top 5 will make the sale in this class, in this breed in general. Young lady in the kind of brown shirt will be 6th place. Now we're down to our auction placing classes. Auction placing Yorkshire Market Barrow. Sorry, that was a little tongue twister there. Young man in the red, who's getting some help from his buddy over here. He's going to be 5th place. Congratulations. Big cheers there, and congratulations to his hard work. Down to our top 4 here. Young man in the green is 4th, and now we're down to our top 3. Very, very deep competitive set right here. I do believe young lady in the white was 3rd with a really good Yorkshire Barrow here. Now we're down to the young lady in the pink jacket and the young lady in the purple. Ooh, I don't know. Some of these kids are wearing just a regular button down and nothing else, and it's like, man, are you not cold out there? And I guess they're so in the zone they forget about how cold it is out there.
And you talk about, we talked about the dedication and all the hard work these young people put into these barrows. Can you imagine having to give them baths here this morning in this weather to get them all spotless and cleaned up to be shown? Oh, that's brutal.
Austin Bulls just told me that it's negative 16-degree wind chill. Dude, you're in a truck right now, so I don't even want to hear it. At least it's warm where you're at. It does. He did say 6 degrees though. So wind chill is negative 16. Austin, you need to stay in your truck and keep those heated seats on. Figure out. I texted him. I asked, where you at? He's in Hereford.
Oh, wow.
Not like the breed of cattle. He's not in Hereford. He's in Hereford, Texas, which that's got to be cold up there.
Yes.
And like I said earlier, it snowed in Fredericksburg a little bit, and people like there's snow flurries. And I was like, whoa. It rains cats and dogs, too, apparently.
Yep. Looks like they went with a lady in the purple striped shirt for our class winner.
Both of these 2 hogs are really, really good. And they kind of rose to the top.
Absolutely.
And those top 7, 8 individuals, man, this was a deep class and fun to watch. So I don't know what the holdup is here. Mr. Bubbles fixing to get on the mic, and I think I don't know. We're just hanging out. Here we go.
Another good class of Yorkshires. And I think similar to the class we just got done with, Will and I are in full agreement that it's a close pair, and there's some differences that sort them, and maybe you could have a coin flip type situation in this class. But I think from our perspective, as you step back and ask yourself which one brings to the table a neater look from the side, I think his elevation is more appropriate in this situation. That's a really, really dense bone, big arm, stout-headed barrow that paints a neat picture from a distance. I think you've got to ask yourself when you get behind him where you're at from a width of skeleton standpoint. I don't think necessarily from the side his function is a problem, but he wants to step just a bit wide in the way he's constructed. I love his presence. I love his look up front. His elevation advantage, I think, is just a big difference in this particular pair. The barrow that goes in second, man, he is a round-bodied, really, really stout barrow that's impressive on the top side of his skeleton. And as you compare him back to those barrows that go right above him and behind him, he's a looser hinge barrow in terms terms of his skeleton. That's a really good slope he's got to his hip. His rear leg functions really well. Comparatively to our class winner, I didn't see him being as elevated at the top of his shoulder. I don't think he has as much look in the front side of his blade. And I just like to make the pick bigger, honestly, for the amount of just skeleton and stoutness he has. No doubt a bigger, longer-bodied one coming out next. That young lady does an awesome job presenting. I'd call him good in terms of his build from the side. His problems come when you get on both ends of him. He funnels to the ground the most. He's the most fragile in terms of his rear leg. Going away, he's got to have more market hog shape for me to be a player. We've got to spread him in terms of where he goes in his hock and his rear joint. You call him safe in terms of those top three. At San Antonio, I think to be in a top pair of Yorkshires, you've got to have more bulk. You've got to have more spread to be competitive. Not going to lie to you, the bear coming out fourth, when we let them all out, I thought, man, this one's got a really, really neat look in the center part of his body. His height to length ratio is very appropriate in this situation. He didn't last long in terms of his skeleton because really you start to study him. He's the most upright build in his shoulder and his forearm. And then you talk about length to hip on this one. He wanted to stab his rear leg to the ground. Young man does a great job presenting that barrel. Skin and hair is on point. He's a bulky, good compositioned hog in this particular standpoint or this particular situation. Got to make him looser constructed. Young man brings just a good built, good skeleton barrel that's very good in terms of his composition. As we compare him back to those ones that go above him, he runs out of front leg bone in particular, and then make him stouter about his jaw. But man, that hog is shown appropriately. He's good in terms of his fill and his muscle. We felt like he's one that needed to get in the sale just from a quality standpoint in terms of build and look. Real heavy bone one comes out next, and he's the outlier probably of our top six in this particular. Good job, bud. And in this particular situation, I can't get him to balance as good as those bears that go above him. You get ahead of his shoulder, and he's the crustiest and deepest set in his neck. I think most importantly, where I change him is we take him to the ground from behind. His rear feet need to be bigger, needs to more have a spread to him. He wants to get upright in his ankle and his posture. Then you step behind him, and he deviates the most in terms of his squareness. But man, that hog's got just a stout look to his structure. Just got to make him better from a skeleton standpoint. Young lady comes out next. Has got a neat-necked, big-legged barra. He wants to just pitch forward in his shoulder. Never really wants to get just comfortable out here and get a good drive, but certainly like him from a stoutness perspective. Put our hands together for those kids as they exit good class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Okay, moving on to our last and final class of our Yorkshire Bears here today. And I've got the top 10 in placing from class number 83, which was our second to last class of Yorkshire Bears here today. In 10th place, we had Nash Stanton. 9th place was awarded to Blakely Kleeman. 8th place was shown by Easton Land. 7th place went to Carson Hodges. 6th place was shown by McKinley Brookshire. 5th place went to Mason Labeham. I hope I said that right, Mason. Fourth place went to Kaysen Strange. 3rd place was shown by Emily Chambers. 2nd place was awarded to Catherine Birch, and our class winner went to Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. And our Certified Texas Bred Class Champion went to our 3rd place. That was exhibited by Emily Chambers. And the breeder of that hog was Alderson Farms from Marion. Congratulations to that young individual and the breeder of our Certified Texas Bred. So like I was mentioning a little bit earlier, I've got a special treat for y'all today. I have Miss Mackenzie Wyrick with me. And hi, Mackenzie. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I know you just got done showing out there, so I'm going to kind of put you on the spot here. I know we're on the Yorkshires, no pun intended there, but I kind of want to bring you up here, and for the thousands of people that are listening to the Taylor Fort webcasting, you're listening and you're going to be talking to people from all around the country right now, and I've heard from several people from up north, so no pressure. This is just you and me talking. So,
Perfect.
Mackenzie, tell us where you're from. Tell us a little bit about you.
So I'm a senior at Fredericksburg High School in Texas.
Uh-huh.
I have 4 younger siblings, and I show pigs.
4 younger siblings, and you're the oldest, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're pretty much, who they look up to, and you've got to be on point and keep them in check, don't you?
It can be a challenge, but they're great. They're awesome.
Awesome. So you being a senior, what are we doing after senior year? Do you have any plans in mind after you graduate?
I'm going to attend Brigham Young University up in Utah and plan on majoring in pre-med and go the trauma route. So
Awesome. Good for you. So a little bit different from the livestock show industry. You're going to be helping people.
yes, sir.
That is the most important thing. And Mackenzie, in our podcast, we've been kind of talking about how it's so important to have your animal ready and show your animal. And this is a chance for you to spotlight your animal, but we want to make this show about the kids, not about the animals. So I saw you showing, and you got pulled for a chance at a top 10 placing in that last class. And Dad and I were on the mic, and we're like, man, this class is 16 hogs deep in a very competitive class, and you did a phenomenal job showing. My question to you, Mackenzie, what has showing animals and pigs specifically kind of helped you in your career outside of the show ring?
It's definitely helped with my work ethic. I think being able to push myself during challenging times when I don't want to do things like there's some days I don't want to go to the barn and take care of my pigs, but I know I have to because there's always a reward at the end. It might not be grand champion. It might not be this big, amazing prize, but it's that feeling afterwards that I think is the best reward you can get. And being able to accept defeat, I mean, as I didn't get first place, I didn't do well in my class, but there were amazing pigs. But feeling that accomplishment, I think, is the greatest reward. And I think stock show and being able to take care of animals has definitely helped me with all those feelings and just feeling that pride in my work.
Absolutely. Hey, you blew my mind away. It's something that sometimes we take for granted in showing. It's just like, oh, man. But there's always a reward, and there's always something to be learned from winning and losing. And you hit the nail on the head with that, Mackenzie. Heck, I need to get you up here more often. So are you showing it at any other shows, or is this the last one?
No, sir. I am done. So last show ever.
And I'm sure you have mixed emotions about that as well.
It's definitely a roller coaster, but looking back at everything, I'm just thankful for all those who have helped me and supported me, and it's been an amazing ride. It's been awesome.
And where do you go to school at, by the way, currently?
Fredericksburg High School.
And apparently they had snow this morning too, is what I found
They
out.
did?
Uh-huh.
Oh darn, I missed that.
I told everybody we're not used to that. Now when you go to BYU, I'm sure you're going to get your fair share of cold weather and snow.
It's going to be a very different weather change. It'll take a while to adjust, but it'll be good.
Have you visited the campus and everything already, I'm sure?
Yes, sir.
For those of you who don't know, Mackenzie's family comes from a long line of BYU athletes. Her dad was a decathlon runner there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your uncles, I know, were all very big in the pole vaulting.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you, I went to school with 3 of her uncles, and all three of them are very good. Victor actually, I think, still has the pole vaulting record there. Is that still correct?
He does.
Really, really wonderful family that Mackenzie grew up in, and we talk about blood family, Mackenzie, but we also talk about just our community and being family. They're as much family as your own family is, and because we're here to support each other. And I know that FFA Ag Kids, between Mr. Pageant and Mr. Rains, they make sure that we support each other. Because I guess when you were showing, there was a group of Fredericksburg FFA kids out there cheering you on out there. So I guess my question to you, Mackenzie, in addition to what we've talked about, say you have a young individual out there that is thinking about showing pigs, what advice would you give them to kind of help get them started? I know I put you on the spot on that one, but what would you tell them? Like, hey, you want to show pigs? Okay, here's what I learned and here's what I did. What would you tell them?
It's going to be hard. There's days you don't want to do it. I mean, I would joke around that I don't want to do stock show. I don't want to do this and that. But do it. Just stick with it. There's going to be trials. There's going to be up and downs. But overall, it is the most rewarding experience you can ask for. I think I'm so grateful for my parents and grandparents for getting me my first pig, because I don't think I would be who I am today if I hadn't shown pigs. And it's just, I don't know, it's so amazing. It's sometimes hard to describe, but just stick with it. Do it. Even if you're not grand champion and everything, it's the most rewarding thing you can get.
Absolutely. Well, Mackenzie, I really appreciate you coming up here and getting on the podcast. And like I said, there's a lot of people listening to you right now, so you've definitely made an impact on them and something they can appreciate hearing from somebody like you. And we wish you nothing but the best at BYU and continuing your career to help people.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. For those of you tuning in, we're on our last and final class of Yorkshire Barrows here. This is the fifth and final class. 32 total head in this class, and the weight ranges on these Barrows goes from 295 to 300. At the conclusion of this class, we'll bring all of our first and second places back out again and judge for our overall Yorkshire champion and reserve champion Barrow. Once we finish up the Yorks and round them out, we're going to judge our two classes of landrace market Barrows. There are only two classes in a total of 47 head, so only the top three placings from our landrace classes will make the sale. So the landraces, if you have somebody showing, they will go pretty quickly, I would assume, just based on there's only two classes. Once again, we're on our last class of Yorkshire Barrows. It looks like they pinned back several so far in this final class. I had kind of anticipated that, looking kind of over the crow's nest that we're sitting up in right now. There's a lot of really, really good, powerful, fully structured, sound barrows in this class with heavy structure. And I know for a fact we have 15 pinned back, potentially 16. There might be a few getting classified and weighed down below us, but definitely have 15 so far. And the judges are fixing to move out to the big arena for a secondary evaluation of the ones in the big arena to see if there's anything they want to pull back. And they haven't really pulled any back per se to get judged for a chance at a top 10 placing from the big arena, but they do take their time to make sure that there is nothing that they want to keep back in the addition of the 15 they already have. So just want to let y'all know, don't give up in that big arena, because I have seen it. In Wave 1, they pulled a few out from a couple different breeds, and those individuals actually made the sale. So they worked their way up from the big arena, went past the 13 that were already pinned, and made the sale. So don't ever give up. And that's something you need to take away from going outside this ring too. Just because you don't always get your way doesn't mean you need to give up on your dreams. And the more you pursue it, the more adamant you are about getting back up once you fall down, the more successful in this world you will be. And trust me, it never goes unnoticed with the people around you. And you don't need to do it for anybody around you but yourself. But just keep that in mind. Never give up.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
All right, this is shaping up to be a very, very deep class here. I can count 16 that I can see, but I do believe there's a few below us. I'm not totally sure, but
looks like we have all the horses in this class.
Yeah, well, pigs, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I sure do. I sure do, Wayne.
Yeah, our Yorkshire show, the total head that showed up here for this breed was 154 total head. And they have gone through 154 total head in the first sort of the Yorkshire breed.
So we have a total of 16 classes being judged today. That does not include the champion and reserve selection or the, divisional rounds once we get to the crossbreds. But it should be a quicker day today, I would think, Wayne, just based on the number ahead in each one of these classes here. Now that we're already on land race or fixing to be on land race, and it's not even 11 o'clock yet. They went and took a look at all these hogs real quick just to make sure. Now they're taking the time, like we've said all week, just to shake every one of these kids' hands and wish them the best of luck down the road And like Mackenzie said earlier, that's what it's about. It's about learning and doing better, and it's so much more than the pigs in this ring. It's about the kids. Like I said, I know there's 16 pin back for sure. There might be a few more. Like Wayne said, we have horses in this pig show.
Yeah, the judges are going to be going through today approximately around 500 head today. We had 800 show up in this second wave, and tomorrow in the 6 classes that we have remaining, as Landon mentioned, we're going to be going through about 260-ish tomorrow.
And that's the divisional 1 and 2.
Well, that would normally be Division 2 of the crosses tomorrow.
Yeah, but I mean, saying like we're doing 240 total crosses today, which is your Division 1 and Division 2. And we'll get into that later because this is the only breed of Wave 2 that we have the divisional rounds or our light, middle, heavy rounds. Most of these other ones are all the other ones are just champion or reserve champion stuff. We're over halfway done with judging these classes, by the way, Wayne.
Absolutely, yes. It's gone very, and
they've got a good rhythm.
They got a rhythm,
it goes to show you the ring help. Wayne, we talk about the judges going smooth. Well, they couldn't do as smooth of a job as they do without all that good ring help and the volunteers that make up this stock show.
In fact, there's 7,000 volunteers that make up this show that allows it to run on all 8 cylinders.
Exactly. Once again, my name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my dad, Wayne Rohde, and we're happy to be here and hope you guys' ears aren't burning too bad. We really do enjoy this, and I did get another text that came in. Like I said, we're the webcasting commentators to give y'all a play-by-play of the Barrows show, but today we're also weathermen, and we're getting all kinds of different people text in telling us about the weather, but I got a text from Mr. Brady Askew. He was busting ice for the cows in Tahoka, Texas, and it's a -6-degree wind chill. Snowing down is what he said. So, Brady, I hope you stay inside your truck. Both his kids showed in Wave 1, and they were both very successful and great family friends of ours. And when I say family friends, they're more like family than friends.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely.
Just want to give a shout-out to him and Wayne. Wayne the weatherman is going to give us a current temperature here in San Antonio.
Of course, if you started with us this morning at 7 a.m., we were at a brisk 27 degrees. Nothing like these negative numbers
our wind chill was way cooler than that, though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But we have now increased our temperature. The wind's still blowing, and the chill factor is still almost unbearable for us Texans that aren't used to this. But we are up to 32 degrees.
So we're right at freezing.
Yep.
And it is freezing, by the way, the feels like. What a deep set of Barrows here. So what they're doing, they're pulling them out one at a time for those of you who just joined us. And if they really like your Barrow, they're going to point at you and pin you back, and that's it for a chance at a top placing in this class. Stay tuned.
Looks like we've got 4 pin back in this last and final class. If you hadn't had the chance to view the entire Yorkshire show, there are 5 out of each class. We had 5 total classes, so that means we have 25 that go to auction on Friday. The sale starts at 1 p.m., and every placing up through 4th placing will walk the auction stage, but 5th and 6th places, depending on the breeds you were in that allowed for 6th placing to make the auction, both 5th and 6th are considered a non-walking lot, which what San Antonio did, this is their 2nd year into this, and it was very successful. They had a real great foresight and saw the need for this change, but what they came up with and what was happening in past was our buyers, our kids, our ag teachers, our county agents, all the sale was going into the early morning hours on that, Saturday morning type, and it was such stress on all of these people. And so they came up with shortening the sale by just having the top 4 placings go across the ring, and then the 5th and 6th place are guaranteed $1,500. And then you can still put add-ons on these lots as well, either during the sale at any time. They have a place where you can go to do your add-ons, or you can do it online, I'm sure, through the San Antonio website. So great foresight by San Antonio, coming up with a great solution to help all parties involved, and it's been very successful, and the sale has not gone as long, and it's just been outstanding how it's worked out. Looks like they're placing from 8th on down to 10th. We're going to view the top 7 in this class, so they'll probably let out the first ones, and they might go all the way to 7. Sometimes they do a variation there, but we do have 7 they're going to go through again and make sure how they want to line this last class up here in San Antonio in our Yorkshire Drive. We have so many people that enjoy coming to the stock show here in San Antonio. In fact, in 2024, we had 1.5 million people that came through the gates here and experienced all aspects of what San Antonio provides, and both in not only our livestock side, but all the other events that occur here in San Antonio. They're studying these top 3 here right now that they've let out. They're going to let out the 4th one next. Had a little discussion about those 3 to kind of see how each other saw the pluses and the minuses and how they checked the boxes. Now they're let this 4th one out to kind of compare them to the other 3 that's come out. Here's our 5th one coming out. As I mentioned, we have 7 of them they're going to go through to round out our top 7 down to our class winner. On the conclusion of this class, we will bring the 1st and 2nd places out of each class of all 5 classes and name our champion and reserve champion Yorkshire, which our champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship.
So I went down there. I want to go look at these big boys, and you talked about having horses here in this pig show. Well, I did confirm they are pigs.
Yes.
But you talk about really, really, really square-made hogs in this top, I guess, 6.
No, 7 actually.
7. There are 7. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, this young lady right here. And you talk about there was one young lady, the taller in the black shirt there. I mean, you talk about tall at the point of the shoulder, and it's really cool to see them from up here. But getting down there and looking at them, they're different animals. I mean, they're better. They look good up here, but they look 10 times better when you get down there on the ground.
You know, and I didn't get to see every class because I had to go down and get a few things there. But I have to say, Landon, looking at this set, it could be the most uniform set of 7 that we've seen in this whole drive of our Yorkshire breed. They're just very consistent when you look at how they all check the boxes pretty well.
So young lady, and I felt like this young lady was a good hog, just maybe not tied in their ham loin junction quite as well as the other ones, and maybe not as fresh of a top as these top 6 here that are left. Really still a really good hog, don't get me wrong. They just wanted to make sure they got enough to make sure they got it right here. Young lady in the black and pink here, she will be 6th place. She is 1 out of a sale slot, but now we're down into our top 5, which all 5 of these animals will make the sale in this class here at San Antonio. Some really, really good. Now, and you talked about, how complete these hogs are in this top end of this class, Wayne. This is probably nothing against the other classes. There were some really good ones at that top end, but as a whole, from 1st to 10th place here, this is probably the deepest class we've seen.
That's how I see it too. I mean, it is. They've got that rib shape, top shape, good hips. They check the boxes as a set of hogs. So just very consistent.
Well, and some of these hogs would have done really good in a lower weight class too, but just having that little bit of extra package to them with that little extra weight sometimes is the difference between a good hog and a great one.
Well, and you can see from the profile standpoint, these hogs are really square in their forerib all the way back to their flank, and they've got good fill on them, and they bow out in their rib shape.
Young lady did a phenomenal job showing here in the blue. She was 5th, so like I said, she made a sale slot, and that's always a breath of fresh air knowing, whew, we made the sale.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you got 2,300 total head that showed up here in the 2 waves combined, and only 346 make the sale. Looks like they're having a visit amongst the 2 judges here to talk the differences of these final 4.
And they're very uniform. And this is sometimes where y'all, you drive them in the ground necessarily. I guess the terminology there, what I mean by that is they're gonna walk these final 4 a lot longer, because you think about it, they started with 7, now they're down to 4. These 4 have been walking the entire time. This is where conditioning of your animal is so important. And sometimes when you have a lot of muscle and width and all those things, they sometimes starting to tighten up, but I haven't seen really any of them tighten up.
No, they're all still taking a really good step off of all 4.
The young man's is starting to swing a little bit on the rear end, and that's where he's going to put him 4th, I bet, because he started swinging his back legs a little bit outside of skeleton. But that's where walking him for a long period of time, you start to see those little bitty minuscule flaws, and it really is a minor thing when you get in the top end.
You're splitting hairs when you come down to these final 3
and that's
or 4.
what I think put him 4th. And young lady in the blue is going to be 3rd here. Now we're down to the young ladies that I was talking about. She's going to be 2nd, and the young lady in the black
is class winner.
Well, they both are in black, but one has a little white on her.
Yep,
So yeah, she'll be your class winner. That was a good class. I can't wait to hear what Mr. Boble has to say about this class.
And here he goes.
Awesome way to finish up the Yorkshires here this morning, and I think there was some discussion that Will and I had for second and third, and probably our top 5 or 6. But at no time were we not going to start with the young ladies Barrow here. And I'm not going to tell you that he's the most perfect Yorkshire we've ever seen, but man, this is a stout animal, extremely, extremely good when he comes at you. I love the broadness he has in the center part of his chest. He's a big-bladed hog that's appropriate in terms of his angle he has up front. And then when you get right on top of that Barrow, he overwhelms this class in terms of spread, dimension, and squareness. I guess from the side, I'd ask him to maybe extend his hock a little bit, and maybe he's a bit rounder in the way he's constructed in his muscle pattern from behind. That's being critical of a very easy class winner in our opinion. Congratulations to that young lady. I thought second and third was really, really close, and I think there's some differences in these pair of Barrows. I guess from a distance, I like the Barrow in second in terms of his proportionality. He's a better spine Barrow. I think he maintains a looser look out of both ends of his skeleton. I get the most critical when I get right behind him. I think that pig needs to be squared up in his rear foot and his rear joint. I think that's why it's close, because the Barrow in second has an advantage in terms of squareness as he goes away. It's a big roll that back that Barrow's got, and he does have an advantage in terms of just where his rear feet hit the ground in terms of squareness. I think he's the tightest constructed of our top three. He's wanting to push up in his spine. I think he's just a little more upright in the way he's built and stiltier build off of both ends of his skeleton. But man, great look, really, really fresh shape and stout featured. It's a good pair to be second and third in the last class of Yorkshires here at San Antonio. Young man's got a really good bodied bear coming out next that is good in terms of his feature. Again, I think of our top four, he wanted to swing and hinge the tightest from behind. The same holds true up front. I think that bear needs to be redesigned. I didn't see his foot size at the ground as appropriate as the bears that go above him. A good bear coming out next is a big-tailed, stout-headed bear that's got some freshness to shape up high. Comparatively, he gets to be a little more mature about his neck, and his biggest problems come when he comes right at you. The hog's got to be better in his knee, his front foot, and just be more genuine in terms of his width. We've got a good class of Yorkshire Barrows. Let's help me congratulate those kids as they exit. Great way to end our Yorkshire show at San Antonio.
Well, that concludes our final class of Yorkshire Barrows here, and I'll have the top 10 placings here shortly, and then we'll follow with the Certified Texas Bred Class Champion. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pull the first and second places back out from each one of these 5 classes. Obviously, we're going to start with all the first places, and we're going to judge for our champion and reserve champion overall selection of our Yorkshire breed.
Yes, and in addition, that champion will receive not only the opportunity to go to auction and make money and go to the Ring of Champions tomorrow, but also that person receives a $10,000 scholarship. And the scholarship program has been one of the special added bonuses that San Antonio came back quite a few years ago, and it's been a way to further educate our young people. They give $100,000 in scholarships in the Barrow Show alone. And, as far as what they have done with not only this program, but when you consider all the monies that they do in the auction, endowment, all the different programs they offer, they have hit a $267 million total dollars since the inception of the programs of all they do from when they started. So it has just been outstanding how they've done that. Last year was $255 million, and now it's $267 million. So every year it just continues to grow and grow. And they couldn't do it without everyone working on all 8 cylinders. We have 7,000 volunteers that make this thing run on all 8 cylinders, because they have very few paid employees, and it takes this to make it operate. And fine job with all these volunteers, because they donate their vacation time from away from their real jobs, or they donate their time without pay to just come here and help support these kids and make sure that this show runs very effectively on all 8 cylinders. And I want to read the mission statement of San Antonio, and I think it tells the whole story of how their foundation has been built to make this such a successful show. Their mission statement is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. And that's well said, and they definitely live up to those expectations every year.
So I've got the results from our last class. I'll read them off real quick of our top 10 exhibitors here. In 10th place, we had Taylor Fullen. 9th place went to Talon Olgare. 8th place went to Hayes Meadows. 7th place was shown by Gillian Fortner. 6th place went to J.D. Clark. 5th place was shown by Mallory Mayer. 4th place was awarded to Braxton Richards. Richters. Third place was shown by Gracie Tees. Second place was exhibited by Megan Smith, and our class winner was Miss Kinley Crone of Klondike FFA, and she was also the recipient of the Certified Texas Brick.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
As they get all the class winners and second places up here and loaded up, I just want to give a shout out to Bo Sanders of WW Livestock Equipment. Bo and his group brings in all new scales that are used for the ag teachers and the exhibitors to weigh their pigs so that they're able to turn in their weight cards effectively and make sure they stay within their 10-pound, both upper and lower of what they turn in, weighbacks. And he works diligently with trying to each day clean every one of these scales out in all the different areas to ensure that they are weighing correctly. And so I really appreciate, and we all appreciate that his hard work in making that happen. Also, he asked me to let our audience know that the scales, they're all brand new and they are for sale after the completion of our show tomorrow. And you can there is actually a booth outside of the hog barn, Murdoch's WW Livestock, that you can go to get prices on these scales. They do give a nice discount on those scales if you're interested in some, or you can call Bo Sanders himself, and his number is 580-467-1506, and he'd be more than happy to talk to you and what those discounts are on these scales, because it's a good way to, if you're in need of one, to get a scale at a really good price that's already brand new. And again, his number is 580-467-1506. And also I'd like to give a shout out to our host, Taylor Fort Webcasting, for allowing us to bring you the play-by-play here at San Antonio. So here we start our championship drive over Yorkshire breed. The first one was exhibited by Tatum Dillard out of Rogers. Our second class 81. Our class winner was Shayla Brockman out of Collin County 4-H. Zane Bowers was class 82 from Hale County 4-H. Zane also was the exhibitor of the Reserve Supreme Grand Guild here at our Junior Breeding Guild show this year. So he's had a great year as well. Class 83 was Rady Shacker from Dumas FFA. In our final class,
First call, class 87.
Was Miss Crone from Klondike FFA. Congratulations to each of these winners, and good luck in this Yorkshire Championship drive. When you look at all these class winners, they're all really checked the boxes consistently as these judges have allotted and aligned these different breeds throughout Wave 1, and they continue to do this in Wave 2 of checking all the boxes. So they've made up their mind, and we'll hear from Mr.
Well, as we've
Mulville.
done to this point in the week, let's put our hands together for these 5 Yorkshire exhibitors. Been a really nice show, and you know, Will and I discussed, I guess, in length 3 of these Barrows as we get out here, and there's some differences for sure. I know that making these white Yorkshires is a challenging business, and for those that want to be critical, I'd ask you to go ahead and just put your foot in the water, because it's deep and it's hard. But man, we get to a spot where we have lots of quality out here. You know, Will and I just said, hey, well, you know, which one's the most unique in our opinion that offers density and stoutness and looseness of skeleton and still does it with a really neat look? We landed on one, and he's maybe not perfect in an area, but outside of that, I challenge you to find one that has more outlying pieces and still does it in a collected, good type of package. Young lady here in front of me is going to have your champion.
The champion came out of Class 83. Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA was our champion. Our second place is allowed to come out, and here in our Champion Yorkshire Drive, Catherine Birch from Lorena FFA is competing for our reserve champion along with our other class winners.
Well, it's certainly no easier as we bring that second place barrow in, and one that we liked in class. Maybe needs to be bigger in its kind out here. I think there's some options out here. Our lightweight's a good kind of barrow. Maybe doesn't have as much look and presence and just extras as another pair out here. The young lady in the black vest has got a neat neck barrow that's good in terms of its composition. I can't get his front end set to match out here as well as another pair of them. It comes down to the young lady and the young man over here to my left, and there's a lot of differences in these barrows. Quite honestly, they vary a lot in what they bring to the table. The young lady's barrow is one that is, as we talked about, extra bold, extra stout. You've got to ask yourself, does he blend good enough from the side? Does he have enough look and presence in the rear 1/3 of his body? He's a bit quicker made in his muscle pattern, a bit rounder in the way he's constructed, but I love the density and the stoutness he offers. Young man's got a barrow that probably profiles as good from a distance as any of them. The pig is awesome looking in terms of his length and the height ratio. He's a fresh-bodied barrow. You've got to ask yourself, does he have enough feature in this situation? It's really close. It comes down to just personal preference of which one we feel like represents the second best Yorkshire barrow in our opinion, San Antonio. We're going to use the one that balances better, that's really good when you get on top of him. Young man's going to be reserved.
Congratulations to Zane Byers from Hale County 4-H. Again, he's had an outstanding show here in San Antonio. He had the reserve champion Yorkshire, and he also had the reserve supreme gilt of the show here at San Antonio. Congratulations to him and the Byers family.
For those of you tuning in, we want to say welcome to the Taylor Fort Webcasting here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show. Just concluded our Yorkshire breed, and what a deep set, like Mr. Boble said on the mic. That sure was. Now we're moving on to the Landrace breed. Yes, you heard right, Landrace. These are not Chesters. They have a little bit different breed characteristics than Chesters, even though they look very similar to Chesters. There are only 2 class of Landrace Barrows here today. So the Landrace breed should go pretty quickly. Top 10 placings will get a rosette, and top 3 in this breed will make the sale. It's not like the other breeds where it's either 5 or 6. Top 3 of the Landrace breed will make the sale. There's only a total of 47 head in the Landrace breed that make up the Landrace show here at San Antonio Market Barrows Show. Stay tuned. In this class, we have a total of 24 head. And the weight ranges are from 250 to 271. So there's a 21-pound difference between the lightest and the heaviest animal in this class. We have now switched judges here on you. So Mr. Boble did the first 2 breeds. He was our lead judge. Now Mr. Will Hilty is our lead judge for our Landrace. And Mr. Boble will be our secondary evaluator judge for the Landrace breed. Those of you tuning in now, I'll kind of give you all a recap. So Mr. Hilty will be the first initial judge they look at. If he points straight ahead like he just did just then, they will go to get classified to meet breed characteristics by a three-panel judging classifier system. And then they go to the scale and have to weigh within 10 pounds of the upper or lower of their weight card that they turn in. Say they turn it in at 250, they can weigh up to 260, but no less than 240. If he points to the right like he just did, they will go to our secondary evaluator in this breed, which is Mr. Ben Boble. And he will take a look at the animals. If he points straight ahead, they will go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation like he just did with that young lady. Or he will point to the right where that pig will go on to greener pastures on a vehicle, and the young individual will go on to other things, whether it be other shows or rounding out the school year. So we want to wish them the best no matter what they're doing. Stay tuned. Looks like we have a total of 5 to 6 pinned back so far. 10 will complete the class and make up the class. And with this being a smaller breed, it'll be interesting to see how many they actually keep back. If they keep back 10, 8, 14, each breed is different, and the depth of quality in each breed is a little bit different. So we'll see what they do here, and we'll keep you posted. Thanks for tuning in. So I'm not sure if Wayne already announced this or not, but just kind of giving you guys a heads up what's going to happen here. We have 10, I think, pulled back for a chance at a top 10 placing here. I don't think there's any more than 10 in this class that were pulled back. They're going to evaluate them one at a time, and if they really like your hog, they're going to pin you back for a chance at a top placing end of this class. They will go anywhere and keep anywhere between 4 to 6, sometimes a few more. But I have a feeling they'll pin back at least 4 to 5 to 6 and then place the rest. So, for example, if Mr. Hilty pulls back 6, he will then place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, then pull those 6 individuals back out that he pinned back and place from 6 up to first place. Just like he did with this young man here, he's going to get pinned back for a chance at a top placing in this class. Once again, this is the outlier breed. Since there's only 47, they will keep, and there's only 2 classes, by the way, of landrace. Top three placings in each one of these 2 landrace classes will make the sale here at San Antonio on Friday. At the conclusion of our 2 classes of landrace market Barrows, we will judge for our champion and reserve champion overall landrace Barrow, and then we will have a lunch break, and then we will start back up with the first class of crossbreds at 1 o'clock. So for those of you who are wanting to watch the crossbreds, we will start back up at 1 o'clock with our crossbreed. We're only judging half the crosses today, just so everybody's on the same page here. We're judging the Division 1 and Division 2 classes of crossbred Barrows, which makes up class number 51 or 60, or yeah, if I could read right here. The crossbred classes we are judging today are class 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, and 96. So classes 91 through 93 make up your Division 1 crossbreds, and classes 94 through 96 make up your Division 2 crossbreds. Then tomorrow we will round out the crossbreds of Division 3 and Division 4, followed by the grand overall drive of our Market Barrow show. So tomorrow should go pretty quickly. And tomorrow's show will start at 7 a.m. as well. For those of you who are trying to watch and kind of plan your schedule around work and cold weather, like I've mentioned all morning, Dad and I have been doing all the commentating for the Barrows show, but we've also been weathermen today, giving shout-outs to those all across the United States on what their temperatures are and when chill is. So it's been fun. Really enjoyed it. Looks like they kept 4 back in this landrace breed of this first class, and they're going to start placing. So the young lady in the black was 5th place. And it does look like they pinned back 11 here. Other young lady in the black sweater is going to be 6th. Young lady in the yellow is going to be 7th, I believe. Young lady in the light pink will be 8th. And there will be one individual out here that will not get a rosette, but all 3 of these individuals left here do a phenomenal job. Young lady in the kind of brownish will be 9th, and the young lady in the pink vest is going to be 10th. Young lady in the pink, all pink, is going to be 11th. So you did a phenomenal job, young lady. Nothing to shake a stick at, and keep your head up. You did a phenomenal job showing, and that's the most important thing. They're going to bring these top 4 individuals they pin back for a chance at 1st through 4th place, and they will place it from bottom up. Once again, we only have one more class of Landrace Barrows, and then the conclusion of that, we will judge for the champion and reserve champion overall Landrace Market Barrows, and then take a lunch break and start back up with the Division I first class of the crossbreds at 1 o'clock. Young lady in the red doing a phenomenal job showing her Landrace Barrow there. Young man in the green, coming out of the gate, getting his pig's head up right there. Very good job, bud. All four of these individuals are doing a great job getting their animals ready. Young man in the short sleeve shirt, I mean, I bet he's cold right now, and if he's not, he must be from up in northern Texas. But his Landrace isn't wanting to cooperate. He says, it's too cold out here for me. I need to go back to the pen where it's warm, where there's food and water. Young lady in the red is going to be fourth. Young man in the short sleeve shirt is going to be third. More power to that kiddo for good that they're showing in a short sleeve shirt. I'm sure he's probably going to be the only one showing in a short sleeve today, or didn't know how cold it was going to be. Young man in the green is going to be second, and the young man in the pink, he will be your class winner in this first of two classes of Landrace Market Barrows. Let's hear from Mr. Hilty.
Well, I think a good way to get started here with the Landrace Barrows. I made the comment yesterday that, from a judge's perspective, sometimes when you go from one breed to another, maybe you need a minute just to kind of calibrate and get your eyes adjusted. But honestly, the top end of these are maybe better than what I expected them to be. I think these two surfaced to the top rather handily. And then the young man in the pink colored shirt here has a commanding kind of class winner. When you study him just in terms of lines and silhouette, you study him in terms of boldness. He's the biggest chested, or he's the roundest bodied. He's just the most expressive when you get right on top of him. He reaches good off of his rear skeleton. You can maybe loosen him just a little bit out of his shoulder and front end. But I think, again, a very commanding class winner as we get started with the cruisers here. The young man that comes in second, beautifully presented, kind of a show barrow in terms of skin and hair. He rivals our class winner just in terms of back shape and muscularity when you get right on top of him. In comparison, when you step off to the side of him, he's a little lower set at the points of his shoulder. He's a little crestier right there at the top of his neck and his blade. More importantly, he just doesn't balance in proportion as well from the side view profile, but his freshness, his muscularity, his extra rib and body allow him to get here into the top end here. Another one that comes next that's good in terms of presentation, really good ribbed, good bodied, muscular kind of a Landrace comes out next. He just is the poorest balanced of the initial trio for me. He's lower set at the point of his shoulder. He's just crestier about his neck and his front end, maybe just a bit more upright in terms of his blade and his front end. As a result, he just wants to tighten too much in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his blade and front end. One that comes next, really stout featured, elevated, kind of a show hog. Certainly like those things about him. He's extended from blade forward. Just plain and simple, we've got to freshen this guy up. We've got to make him better in terms of the freshness to the midsection of his body, and then just fresher in his general overall appearance. But again, his fundamentals in terms of length of body, in terms of being good in his feet and legs, allow him to go ahead and get into the top end of this drive. One that comes out next is really, really fresh in terms of just rib shape and body and presentation. I thought that's what made it close between him and the barrow directly ahead of him. This one just gets too cresty right there at the top of his neck. Wants to close up too much off of both ends of his skeleton. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. We continue to work through these. I thought it was a great class to get started with. We got a couple fresh ones that just need to be better in terms of balance. And then we just run into some feet and leg issues as we round out the class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors that head back.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
All right, moving on to our final class of Landrace Market Barrows here. Just 2 total classes. $23 total head in this class, and the weight ranges are from 272 to 300, so 28-pound difference between the lightest and heaviest in this class of Landrace Barrows. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Like Mr. Hilty said on the mic, he didn't know what to kind of expect coming in here on the Landrace, and talked about how competitive that top end of the Landrace pigs were. And as a judge, that's always really exciting to have. It's like, okay, the Landrace breed as a whole, maybe some pretty good ones out there, but find holes in them. And he gets here and he's like, wow, I'm just kind of blown away with how good the Landrace hogs were here. And I expect this last class to be really, really deep as well. So I'm going to be excited to see this top end of the Landrace breed. For you Landrace breeders out there, keep up the great work. You'd be proud of these kiddos and their preparation with their animals and their ability to show those animals. And like I said, during Wave 1, how much of a peace of mind it is to know that when that animal leaves your farm after raising it and babying it from the time it was born to the time it leaves, you can have peace of mind knowing that that animal is in good hands. And every one of these kids, you should be very proud of them. I've got our results from our previous class, our first class of Landrace, our top 10 individuals here. In 10th place of our first class of Landrace Barrows, which was Class 87, in 10th place went to Valerie Harper. 9th place went to Taylor Tidwell. 8th place was shown by Sydney Baldwin. 7th place was awarded to Adelaide Birkenfeld. And, Miss Birkenfeld, I've heard your name over the years, and you've done very well. And I need to get with you to make sure I pronounce your name right. But congratulations. Sixth place went to Farron McCohen. Fifth place went to Nicole Colmanero. Colmanero. So I hope I said that right, Nicole. Fourth place went to Reagan Boswell. Third place was shown by Cody Smith. Second place went to Tucker Stork. And our class winner was Cooper Flynn of Moody FFA. And Cooper was also the exhibitor of our Certified Texas Bred Class champion in that class. And the breeder of that was Wintex Farms out of Lubbock, Texas. Congratulations to Jay, Will, and family on breeding a wonderful and great Landrace Sparrow. Looks like we have 6 to 7 pin back for a chance at a top 10 placing spot. Once again, we're going to get at least 10 to make a class. 5 out in the big arena for a secondary evaluation. They have one more to go through here, it looks like. And we'll keep you posted. The guys are in the big arena right now for a secondary evaluation of these hogs. For a chance at a top 10 placing, they're making sure they don't miss anything. They do have enough pigs to complete a class here. They do have 10 pulled back. And it looks like they're going to excuse these individuals here. Going to go shake their hands and wish them the best of luck down the road. That's all we can ask for is a fair evaluation, and these guys are doing it. And I can't even think of the word right now. Just they're going above and beyond to make sure they take care of these kids. For those of you at home watching, I lied. There's 11 pulled back for a chance at a top 10 placing here. They're going to pull them out one at a time, and this is the last and final class of Landrace, followed by the overall selection of our champion and reserve champion, Landrace Market Barrow, or Barrow, as they say up in the northern states. And if I said that wrong, y'all are more than welcome to correct me. And then we're going to take a lunch break and start up with the first class of crosses at 1 o'clock. Looks like they pinned 5 back so far for a chance at a top placing here. And what they're going to do is once they pin or evaluate all these individuals here, and it looks like they actually pinned back 12, not 11. I apologize. My math has not been mathing this morning. Going to pin the young man's back in the Aztec-looking shirt. He'll be the 6th one pinned back. So what they're going to do now, I believe, is they're going to just take one more final glance to make sure there's nothing else they want to bring to the top end of this class. And they will place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then excuse the other individuals out of the ring. At that point, they will bring those 6 individuals back out again and place from 6th to the top end of this class till we have a class winner. But I believe, Mr. Hilty's going to reach for the buttons, and I've had people ask, well, what are the buttons? Well, they're little poker chip kind of things that have a number on them, and that tells the young individual what place they got, but it also tells the people that are helping the ring what rosette to give them. Because you don't want to give somebody who has a 7 on their poker chip a 10th place ribbon. Obviously, goes without saying, but hey, you know what, crazier things have happened, but it does help them because we have so many classes we run through it, and it allows them to keep this thing running so smooth, and I want to thank all our volunteers who helped make this possible. So young man in the purple that was already pinned back, he was your 7th place. Young man in the pink, they've already placed several of them, but they were showing like they hadn't been placed yet, so that kind of threw me off. But we've already placed 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Sorry I didn't get that quick enough for y'all. But now we're going to bring these other 6 individuals out for a chance at a top 6 placing. Top 3 in this class will make the sale here at San Antonio. Here we go. Going to bring these 6 individuals out and start placing in our last and final class of Landrace Market Barrows here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. They're evaluating these top 6 individuals here. And looks like we're going to get to placing. Mr. Hilty's kind of made up his mind on the 6th place. We'll go to the young lady in the blue. Young lady in one of the black shirts is going to be 5th. Down to our top 4 in this final class of Landrace Market Barrows. Kind of evaluating them here to see who they want to use for 4th. And kind of talking about the differences between these animals right now, and that's what I appreciate about both these guys. They work together, talk them through together, and make a uniform decision here. And both are very like-minded guys, too. They've talked about on the mic, like, hey, we both agreed on these, and we both knew which ones we were going to have at the top. And it's a breath of fresh air to know the guy that's got your back has the same mind you do. With subtle differences, that's what makes up a great set of judges. Young man in the gray was fourth. Young man in the Aztec shirt is going to be third. And down to our final two here, the young lady in the pink and the young lady in the black here, rounding out this class. Young lady in the pink is going to be second, and the young lady in the black, she will be your class winner in this final class of landrace. Let's hear from Mr. Hilty.
Well, another really fun class to work through. Always fun to come together with Ben and bounce these things off of each other. And to be honest with you, we see these things exactly the same. There's some trade-offs between these two bears, but ultimately we think the young ladies is just the best skeleton one. When you study the angle and cushion to his blade, shoulder, knee to ground, just allows him to reach effortlessly out of his front end, his length of hip, and just utilization of his rear skeleton. He has a decided advantage over the bear that comes in second. At a distance, you ask yourself, does he have just enough to him? He'll surprise you when you get right on top of him. He's got more bulk, spread, and dimension coming out of the backside of his blade than you'd expect. And again, just the totals allow him to go ahead and be the class winner. The one that comes in two, obviously, he's the bulky, heavy-muscled one. He's got more to him through his forerib and midsection of his body. Unfortunately for the young lady, he's just running out of gas. He just wants to tighten out of his rear skeleton out here too much, but a fresh, well-presented one to go ahead and be in two. The one that comes in three certainly has some outlying pieces in terms of substance of bone and structure. You can make an argument that of the initial trio, this one is potentially the heaviest boned. He's got a big arm. He's got a big rear leg working in him. When he step off to the side, he just doesn't balance up well enough. Comes in too many pieces, gets a little lower set up front, wants to pull apart at his ham-loin junction there, but his extreme pieces in terms of just his bone and stoutness allow him to go ahead and get into the top end of this drive. Fresh, good skin and haired one comes next. Certainly like this one in terms of just muscle and shape up high. He's really good in terms of just his freshness down his top line, works into a big hip and stifle. He's another one that when you get off to the side of him, study him just from a balance and proportionality standpoint, he gets a little longer bodied as a result. He just wants to flatten too much in terms of his forerib and center body. Like to make him just reach and go a notch better off of both ends of his skeleton. A good ribbed, good bodied, another one that's really well presented comes out next. Young lady does an awesome job of getting him presented. He comes with some extra bone and feature and stoutness of the initial 4 or 5, though. He's the most upright in terms of his blade and front end. He's the plainest in terms of muscle and shape when you get right on top of him. We continue to work through these, again, good class of heavyweight landrace barrows, just running into some issues in terms of feet and legs and balance as we work down through here. Good way to round out. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the young people.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
to competing tomorrow in the Ring of Champions and then going across the auction as a champion. So what a great amount of revenue that this champion will be able to take in that San Antonio provides for these young people.
I was going to ask you, has a landrace ever won the overall grand champion of a stock show before? Not in my years.
I can't remember it to my date, but that
there might be. There's probably a really good one out there that has the chance one of these days. But to my knowledge, I don't think they've ever won grand or reserve overall in that particular breed.
You know, history someday could be made.
Yeah, we tended to make a lot of history lately. But I wouldn't bet the farm on it. But some really high-quality landrace market bearers. I've actually been in, like Mr. Hilty said earlier, we've both been very impressed with the quality and depth of quality of this landrace breed here at San Antonio this year.
Most definitely. And if you just joined us for the landrace show and hadn't kept up throughout the morning judging, we are going to be breaking for lunch about 45 minutes after the landrace show, and we'll start the other crosses about at 1 o'clock. So be ready for that.
Here's our first place winner coming out here, and we're going to bring the young lady from the last class that we just got done judging out as well. And
our class winner in 87.
It'll be a a two-horse race, as you would call it, for the overall champion landrace here.
The winner in class 87 was Cooper Finn out of Moody FFA. Here's the results of our other class.
Jason Fleming seems to think that Kyle Stevens had one that was reserved one year.
Oh, wow.
We're talking about a landrace in the overall Grand Drive.
Kenley Gardner is our class winner in class 88,
Kenley
competing
Gardner
for
is
the champion.
Well, I think a really good land race show to work through just two classes of them, but certainly a lot of quality represented out here in these two individuals. Let's put our hands together for the young man and the young lady on having a class winner here at San Antonio. We think there's some trade-offs between these pair, but as we've done all week or the last few days, Ben and I both want to build them from the ground up. We want to make them good structured in terms of angulation and joints and comfort level, and then pile as many extras on as we can in terms of just width and muscle, as long as we can keep it in a balanced kind of package. We think there is one out here that is the best skeleton. He's the most comfortable. He's not the bulkiest, but we think he sure has enough to him. That's the young ladies. That's your champion landrace.
Congratulations to Kenley. She was also the certified Texas bred winner as well in her class. JDF Farms out of Seminole. They also had the champion bearer in the landrace division. Congratulations. Now we're going to bring that young lady in the pink out, or excuse me, young man in the pink out. They're both out here judging for a reserve champion. Sorry.
Young lady drops her second place out here, and I think it's a close decision between both of these. Both of them have tightened up just a little bit as they come out here. I think in the pair, there's one of them that's just better looking in terms of the top of his neck, his crest. Same one, just has a little more punch through his forerib and midsection of his body. Young lady, second place right here. It's your reserve.
Lily Cooper was second in that.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, for those of you tuned in and haven't figured it out yet, we're back on and had a lunch, and I guess I'm just running a little bit slow from eating fajitas. But Mr. Will Hilty is judging he's going to be the lead judge. See, look, lunch judge, something like that, all mixed in there. I got a little tongue-tied there. Will Hilty is our lead judge for our crossbred barrows, and Mr. Ben Bovel is our secondary evaluator for our cross barrows. We are on class number 91 currently. There are 46 head in here, so a big jump in numbers here, almost double the size of our other classes that we've shown today. But 46 head total in this class, and the weight ranges on this class are 250 even. So every one of these pigs started out their weight card at 250. You can weigh either 10 pounds above that or 10 pounds below it, but no more, no less than your 10 pounds on either end of the spectrum of your weight card that you turned in. Actually, the next two classes, this class and the next class, which would be class number 92, there are 46 head in that class, and the weight ranges on that one is 250. So both of these classes are equally identical in the weight and the number of hogs in each one. They split it right down the middle. So if we made one class, we'd have a total of 92 hogs that weigh 250. But San Antonio, being as great as they are, decide, hey, we're going to split that in half, make it easy. So what we're going to do today, we're going to judge 6 total classes today of the crosses, which would be your Division 1 and Division 2. They're broken up between two divisions. Class 91 through 93 or make up your lightweight division, and classes 94 through 96 make up your Division 2. So Division 1, 2, and there's actually 4 divisions of crossbreds. Similar to how Wave 1 was, they had 4 divisions of those as well. So a total of 12 classes total of the crossbred market barrows. These are what you call, well, I mean, this is the light wave, so these would be the light crosses. But you're going to see a variety. You can show a dark and a light, but not a light and the dark, if I remember correctly. So you're going to see a little variety here. Excuse me, a little dust getting to me there. But really enjoying being here and watching these kids and show off their projects. You know, it's been an 8-month, 10-month process with these animals that they've had them, and some of them, you know, either raised them or worked at farms or breeders' farms that help out in the summertime and help clip these pigs, notch these pigs, caretake these babies in nurseries all the way to the time they show them. So they've been around these animals, and there's a really big bond you grow with these animals. And so this is a terminal show. They do not get to take their animals back with them, which is the life lessons. You know, things come and they go in your life, and sometimes we have to learn it at a young age. And like the young lady in the big arena right now, she's scratching on her landrace right now, and it's literally sitting on its hind end, just hanging out. Big old pet out there. So, like I said, these are like your cats and your dogs for some of you people. And I wish I could take a picture. This landrace is literally sitting down on this girl's arm right now in the big arena. You can't see it, but that's her pet. But these are market animals. What the guys have done historically, when I say guys, I mean Mr. Bobo and Mr. Hilty. It takes 10 to make up a class here. There are 10 rosettes at these 10 very nice rosettes that these individuals will win if you're in the top 10. And the top 6 in every one of these class or cross classes are eligible for the sale on Friday at 1 o'clock is when the sale starts. So all 12 classes were eligible for the sale if you're in 6th or 1st through 6th place, excuse me. We are just judging Division 1 and Division 2, which makes up a total of 6 classes today, and then we finish out tomorrow with the Division 3 and Division 4, which is 6 total classes, followed by the divisional round for the Division 3 and Division 4 champion and reserve champion. Then we do the Ring of Champions, which is your grand drive of the entire Market Barrow Show tomorrow. Stay tuned. It looks like we have about 6 to 7 hogs pinned back so far, and we will be in touch. Have a few more to go through through this initial first sort by the two judges. Then they will make their way out to the big arena to see if there's anything they want to keep back out of there for a chance at a top 10 placing. Total of about 7 to 8 in the big arena right now, and it looks like they have 10 pinned back, so they have enough to make up a class if they wanted to. But what the guys have done every time is going out in the big arena, whether they pick an animal out of the arena for a chance at a placing spot or position, whether they pick one or not, they take their time out there and make sure that they don't miss anything, and that's just a great thing that they do that, to take a little extra time, not just kind of scope it out and say, okay, it looks good, or we're just going to pretend like we're looking. No, they are literally looking and talking hogs together out in the ring, say, hey, what do you think about this one? I like him, but I wish he had a little bit more. All the other ones that we have more muscle or, more width, chest will floor, or base whip go walking away from you, cleaner fronted, whatever they may be talking about. But they do take the time with each one of these, and they might pick one or two out that they talk about to see if there's an opportunity for them to have a chance at a placing, which we have definitely seen that happen. 12 total pigs pinned back now, and they are rounding out the last hog here. And they're going to make their way to the big arena, and these young people are going to fire their animals back up and show here shortly. Looks like we're going to excuse these exhibitors from the show ring. We wish them the best of luck down the road. Now, for those of you who have not tuned in or haven't been with us, either Wave 1 or today, what we're doing now is pulling him out one at a time, so he wouldn't, just like you just saw, he pinned her back. So that means he really likes that hog a lot. So what they're going to do is pull him out one at a time, and if he really likes you, he'll pin you back. That means you're going to be in the top placings potentially in this class. Now, in the crosses, it may be a hair different. We saw that in the darks on the Wave 1 where Mr. Hilty pinned back 10 because it was so deep, and then reevaluated him from there and did a secondary evaluation on top of his evaluation. So you could have ended up having 2 sorts out of this group instead of just 1. I know for a fact they have 16 pulled back. Young lady in the green just got pinned back as well. We're almost halfway through, unless there's some hiding back behind me. 16 for sure got pulled back for a top 10 placing, with the offset chance there might be 2 to 4 pigs back behind me. Went ahead and pinned the young man in the orange, I believe, back. That makes 3 pinned back now. He's going to pin the young lady in the red back as well. Maybe swings a touch on the back end, but golly, does he set him back down square. It's almost like he wants to walk real wide, Wayne, and then he sets him down square. Because you almost think with the way he takes his step, it looks like it's going outside his skeleton. But when he sets it back down, it's inside.
Down to the ground inside the skeleton.
And it'll be interesting to see what he does, because in the past classes, if you sway on your back end, it didn't take you away from being a sales slot, but it did take you away from being in the top 2. So even if you sway a little bit, they don't, necessarily think that's the end of the world. It's a matter if you set them back down square, which she does, but it's been hard to get in the top 2 spot when you sway a little bit.
Looks like we've got 6 pinned back now. The 6th one coming in with the light blue plaid shirt. So it'll be interesting. They're conferring presently to see if they want to pull another one back or 2. If you've just now joined us, of course, we're judging the first class of other crosses, Class 91. The weight is 250 to 250, 46 head in this class. So it reminds me a little bit of the dark cross classes we had in the first wave. We have 12 total classes, 4 divisions, 3 in each division. So as Landon might have mentioned, if you have been joined us early in, we're going to do 2 divisions today. And then we'll finish up the day tomorrow with the
Division 3
2.
and Division 4, which makes up a total of 6 classes as well.
Yes,
so
sir.
tomorrow should go pretty quickly. I mean, I could see us being done by 1 or 2 o'clock.
But we'll keep you informed as far as when they're going to have the Ring of Champions drive. And we'll probably gather more information for our listeners definitely in the morning.
Well, and I'll tell you, I said, we're going to get done before 5. Well, the depth of quality in these crosses is so great. I will tell you, Will has kept 22 hogs back that I can count. Maybe 23. But you got to think about it too, Wayne. This class was 46 hogs deep.
That's a bunch of pigs. So again, it comes back to the integrity and the character of both of our judges. They're making sure they get this thing right, and so they're keeping, in most cases, they keep half of the class or better in some cases.
Well, and you think about it too, Wayne, on top of that, The crosses historically are a tougher breed from top to bottom than some of the purebred breeds. Not to take away from the purebred breeds, because I'm a purebred advocate, but the crosses is just a whole. It just depth of quality is just next to none sometimes from first to 10th place. Now, we're at San Antonio, one of the toughest shows to show out in the world. I expect all 46 crosses to be pretty good. What I think Will might end up doing here in both of them, and this is what happened to Darks, is if you remember correctly, Wayne, when you have that many pulled back like he does, or in most cases that was most cross classes with the depth of quality, he would pull 10 pigs back and then do another sort. So he'd end up with his 10. So, yeah, so this will be the 8th pig pulled back here. Young lady in the green.
Yeah, with as many that he's taken that he's going to be reviewing, I suspect he's going to go past, like you said, past the 10. Heck, he might keep 15, 16 back.
I don't think so, because he has 23 that he kept.
Okay.
This is 23 he's kept. He'll end up with 10 or 12 tops. He won't go over 12.
And he's got 9 already.
Yeah. I think he might keep 10 for sure, maybe 12, because he never went over that number twice.
Right.
The initial sort, yeah, you'd have 26. Then he would narrow down to 12 or 10. I'll be definitely 10, because 10 placing ribbons are given out. Top 6 in each one of these cross classes will make the sale. He's going to go and pin that young lady in the blue there, and I think he's going to go and pin. So that'll be the 11th one, and we're good.
He's good.
So he's going to go just maybe 1 or 2 more above that. Now he's going to excuse these individuals. Really, really deep, and this is the first class, Wayne. If we're this deep in the first class, we talked about how good that dark cross was, but man, oh man, I don't.
The heat will.
It's fun to watch.
Up. That's what it did in our dark cross class.
And if you know the kid that had the dark cross, and I'm sure I don't forget his last Wyatt, I think was his first name, and the person that had the hamp was another really, really good one, and nothing to take away from the pures, but just a really good hog. And I was like, oh, that thing's walking away with it, kind of thing, kind of feeling, or that's how good those 2 hogs were. And now you're looking at this, and this is just the first class of the crosses. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's probably another dime in the rough out there somewhere.
They're definitely,
and
just like the other ones, really wide base to the ground, all the way back up, and wide topped.
Well, in certain breeds, obviously, they kind of rise to the top when it comes to just overall composition of the champions, usually. And you might have an outlier in the spot every now and then, or the Duroc, or the Chester, and just like we talked about earlier, the Landrace was reserved grand here in 2011 that Kyle Stevens bred. So it is possible, but there are certain breeds that typically rise to the top.
So you let our listeners know we got some feedback, and it was in 2011 we had a reserve grand that was a Landrace.
And so he's doing what I kind of thought he would. So he's going to pull them out one at a time, y'all, and pin back as top 4 or 5. And maybe 6. I'm not sure. But I do know for a fact he's going to do a double sort. And this is one of 5 more classes we're going to judge today. I have a feeling he's going to do the same thing on all these cross classes because of the depth of quality. And I will tell you, Will Hilty is no stranger to the crossbred breed. He is very well.
Breed.
That is what he does. 100 cross sows.
Huh?
Yeah, I believe he might have some more. I'll have to ask him later. Yeah. But I do know for a fact he is very known for having some really, really good crosses as a breeder. So he is no stranger to this breed, and this is what he is passionate about. So he's going to make sure that he does it well and does it right. Young man doing a good job showing here. Maybe not as complete of a package as some of these other ones out here, but still a really good represented Barrow. And same thing with this young man's coming out as well. Really pulled apart in his blades, but not as fresh over his top. A little tighter off that back end. Young lady's bearer is like, okay, ready, set, not, here we go. She kind of got him calmed down there a little bit. But they have 4 pinned back, and I think that's what Will's kind of talking about. Like, hey, I've got the 4 that I really like up here. Is there anything else out here we want to maybe potentially bring out there? I think they're talking it over like, hey, do we want to pin a couple more back or just start placing here and maybe leave? And they've left 1 or 2 out there sometimes, Wayne, to compare with those 4 he pulls back.
They hadn't done that in a while, but they have done it before.
Well, no, they did it. They did it in the dark crosses. They pretty consistently. The dark crosses they would place from the bottom up sometimes, but they have done it.
It'll be interesting how they're going to how they're going to do these.
Exactly, and I think it also depends on depth of quality in the class and things like that. But you know what? I think you're right. I don't think they did do that. Now that I think about it, might be thinking about the Purebred Guilt Show.
And the reason they do that, for the viewers wondering, when they go from the bottom, from the bottom up versus going from the next placing up from like 7th down to 10th, is to ensure that they at least they get the ones out that they know that are obvious, to keep the others still in the arena. And then they say, well, those look really good. I want to compare them to the others they can.
They are doing, I believe, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order.
They were satisfied
with
their top 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Young lady in the green was 5th, the darker green. She made a sales slot. I think the young lady in the red was 6th. She made a sales slot.
Yeah, we go 6 placings for the auction here.
And so now we're 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So I'll leave 1 standing, but, depth of quality going from 23 down to top 11, that is nothing to shake a stick at. Young lady in the blue was 8th. Young man in the light purple is 9th, and then we have 1 more placing. And that's going to go the young lady in the green, and the young lady in the blue is going to be 11th place. So congratulations to those individuals for making their way up through a sea of very good 23 Barrows, down to 11. Now we're down to the top 4 in this class here. This is the first of 6 classes we're going to judge today, and then we're going to do the divisional rounds of Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserve champion. Then we're going to call it a day and fire back up with Division 3 and Division 4 classes, totaling in 6 classes. So we're splitting up the crosses, obviously, pretty much in half. 12 total classes, and we're doing 6 of them today. Both of these young individuals do a phenomenal job showing and setting up their animal, very fluid in their motion, and they're not taken away. They're not real jerky with their stick motions or their movements and their body. That way that the judge has time to just focus on the animal. You almost want to be invisible, just like this young man that just came out. They're doing such a phenomenal job, not getting too crazy with the whip and making too much motion and taking the judge's eye off the animal. So they're doing a great job at that. Young man coming out of the gate. That pig's fired up and ready to start walking. Real wide-based hog here from the rear end. Keeps him down square. Big feet and leg on there, but kind of swings a little bit. The young man I was talking about that swung and kept him square, he slowed down his barrel a little bit. And that's just have ring awareness on, hey, I need to slow him down a little bit so he doesn't swing. Exactly. He
doesn't overcompensate.
I think the faster he drives that barrel, the more that rear swings on that hog.
Oh yeah, he tries to really reach there too much and calls him to waddle.
But yeah, exactly. But see how he waddles out, but he brings his feet back in again.
But walking slower, he's just staying relaxed.
Yeah, it keeps
and
him
square.
within inside of himself, and it's not. Like you said, you mentioned reaching. He's not reaching as much anymore.
Yes.
And that's what they're talking about right there. He's still a really good, they're all 4 really good hogs. Let's see what he does here. Young man, the Plaid will be 4th. The man in the orange will be third, and I bet the young man in the blue is going to be second. The young lady is going to be first, I believe. I don't know. They're both good hogs. That one, the boys has a really good tail set, but yeah, that's exactly how he's doing it. Boy in the blue will be second. Young lady is going to be first.
Well, as we come back from lunch, a little chilly out here today, and we got in the office back there and got our bellies full and kind of got warmed up. And I told Ben, and we agreed sitting back there in that warm room, almost got a little bit sleepy, but man, it doesn't take you long to wake back up when we get into this first class of crosses. I think really, really good here on the top end. Young ladies, Barrows, that wins this particular class, I think just casts an awesome silhouette from the side view profile, angulation to his shoulder and knee and front foot's good, allows him just to reach off his front end and his rear too with the utmost comfort. I think he's really sharp about his edges. I think that's where he's got a distinct advantage over the one that comes in two. He's better in terms of proportionality from the side. You get right on top of him, he swallows the one in second. Just in terms of back shape and freshness, I think that's a really nice bear to win this first class. If you want to get real picky, you maybe stouten him about his jaw ever so slightly, but that's getting critical. One that wins this first class. The big that comes in two, ultra big rib, big bodied, soft centered, it almost works to his undoing, just a shade. He's so big ribbed, so big bodied that from a side view profile, maybe wants to throw him out of balance just a bit, but man, he is a heavy duty, heavy structured one that gets out here and covers the surface with a really good kind of comfort level. I just got to sharpen him about his edges and then just give him more expression up high in comparison to the one that beats him. But man, that's a big boned, really sound, comfortable one. The one that comes out of three, first impression of this one's really good. He comes out of the gate, and of the initial trio, you could make an argument that maybe he's the tallest fronted, most extended one through the front 1/3 of his body. He's a bear that's really, really fresh and shapely. When I get right on top of him, as he comes back out here and redrives, he just doesn't sustain the drive long enough. He wants to become a little more upright and vertical out of his hock. As a result, he just wants to tighten too much off of his rear too. The pig that comes in four, man, if you just judge this one from the side view profile, I could get into a lot of things about this one. Beautiful kind of stout skull, huge forearm, huge rear leg, reaches and goes off of both ends really, really comfortably. It's the view when he comes right at you. You've got to square him from his chest, knee to ground, and then of the initial four, he's the driest through his forerib and midsection of his body. But man, that one is a freak in terms of bone and structure. The hog breeder in me would be curious to know how he's bred from that perspective. One that comes out of five, again, freshness, muscularity, body shape, all allow him to gravitate towards the top end. Of the initial five, he gets a little more refined in terms of foot bone and feature, particularly when you take him to the ground. You step right in behind him. He's just not as comfortable in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his rear skeleton. Young lady does an awesome job out here getting him presented. We continue to work through these. A big muscled, fresh, well presented one comes next. He needs to be softer through his forerib and mid body. He just needs to be reorganized in terms of his top line and the way it ties and fits together. We continue to work through these. I thought an awesome first class of crosses. Let's put our hands together for those young people as they head back.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
All right, now we're back. Sorry. Yeah, that first class, Will talked about, we went and ate lunch and sat in that warm, where that warm heater was, and kind of got comfortable and kind of got sleepy. We came back out. We're like, oh, bellies are full. We're comfortable, a little tired, could take a nap. And then as soon as those crosses started coming out, he said it doesn't take long to wake up looking at a class like that right off the back. And I anticipate the rest of the classes today, the other 5 classes we're going to judge, that includes the one we're currently judging, Class 92, are going to be equally as good, if not better. And I don't know how much better you're going to be able to get. It's fun to watch. Speaking of Class 92, like I said earlier, there are a total of 46 head, just like the previous class, and the weight range on these barrows is 250 even, so they're all going to weigh 250, or they all turn in their weight card at 250. You can weigh within 10 pounds on the upper or lower of that weight. Well, I've got the results from class number 91, our top 10 individuals. And like I said, I'm going to try to get y'all's names right, but if I don't, I apologize. I wanted to spotlight all 10 of these top 10 individuals. In 10th place, we had Gretchen Leggett. 9th place went to Huston Heseltine. 8th place was awarded to Blaine Wynn. 7th went to Laney Lesby. 6th place went to Nace McMorris. 5th place was awarded to Hayden Plays. 4th place was shown by Landon Stovall. 3rd place went to Cross Coleman. 2nd was shown by Archer Albrock. And our class winner in our first class of crosses was Elizabeth Babb from Snyder FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. And our certified Texas bred was exhibited by our 3rd place in this class, Mr. Cross Coleman. And the breeder of that hog was Night Show Pigs of Shallow Water. Congratulations, Tad, Scotta, Cameron, and Kristen and family for breeding a really, really good show barrow. Here in class 92, like I said, it's a mirror image of our first class. 46 total head, and the weight ranges are 250 to 250. So they all turn their weight cards in at 250. Have a total of 6 pigs pinned back so far. I heard the cheering, so 7 pigs cheered back.
If you just now joined us, we're in our second class of our other crossbreds. He's going through the first sort, and we look like we have 14 that I can see back in the pens. Looks like we have 12 out in the big arena, and judges have gotten in here. They're discussing some that they've seen maybe and see if they're going to keep 1 or 2 back yet. course, in the class, in our other crosses, we're going to have 12 total classes in this. We have a little over 500 head total in this. It was actually larger than our dark cross class. We had just under 500, and we have a little over 500 for these. Looks like they've excusing those out in the big arena. But we'll give them a round of applause because they've worked really hard as well. As I mentioned earlier in the show, you look at all these pigs, and I know you can see it in the screen. Every one is washed, and the skin, hair, everything is immaculate, and that's due to countless hours of these young people working these barrows at home and keeping the skin conditioned with lotions, and also just washing them every few days and stuff, just to keep that freshness in them. So, you know, they've all worked very hard getting this far, and to be pulled and is quite an accomplishment, especially in as tough as this show is here in San Antonio. So it looks like we have 15 that I can see at this point. You know, 6 will make the auction, but 10 will get rosettes all the way through. So all 10 will get rosettes, but the top 6 will go to or qualify for their sale auction. If you haven't joined us through any of the other breeds, how that works is the top 4 will actually go across the stage at the sale. The 5th and 6th are considered non-walking lots, but they're guaranteed $1,500. And plus, anyone can do add-ons to any of these lots as well. They can do it during the sale. They have a special place where you can go and fill out the paperwork and do add-ons to those lots. Of course, they can do it on any lots, but those especially where they don't walk, you can get that done. Or if you're away and can't make the sale, there is a way that you can do add-ons for those lots through the website area. We got the first 4 out. We're going the 5th, but he's went ahead and put one back, that is, not place, but put one back. I guess 2 back so far. Both the young men here in kind of a greenish looking shirts, both of them. So we've got 2 pen backs so far, and we've got a total of 6 that Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble has evaluated at this time. He's picked another one, young lady in the red. Shirt got pulled back. So we got the 7th one coming out, and we got 3 back. Here's the 8th one.
So sorry, Dad, I had to step out for a minute, but how many did we keep back? Do we know for sure?
Roughly about 15, what I counted.
Do you think there's anything behind us maybe? Because I will tell you, I thought we had 16 and we ended up with 23. Something multiplied back there.
Well, if they did, and they could have, they didn't fill the 16th hole.
Oh, they didn't? Okay, so
No.
then it would have been 15 then. Now, you had gotten with David last week about the classification deal. Do we have any classifying on this crossbred breed or not? There's nothing on this one, right?
There is none on this one.
Got you.
And the only reason they had it on the dark crosses is there is a requirement to be considered in the
dark
dark
cross.
crosses. They have to have 20% black on them. And we're talking black, splotches or black spots or something that accumulates to 20%.
A lot of good kids out here, Wayne, and they've got 5 pin back so far, and I really think this will be a 6th one pin back. And we'll see if this holds true. If Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble think they've got their 6th, they might start placing. But they also might pull 10 back and do a secondary evaluation like they did in the last class. But the way it looks to me, he's kept a few less. When I say a few less, he's kept almost 10 less than what he did the first class. He looks like he's going for the button, so he's going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place here now. Looks like they placed 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and they're going to excuse these individuals. We want to wish them the best of luck at future shows and down the road in their careers in life. That's what this is all about anyways. Got to pull these 6 out now. Look at them one at a time. And we're going to place from 6th down to 1st place here. Stay tuned. All 6 of these, Wayne, it's going to be fun to see how, they evaluate these. And like I said, Will Hilty is no stranger to the crossbred breed, and neither is Mr. Boble. And this is, Will treats these crossbreds like you treat Durocs. Just crossbreds are near and dear to his heart like Durocs are to us. We get fired up when we see a red pig. When he sees a hog like this, it gets his blood going a little bit.
Oh yeah, if any of you viewed the dark cross class, boy, when he got into the third to last class, man, he really got fired up then, and then he kept that fire all the way through. Not that he wasn't fired up before, but he let the audience know. He says, "Man, there are so many exceptional ones, and he says, and he got all excited. Of course, I don't know about you, Landon. I got really excited by watching it.
And just, I talked about, and I don't know if you heard me, you might have been stepped away from the mic when I was talking about it, but, we talked about how just complete that dark cross was and how fired up we are being in contention, and same with the Hamp. And not to say those other breeds don't have a contention either, because we don't know what they look like altogether, but those are the two that stuck out. And I said, man, it's going to be hard to beat these guys. And then I see that first class of crossbreds, and I'm like, whoa, there might be another diamond in the rough, especially once we get into these heavier classes.
And some of these guys, because they can come, the way it's set up here at San Antonio, you can show a dark one in this show, but you can't show a white one in the Wave 1.
In Wave 1, yeah.
So you're probably getting equal the quality coming to both in the dark-looking pigs.
Well, and you might have that one guy that thinks his hog is just that good and be like, man, why would I want to take my cross and try to win it the first wave and wait a few days, and I can just come up Wave 2 and just show him and then go for the grand drive. And, if you have that kind of mindset, you're in the wrong business kind of thing. We're all here to do well, but, there's some people, they expect to win everywhere they go. And unfortunately, that's in any industry that we do. But, the ones that I love to see are the ones that make it about the kids, and that's 99.9% of the people in our industry. And they make it about the kids, not the animals. They want to get, especially as a breeder standpoint, and I know all you guys that are listening that are breeders can agree with me on this. We do this to help kids and to help promote them in their careers and what they do. And that's what this whole thing is all about. We mentioned the kids, or we talk pigs, but it's really about the kids. Are we down to 5, Wayne?
Yes, we are. And there's a little discussion. They got the 5th made, the young man in the kind of a greenish-looking shirt.
Yeah, like a light blue, and then
light blue
young
screen.
man in the green.
They kept those two together. That's how they kind of penned them.
Now we're down to our top 3. We have an all-black Barrow out here, it looks like, and then one kind of calico-looking one, and then one that has a big old belt on it. Really cool-looking hog. And we talked about showing profiles on the hog. Which side do you think is better on this hog? Probably the one she's showing. This,
I would say on the black side, I think it gets a better look.
Yeah. It's actually pretty even on both sides.
It's pretty even, but I think we got a little more black on the left side.
Talk about wide. She's almost
over the butt.
This girl's hog is in the red. She's almost borderline outside her skeleton on her rear end. But I mean, I think if I got a tape measure and drew down the side there, I think it'd be pretty square actually.
Yeah. No, it's
young lady's calico Barrow is going to be 3rd. She's the young lady in the blue vest, and young lady in the red is going to be 2nd. The young man in the blue is going to be your class winner with the all black hog.
Yep.
As we get into this next class, maybe just a little more give and take here within these initial 3 or 4. But the one that Ben and I keep coming back to that just balances the best, yet still offers some extreme pieces in terms of look and forearm size. That's a young man's solid black Barrow there. Just from a proportionality standpoint, from a feet and legs standpoint, range of motion, we thought he was just the one that offered the most uniqueness and did it in a comfortable, really proportional kind of package, allowed him to go ahead and be your class winner here today. The young lady's wide belted, chromed up one that comes in 2nd. No doubt this one is the preference of the initial trio, just in terms of forerib shape, in terms of muscle and dimension when you get on top of him. He's absolutely maxed out. It begins to become his undoing in terms of how much he's got. He just becomes a little tighter hinged out of his hip and rear leg when he drives right at me. I've got to square him chest, knee to ground. But again, his rib, body, freshness, muscularity, all those things work to his advantage, allow him to surface in the top pair within this particular class. The one that gave me fits, to be honest with you, is the one that comes out of 3, the calico. Maybe didn't get him penned right back right away, but this one's got some wild pieces. He's really good looking from shoulder blade forward, and in terms of bone and structure and just looseness, man, you could make an argument that he's the best in that regard. That's a big, comfortable rear leg that sits square when you get in behind him. When you get off to the side, he just comes in too many pieces. He gets a little easier in his spine. He gets a little harder through his forerib and mid-body. We've just got to balance him up, make everything fit and blend together a notch better. But, man, from a uniqueness standpoint, it's hard not to appreciate some of the parts and pieces that calico brings to the table. One that comes next, just a beautiful silhouette from the side view profile, really tall-shouldered, flat-backed one that's long and level out of his hip and rump. He's the one maybe from a distance that you could make an argument for him to get a little bit higher. He just has to have more to him. When I get right on top of him, he's the flattest through his forerib and midsection. He's the plainest in terms of just shape and muscle. But again, that's an absolutely beautiful silhouette from the side view profile. Young man does a nice job of getting that one driven. One that comes next, give you a really good look coming out of the gate. Sharp-headed, bold-chested, comfortable in terms of the way he reaches and goes out of his shoulder and front end. He needs to be a little deeper through his forerib there, maybe just a little fuller in his rear flank. But more importantly, as you watch this guy go to the surface and the longer you drive him, he just wants to search too much outside of his body wall with his rear skeleton. He needs to be more collected. He just needs to stay more comfortable in terms of that rear skeleton. One that comes next, a fresh, well-presented one in terms of shape and muscularity. He just gets a little too vertical out of his rear leg. He needs more bend and flex to his hock. He needs more cushion and give to his lower joints just to allow him to plant and drive with more authority off of his rear too. But again, freshness, rib, body, proportions all work in his favor. We continue to work through these calico one that comes next that just maybe needs to be sharper edged and a little different as he goes away from you. Really good class to work through. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as they head back.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Judges classes will be judging today. Moving on to class number 93, which is the smallest class of crosses we're going to be judging today. Of those 6 classes, this will be the third one of 6 we're judging today. 35 total head in class number 93 is the current class we're judging. Weight ranges on those Barrows go from 251 to 256. There is no classifying of the crossbreds, so we don't have to worry about doing any classification of breed characteristics. They are crossed between 2 different breeds, maybe 3 in some cases, or have multiple breeds in their pedigree. We're just worried about weight to make sure they fall within that 10-pound parameter on either end of the spectrum of their respective weight card that they turned in. Here shortly we will have you the top 10 from the last class individuals. We're going to give a shout out to them, and then also name off the certified Texas bred class champion, whether it be your first place or your 10th place, you know. Mr. Will Hilty is our lead judge here for the crossbreds, and Mr. Ben Boble is our secondary evaluator for the crossbreds. Well, I'm going to turn the mic over to you here in a sec, so you can actually go ahead and go over that, Wayne. I know you have that piece of paper, and
what I wanted to share with our listeners was if you joined us in the first wave, we had some interviews with these collegiate kids that were on livestock judging teams, and so what I wanted to share with you guys is this program that was developed called the Top Judge. There was a foresight by a gentleman by the name of Dan Lane that him and several others had a vision that they wanted to put together a program with these livestock judging kids that had interests and qualifications that showed certain aspects that they felt like could be a way that we could mold these these young people into being our next judges and to teach them about the judging area. And so to tell you a little bit about what they put together, the purpose of it was that a top judge provided an opportunity for a collegiate livestock judging student to further develop their skills and leadership qualities with a focus on preparation as livestock show judges. The program is built upon the experiences of collegiate livestock judging team experience with the goal of preparing them to be successful as livestock show judges and industry leaders. You know, how that comes about is these students then are selected, and then they're mentored by a group of people that are industry leaders who have proven their ability, integrity, and dedication to furthering the livestock community. That's what these mentors are, and these are the people that are taking these young people that we interviewed in the first wave, and taking them and grooming them. They're going to be taking them to different shows. Well, how did they qualify for this? Well, the top judge was brought together by selecting 20 talented college students selected across the United States, and they made application in that. They completed, and these students they completed their experiences on the collegiate livestock judging circuit by November of this past year. These were the ones that were eligible for that. Then these students were selected based on their application on their expertise in cattle or in swine, sheep, and goats. And they kept, especially in the larger species, they kept up to around 6 approximately of, like, say, in the cattle and sheep, and kept a few less in the goats possibly, but it was a total of 20 that came together that they selected. So it's a great high honor, and if you got to listen to some of the interviews, I hope, as we were really impressed with these young people. And I really personally appreciate them seeing this vision, because me, as having been a breeder and a judge, I've realized that we need to train the next judges to take the torch at some time and keep this thing going, and what they're teaching them. And I appreciate San Antonio working with this Top Gun and allowing them to come in, because they allowed and participated in helping these young college students that were selected to participate in skill-based activities. They allowed them to participate in mentorship and develop with industry leaders, and participate in promotional activities. So, and there's these mentors that I mentioned that have been selected to be involved in this, and in fact, we're going to have one of the mentors come up here, Kyle Stevens, and you remember we mentioned his name. He actually, he had the reserve grand champion landrace there in 2011 overall. So anyway, he's going to come up and tell us a little bit about what it's been to be a mentor to these young people. So I'm excited to have him on our show so that we can give you a little more overview on the mentor side, because you heard a lot from the kids that we interviewed in the first wave on what it meant to them. So now we'll see from a mentor side how it's impacted them. You know, the mission statement that it was formed by Dan Lane and his group, their mission statement that they had for the top judge was to raise the bar of the industry leadership by developing a group of professionals with an elite skill set in areas of professionalism, integrity, humility, and communications. So, what a great mission statement. And we're proud that Dan Lane and his group saw this vision to put this together, because I think it's something that is definitely can sure impact and help our young people that are out there showing and putting the kids first and then the animals second, as we have kind of alleviated to throughout the show, and what these judges have shown in both of these waves here in San Antonio here in 2025.
Looks like Mr. Hilty and Mr. Bobo kept back a total of 15 in this class. So very similar to how they did the last class. They kept back 15. They're going to get it down to 10. And what they did in the previous class, this will be kind of a more telling thing depending on depth of quality. If they really like your animal as they're taking them out one at a time, they'll pin you back. And I've seen them pull back up to 6 is what they did the last class, and then play 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, for example. Like the young lady in the red, they went ahead and pinned her back. Young lady in the black is going to get pinned back as well. She'll be the second one pinned back now. So I've got your results from your top 10 placings in class number 92. That's the previous class. In 10th place, we had Jenna Todd. 9th place went to Sladen Young. 8th place was shown by Jesse Dempsey. 7th place was awarded to Davis Lang. 6th place went to Preston Lipham. 5th place was shown by Jackson Halbarder. I hope I said that right, Jackson. 4th place was exhibited by Callaway McMorris. Third place was shown by Alia Caldwell. Second place was exhibited to Miss Addison Scott. And our class winner went to Quincy Hartman of Nazareth FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. And now I've got your certified Texas bred, which actually was shown by our second place in class number 92 of Kendall County was Miss Addison Scott. And the breeder of that hog was Lintner Show Pigs of Comfort. Congratulations to the Lintner family and all their hard work they do for these kiddos. Back to class number 93 here. They pinned back 4 so far, and they still have a few more to evaluate from the initial first sort. You pinned the young lady pretty quick in the kind of corally looking shirt. That'll be the 5th one pinned back. And I did tell a little white lie to y'all, there is 16 pigs that I saw. I think they were waiting to weigh one, so just giving you guys a heads up. Looks like they pinned another one back. And now we've sorted every single one of these hogs in this class. We've got 6 pinned back so far. Top 6 from each one of these cross classes will make the sale here at San Antonio, with 10 placings getting rosettes. And I do believe they pinned a 7th one back now. This is where I think a good side profile really come in handy when you have all these and you get a fair look from the judges. If you have that attractive front side or side profile, that gives them a chance to maybe look at the rear section of your hog and the front section of your hog, if that makes sense. I try to say it as correct as I possibly could there. But to your point, they're going to start placing. So young lady in the blue is going to be 8th. Young man in the pink and black vest will be 9th. And we have one more placing to hand out before we pull these other 7 out for a chance to be in the top 7 in the class. And young man in the light khaki will be 10th place, and the other exhibitors will be excused and taking their time to go shake every one of these hands.
If you just now joined us, we're on Class 93. The judges started out with 35 head. They're down to their final four. So we are down to our final four. So they're evaluating these to place them fourth through six.
Looks like we're down to three.
First, sorry.
I was going to say, now we're down to three.
Yep.
Young lady in the black was fourth. And so we're about halfway done, Wayne, with the crosses. And once we conclude these 6 classes of crossbreds, we're going to pick our Division I and Division II champion and reserve champion, and then we're going to call it a day today.
Yeah, we're going to get through early today, Landon.
Yeah, it's 2:30, I anticipate. Oh, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, depending on the depth of quality in these other classes. And we're going to finish up with the big boy crosses. When I say big boy crosses, I'm talking about weight. Tomorrow, followed by the Supreme Champion Drive. But these 3 crosses in this class are shaping out to be really, really good as well. Very square. We talked about, like Mr. Hilty when he judged the dark crosses. And this is no exception to the rule. You could put a rectangle on the back of these pigs, and they would all fill that space, I can tell you. Down to 2 here now. Young lady in the red and young lady in the coral. And both of these pigs were pinned back very quickly in the sort that Mr. Hill did. And I think he's made up his mind. Young lady in the red is going to be second. And young lady in the coral will be your class winner here in class number 93. Another very deep set of hogs. Congratulations to these individuals. Let's hear from Mr. Hilty.
Well, another good class, but challenging class here on the top end to kind of piece together. A lot of fun to talk this initial trio with Ben because, man, they represent quality, yet there's a lot of differences within this pair, within this initial trio. I just felt the most comfortable with the belted Barrows skeleton. When you study just the angulation he's got out of his shoulder, the just bend and slope to his front end, the cushion to his front knee just allows him to reach with more comfort out of his shoulder and front end. When you step off to the side of him, I think he's the most appropriate in terms of his top line. He's better in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. When you get right on top of him, I think what makes it close is he's just not overblessed with muscle, particularly when he goes away from you, but we call him good enough from that aspect, and then side with him because we think he's just simply the better skeleton one within this initial pair. The one that comes into naturally a tall-shouldered, high-headed barrow. Sometimes I wish the young lady would almost just let off of his head a little bit and let him go, because when she gets his head high in the air, he kind of wants to get upright and just reach and search out of his front end. He just doesn't stay as comfortable. There's no doubt that when you get right on top of him, he's got more turn to his loin edge. He's got more flare to his hip and stifle when he goes right away from you. But again, when we start talking about building him from the ground up and first and foremost making him comfortable, that's what slides him into the 2-hole here today. The one that comes in 3 of the initial trio, man, from a skin and hair and freshness perspective, you could make an argument that he's the freshest backed. He's got the crispest loin edge when you get right on top of him. He's got tremendous just spread and shape and flare to his hip and stifle. When we step off to the side of him, it just doesn't piece and fit together well enough. Particularly, you study him through his front 1/3. He's a little crestier right there at the top of his neck. He wants to deviate and pinch right through his ham-loin junction, and then just is tighter hinged off of his rear too. I've just got to reorganize him, give him more cushion to his lower joints behind to allow him to flex and go with more authority, but certainly admire him just from a freshness, muscularity standpoint. Young man's got him presented to a T. The one that comes out next, a good ribbed, good centered kind of a show barrow. Another one that's good from just a muscle and freshness perspective. When I get right on top of him, of the initial 4, he reads to be the frailest just in terms of foot bone and feature. I've got to stouten him up from that perspective. I've got to make him just maybe a little looser in terms of his spine and his top line, but a young lady does a nice job of getting that one driven once again. Black-headed one comes next, a big chested, round-bodied one that's really muscular and shapely. When I get right on top of him, he just doesn't go good enough out of his hip and rear leg, and the fact that he could use just the shot in his lower twist and center of his ham as he goes directly away. For all the more muscle he's got behind, he just needs to go better, but certainly like him just from a stoutness, bone, and feature perspective, nice pig to go ahead and slide into that hole. The one that comes next, big chested, round-bodied one, I've just got to make him more extended through the front 1/3 of his body. He's thicker and meatier right there at the top of his crest and his pole, and then he's one that just needs to hinge and go looser off of both ends of his skeleton. He pushes the envelope just for how much we need to pack into one, and it certainly works, in my opinion, to his disadvantage. He's just a little tighter hinged off of both ends. An interesting one that comes out next, I thought needed to grab a pen, and one we needed to talk about. Heavy bone, stout-legged one. He's got as much just forearm and feature and circumference to his rear leg as any of these initial ones. He's got to be taller fronted. He's got to be more comfortable on his front feet. He just needs to balance a notch better from the side view profile, but certainly admire him just from a stoutness perspective. We worked through the rest of these, man. I thought it was another good class to work through. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors as they head back.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Welcome back. We're now judging class number 94 here. 40 total head in this class. Weight ranges on these crossbred barrows goes from 257 to 261. So we're starting to rev up the weights here. 2 more classes at the conclusion of the class we're currently judging for the day, followed by Division I and Division II champion and reserve champion. How many total head are we judging on the crosses today, Wayne?
A total of the 2 divisions that we're going to be judging today, it's 246 total head. Almost hit that 250 mark.
Which is as big, if not bigger, than all the other breeds that we judged.
Well, it's the biggest of this second wave for sure.
Which it makes over half of the total number of hogs.
You know,
here
the crossbreds, if you talk about the dark crosses and the other crosses together, that was about 1,000 head here at San Antonio.
That's almost half of the show, isn't it?
Oh, well, pretty close. Not
quite.
Because we ended up around in that 2,300 range of barrows, and so it's not, but then, you know, we talk about, well, what is the next biggest breed after the crosses, and it was actually the Durocs.
Yeah.
At 250,
if you take away both of those 2 waves of crosses, it's the Durocs, yeah. And I've seen a lot of that too, Wayne, is, the Durocs have kind of...
Sure. Well, and what's interesting, Landon, too, is how it shook out, because we had in the dark crosses on our first wave almost 500. It was like 490-ish, and then we turned around, and this second wave of crossbreds is a little over 500. So it's funny how they came, and they had the choice of coming either time.
Well, except for if you were a white cross.
Unless you're a white cross.
Yeah, you didn't have a choice there.
Yeah.
But, no, it's funny how it shook out, and it ended up being half and half, I guess is what I'm getting at there. Yeah. Looks like we have a couple pinned back so far, 3 in the big arena for a secondary evaluation after the first initial sort by Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble.
You know, and what's interesting is, what would you think? That we're probably almost half and half on what you would consider a white-looking cross versus a dark cross.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, of this second wave.
So, like, how many dark appearing Barrows there are versus
or had black on?
Well,
them.
I think there's more that have black on them than they do than light.
I didn't want to exaggerate, but I agree with you. I thought really there were a little more.
Well, and I think that also has a lot to do with just the coloration. You know, I remember back when Blue Butts won everything, and then we went through that smoky pattern where they had a smokier look to them. Then the Calico Barrow kind of took off, and then now it seems like
kind of
everybody's trying to. I feel like, from a breeder standpoint, a lot of people are trying to make hamp-appearing crosses. Well, when you do that, you also have some of the litter that do not classify as Hampshires, leaving that dark complexion that maybe has a bigger belt or off-colored belt and just doesn't have those features that
too much white.
Too much white on there. Exactly. So I think we're in a phase in the industry right now where we're trying to make more purebred Hampshire-appearing hogs, and that end result is creating these dark crosses. And I really feel like that's what it is. And then you have an outlier recessive gene in there or accidentally breed them to a Duroc, and then you come up with a red Hampshire or a Calico Barrow. But the smoky blues and the blue butts, you know, I see one blue butt down here, but there hasn't been a whole lot of them.
Yeah, no,
you don't see many blue butts anymore.
I see one in the pen right here, actually, that he pulled.
Yep, that's what I was saying.
But you know, you look, we got 6 pen and 4 of them are Hampshire looking,
or you have the York
cross,
or you have a Yorkshire appearing one. So like when we try to cross up a York, you know, to make a York appearing cross, you have blue on there, and they can only add up to what, a silver dollar in total blue spots. Yes, I believe in one cluster.
It's got to be. It can't excess over accumulation of a silver dollar.
Exactly. So I'm seeing a lot of almost York appearing crosses in this light wave. All right, I've got the results for the top 10 placings from our previous class number 93. So I had to clear my throat a little bit. It's a little cold out here and got a little stuffy nose. You know, that typical stock show crud we all get when we're at stock shows. We all get it. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Then it was just my turn. 10th place, we had Luke Mitchell. 9th place went to Owen Woodson. 8th place was exhibited by Coulter Martin. 7th place was shown by Shiloh Wells. 6th place was awarded to John Hernandez. 5th place was exhibited by McKinley Moore. 4th place was shown by Emily Wilcoxon. 3rd place went to Grayson Hartman. 2nd place was shown by Hattie Hawkins. And our class winner in class number 93 of our crossbreds went to Paige Marshall of Wall FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. And Paige was also the exhibitor of our Certified Texas Bred Class Champion, and the breeder of that hog was Mund Livestock of Wall. So congratulations to that Texas bred breeder and also Miss Paige for being the class winner. Stay tuned. We got a total of about 10 pinned back so far in this class, with a bunch of them in the big arena, Wayne. Stay tuned. Looks like the guys have 2 more to sort through, 2 to 3 left. And then we're going to go out to the big arena. I believe we have 11 or 12 that he's pinned back that I can see currently. Guys are finishing up the first initial sort. Now that they've completed that, they'll move out to the big arena here. And a lot of hogs out here. 13 to 14, if I can do the math, counting in a big cluster here. I think 14 to 15, actually. Looks like we have 13 pigs pulled back so far that I can see for a chance at a top 10 placing, with 6 of those placings making the sale here at San Antonio, which starts on Friday at 1 o'clock. And Dad mentioned it earlier, but there's a certain number of placings that have to be present for the stock show or for the sale part. And there's a few that are not required to show up for the sale part of it. And I think that has to do, and like Wayne said, just the amount of time it took to get through the sale and auction part of it. It would go to the wee hours in the morning, and it just took too long.
Yeah, the 5th and 6th place are considered what they call a non-walking lot. And those do not go across the stage. They're guaranteed, however, $1,500, and people can still do add-ons if they're interested in helping and supporting those young people as well. So they can do that either at the sale during the Barrows sale. They have a special area where you can do that, or you can possibly do that online on San Antonio's website and find how you can do it there. So great vision by San Antonio to, lessen the stress of our buyers, our exhibitors, parents, ag teachers, and county agents by shortening the sale, because it was going into the early morning hours at times, and so I appreciate their vision for that. Last year is the first year they've done it, and visiting with them about it, it hit a home run, and they're continuing to do the same this year.
Looks like we have 16 pigs pulled back that I can see here. There might be 1 or 2 below us getting weighed, but I'm positive there are 16 here. Pull them out one at a time. Mr. Hilty is going to, if he likes you, he's going to pin you back. Or, excuse me, he may like all of y'all, but it's the pig. If he likes the animal,
yeah, he likes all the
exhibitors,
by
but
far.
If he likes your animal, he will pin you back for a chance at a top end of the class placing. Young man was pinned back pretty quickly with that all-black hog.
Yeah, he checked the boxes.
Very square made.
Yes.
And like I said, it's hard to tell. Like when you're up on top of that barrow, you can see a lot more.
Well, and then from our distance, we can't see the top line sometimes as easily, especially on the black ones for sure. But, being that he went in this first pin, we can stand up and look, and he definitely has some really good top shape as well.
Young man in the kind of pinkish-looking shirt just got pinned. It'll be the second one pinned back, and we're about halfway down with this secondary sort here of the ones that they kept back.
So if you've just now joined us, we are on Class 94, and it is also the start up of our Division 2. We completed Division 3 by finishing 93, so now this is the start of our Division 2, and there'll be 3 classes of those. And then upon the completion of our last class today of that division, which will be Class 96, that'll end our show today, and we'll start up with Division 3 and 4 tomorrow morning starting at 7.
Which, like you said, we're going to judge for the Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserve champion as well at the conclusion of class number 96. Okay. Yeah, because it shows it right here, Wayne.
Well, that's
on
true.
On our scheduling, they're going to just go
true.
ahead, since they already have them out, they're fresh. Let's go and judge them, and then we'll bring them back tomorrow at the overall selection of our crossbred breed show. Once we finish those 6 classes tomorrow, judge for our Division 3, Division 4 champion and reserve champion, bring all those division champions of those 4 divisions back out, and crown a crossbred champion and reserve champion tomorrow. Other cross.
Yep.
Which it does say just crossbred here, so I just didn't know
how
they called it.
You're right.
Yeah. So, looks like we have another one pinned back here. She'll be a third one pinned back.
And stay tuned to us tomorrow, and we'll, as the show goes on in the morning, we'll try to get you more details of when the Ring of Champions drive will occur. At this time, we're not sure exact time yet, but we'll sure keep on top of things to let you know so that you do not miss that. We got a 4th one pinned. The young man in the solid black shirt was pinned with his Hampshire type appearing pig. So far we've got 4, and now we've picked the 5th one. The young lady in the black sweater or pullover with her Hampshire type looking barrow there. He pins this one coming out. So he was the young man that just came out of the pen, and he analyzed him, and he's going right back in. So we have 6 pins so far. So I think there's going to be some discussion with Mr. Bogle to see if they're going to leave them at these 6 for the reevaluation, or if they're going to pin another one or so. So they're discussing that at this time. Looks like they've pinned another one, so well, in fact, we already had a 7th, so we're going for 8. So this is really a deep class for them, to wanting to ensure that they get this thing the way they want it to end up, and get those top 6 that are going to be chosen for the sale, that they get this to their satisfaction. Looks like he's been handed the buttons, and so we're going to be placing 9th and 10th. All 10 of these individuals will receive a nice rosette, but unfortunately only 6 of them will be sale eligible for the auction here in San Antonio. They've dismissed the remaining ones out in the big ring. They've done an outstanding job. The applauds are good, very good, and we appreciate all these young people's hard work, because every one of these are fitted to a hilt, and skin conditioning takes long hours, day in and day out, to prepare this skin and hair coat the way it's being presented today. So it's not like it's self-maintaining. These kids make it happen.
So it just goes to show you how deep this class is, Wayne. They kept 8 hogs back here.
Yes, I saw that, which is the most they've kept in a little while.
Well, and I was, as I was watching them pull them out and they was pinning them back, there was a few of them I was like, man, I need to go look at that hog. So I went down below and kind of looked at the hogs, and we talk about how little they look up here, and even those 300-pounders, but these guys are big framed. They've got a lot of good frame size to them.
They've panned the black one back again.
Yeah, they like that hog a lot. He's a good kid.
Yes.
So he showed at the Germantown Throwdown. I was actually visiting with him. He's like, I know you. And I was like, oh, you do? He's like, yeah, you judged the Germantown or helped out with the showmanship. And he's from actually Bulverde, and I do remember him now. We've only pinned one back, so it's, I'm curious if he'll pin one or two more back. But you do remember the champion Dark Cross was the only one pinned back in that one class, which was kind of funny. He just knew it was at the top, and we knew too. Now he's going to go and pin that young man's pig back as well. From a young man in kind of the khaki-looking shirt. And this young man as well. So that's 3 he's pinned back, and they may pin one more back, Wayne. I'm not sure. Be interesting to see what they do here, but I think I can't read Mr. Hilty's mind. But they might start placing here. And they will place from bottom up.
To see.
Yeah, he's looking at the buttons right now. Young lady in the all black is going to be 8th place. They do only have 3 pinned back here.
Yeah, so they're going from the bottom back up.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, again,
young man in the black
the
is 7th place. Young man in the light blue is 6th. Now, this will be the interesting part, Wayne. If he's going to leave these 2 out here, or if he's going to place both of these, or maybe leave one out here. This is kind of where it's been telling, because he's usually placed these 2.
I wouldn't doubt if they definitely keep the black one out here, because to me, he's in
no,
the pattern of the top
he's going to do. No, he's going to place
her up.
And that's what he's been doing, so he feels pretty confident in these 3 that he's up there. And he had plenty of opportunity. You look at the young ladies with the black hog, and just, sometimes you have a hog, it's like, yeah, it's a good hog, but it just doesn't hit as hard as these other ones do, and I feel confident where I have them. And that's exactly what he did here.
Yep.
Young man's walks really wide from behind, and I'm looking at his feet thinking he's going to go outside his skeleton, get bow-legged, but he's not. He's got
really heavy structure.
Yeah, he is, yes. And he keeps him with inside his skeleton, but it almost looks like he's outside, but he's not. He's borderline, but he's
right
not
there.
He's right there, but I really think he's within a hair of.
Well, here comes out the black one that he pinned back twice quickly.
He really likes these dark hogs, Wayne. I mean, if you look at it.
And I'm glad to see that, because there's been times as a breeder, it was hard to sell a black hog sometimes. And
because they look so more moderate in frame size, but I think we've sized them down now to where they are more moderate as a whole. They're not long bodied like they used to be.
Well, and I appreciate, it doesn't matter what color they are. A good one's a good one, and that's how both of these judges have shown us they feel. And
exactly,
that's
just
exciting.
like in life. Yes, exactly. A hog's a hog. If you took me a purple hog or a pink hog, I'd be like, if it's a good hog, it's a good hog.
Exactly.
Feel like there's something to be said there. Down to our top three here, a trio that Mr. Hilty had pinned back. Started with 40, now we're down to 3 in this 4th class of crossbred Barrows here. I almost said gilts. Mr. Hilty did say gilts earlier and corrected himself. He forgot 2 years ago. 2 years ago is when he judged the gilt show. Yeah. They're looking at him very, very complete set. That young man's kind of in the khaki, and it may be just the coloration, but look how big and bold that shoulder is on this young man's right here. Look how
he's really bold coming at you.
He's really bold.
He's
coming
definitely
at you.
the boldest one in the
I think so.
set of 3.
Real big shouldered hog.
Interesting to see where he puts him.
And it's interesting to see that he hadn't worn down yet. But this is also the same hog we talked about being right on the edge of his base width on the rear end, too. Being right on the corners. But still within his skeleton. The black hog maybe not quite as wide up front. Not as bold-chested as that other Barrow is. And this young man in the red, he's probably the deepest bodied and most explosive in his rib cage of the 3 that are out here right now. Yeah, I'm a young man's black hog, and that makes sense because the front end.
Keep the other 2 together, in my opinion. Either you use the black pig first, or you put him third because he just doesn't line up.
He didn't have the front end that the other ones have, and they've kept that consistent.
That's what he finally realized, And here's a perfect example of the pattern we were. Have visited with you.
Let's hear from Mr. Hilty.
Well, here really, he is. A fun trio of them just to get together with Ben there and discuss these initial trio. The one coming right at me, this one, the discussion was before. For second and third, because I think this off-belted one needs to win, particularly when you get off to the side of them. That one just reeks of show barrow proportions. Got a beautiful kind of a head on him. He's tall-shouldered. He's flat-backed. He's so good through his forerib and the midsection of his body. His length of hip and just the way he utilizes his rear skeleton's all spot on. You step right in behind him. You could square him maybe just a fraction as he goes directly away from you, but there's just too many advantages, in particular from the side view profile, for him not to be your class winner. The young man that comes in second, he finally got this barrow kind of in gear and got him moving at the right pace, and when he does that, this pig sure grows on you. Of the initial trio, you can make the argument that this is the stoutest featured, just boldest chested, heaviest duty one in terms of just structure and bone work. For us, he gets a little shallower through the midsection of his body, but more importantly, he's a little shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump. As a result, he just wants to search outside of his skeleton with his rear leg. I just need to make him more collected and more comfortable in terms of the way he hinges and goes behind. But I applaud the young man for sticking with it, getting him fit together, and continuing to work his way up. The black one that comes next, a really good-chested, sharp-headed one. That one's got a beautiful kind of a look from his shoulder blade forward. He gets a little drier, too, through the midsection of his body, particularly right through his heart girth there. He gets a little shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump, and also just maybe needs to utilize his rear skeleton a shade better. We didn't think he was bold. We didn't think he was as heavy duty as the one right ahead of him. But, man, again, his freshness, his presentation, his shape and muscle up high, the silhouette it gives you from the side view profile, all those things certainly work in his favor, allow him to go ahead and get into the top top trio here. Next one that comes out, another solid black one. We thought maybe he just got beat in terms of hip and rump design. He gets a little rounder in terms of his muscle. He gets a little tighter and more restricted off of both ends of his skeleton. He just doesn't give you the same look blade forward as the barrel ahead of him, but we thought there was just more to him in terms of chest, in terms of just shape and muscle when you get right on top of him to go ahead and beat the barrel that follows him in class. The next one comes out there. Young man does a nice job of getting this one driven. Awesome kind of skin and hair, a good ribbed, good setter, kind of a show barrel. Of the initial 5, we read him just to be the frailest in terms of feature, particularly his rear bone and rear foot. He needs a bigger rear foot. He needs a bigger rear leg. And then of the initial ones we've got to work with, he's the plainest in terms of his back shape and muscle when I get right on top of him. But again, freshness, presentation, rib, body, proportions, all those things certainly work in his favor. I thought another good class to work through. We get down in here, one that comes next just needs to hinge looser and stay more collected off of both ends of his skeleton. I thought another really good class to work through. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
On to class number 95 here. This is our second to last class of crossbreds we're going to exhibit today. Now, this is not the final set. We have 6 more classes tomorrow, but we are judging Division 1 and Division 2 today of the crosses, and those are broken up between 3 classes per division. So Division 1 and Division 2 are both made up of 3 classes each. Class number of 95 has 40 total head. And the weight ranges on those Barrows goes from 262 to 265. Here shortly I'll have the results of those top 10 and then also the certified Texas bred. Stay tuned. I think the guys went and took a bathroom break real quick, and if I was judging, I would do about 5 times as many bathroom breaks as these guys have. They're like teachers. They can hold it forever. So kudos to them and keeping that flow going on judging. And we'll be back here shortly. Stay tuned. So I've got the top 10 results from our class number 94, the one we just showed. While they're doing the sort of class number 95, I'll go ahead and read off those top 10 individuals from class number 94 of our crossbred Barrows. 10th place went to Ruger Reeves. 9th place was exhibited by Bailey Trailer. 8th place was awarded to Talon Garduno. Talon. 7th place was awarded to Ryder Schreisner. 6th place went to Micah Stevens. 5th place was shown by Rhett Streisner. So I'm pretty sure those are probably siblings. 4th place was awarded to Lindsay Sessom. 3rd place was shown by Whit Lowry. 2nd place went to Maddox Moore, and our class winner was Dawson Chumley of Tom Bean FFA. Dawson was also the class champion of the Certified Texas Bred, and the breeder of that hog was Brockman Farms from Montgomery. So congratulations to that breeder and the individual. Moving on now to class number 95. Moving on to class number 95, we're just kind of give you a heads up kind of where we're at. They have a total of 8 pigs pinned back so far that I can tell for a chance at a top 10 placing. Only 3 out in the big arena. Once again, we had 40 head we're starting off with in this class. the second to last crossbred class of the day, which makes up Division 1 and Division 2 of the crossbred market barrows. I believe we have 10 pinned back now. What kind of speeds things up, too, you don't have to worry about classifying. These are crossbreds, and there's really no characteristics that make up a crossbred other than they're not, how do I word this? They are a cross between two or more different breeds of hogs. They are not a purebred. It's not a Duroc and a Duroc makes up a Duroc. Chester and Chester makes up a Chester, but if you bred a Chester with a Yorkshire, that is actually a crossbred. Now, sometimes you get a crossbred that is like Hamp appearing or York appearing or Chester appearing, but for the most part on the crossbreds, you know, they have some off-color characteristics like the black and white ones you see out here, the smoky-looking ones, the calico-looking ones, or the jack-o'-lantern-looking ones is what I call them, or a blue butt. So those are the characteristics of a crossbred, but there's no classifying. You don't have to worry about breed characteristics. But there is a 10-pound weigh back no matter what you do and whatever breed you pick. So say you turn your weight card in at 260, you can weigh up to 270, but no less than 250, you're disqualified. We definitely have enough to make a class now. There's 12 pinned back that I can see, but not a whole lot in this class that are out in the big arena right now. Stay tuned, and we will keep you up to date. Thanks for tuning in. It's Taylor Fort Webcasting. I want to thank him. He's a good guy and cares a lot about these kids as much as anything. And got to give a shout-out to all the girls on the cameras out here who are busting their tail, trying to get you the best ringside perspective when we get out into the big arena. Stay tuned. Welcome to the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. All right, this is going to be a really deep class, y'all. I can just go ahead and already tell you that. I counted 20 that he's kept back in this class. So they're going to pull them out one at a time, and if they really like that animal, they're going to pin it right back for a chance. I would say at the top placings, but he'll probably pin between 8 and 10 here, Wayne. It'll be interesting to see. It's similar to how he did that first and second class. Mainly the first class. I think he pinned back 23. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here, if he's going to pin 8 back or if he's going to pin 10 back. Or 11, because I think he did 11 that one time. So he'll probably do 2 sorts here based on the number of crossbreds that Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble kept back. I don't think they pulled any of the big arena. But to have that,
the young lady in the purple, they've pulled back.
Oh yeah, no, I was talking about the big arena from the secondary sort.
Sure.
So like when you have 20, unless you flat miss one, which that does happen, we are human, and neither one of these guys are too prideful to admit they are. I just don't think they had enough. I mean, they had 20 hogs. That's a lot, but that shows you the depth of quality in this cross class here. Young lady in the pink vest is going to get pinned back. He's doing the 2-stick technique. I'm starting to see more and more people do that nowadays, Wayne.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And some people do it as a training, kind of like what we did when I was showing.
That's how we trained all
you
of
would
our
never
show
let
barrows.
me take 2 sticks out in the ring
No.
with me. It was almost like voodoo, but nowadays it's acceptable to do stuff like that.
Well, I think for the size of the young person, I think it's allowing her to show her particular pig with a little more ease.
And the main thing is that you get the pig's head up and moving. And it doesn't matter if you do it with 1 stick, 20 sticks, or no sticks.
Well, I want to see that with 20.
Hey, I mean, 1 stick that has 20 fingers coming off of it.
I got
There you go. Yeah, I would like to see that too. I don't think it's possible. But I've seen crazier things happen.
Mm-hmm.
To go through this many hogs and only keep 2 back so far, we'll see. I think that's kind of what they're talking about right now. Like, hey, of the ones we have out here, and that's good. You kind of break it up that way when you do that. So, okay, we have several pigs out here. Let's go and evaluate these right here, and we can go from there.
Looks like we've got 4 pinned back presently. He hasn't gone through all of them yet. We probably have about 5 or 6 to go. Pinned the young man in the long sleeve pink shirt with his chromed up pig. The young lady that just came out in the black shirt got pinned back. That is number 7 so far being pinned back for the third evaluation to come. Young man in the paisley turquoise type shirt that just came out with his black pig just got pinned. That will be 8 so far. And I think this is the final one of what they initially pinned. That's the final one that came out. So now they're ready to confer. Looks like he's grabbing the buttons from Dr. Griffin. So I think he's going to go ahead and pin 9 and 10 and place them in that order. What's cool about these judges, they even confer in 9th and 10th. There's rosettes given all the way through 10th place, but, they confer with each other, and that's what I've really been impressed with both of these judges, how well they work together, and they work with ease together. And that's what a 2-judge system's all about. Looks like they've excused the ones out here in the ring. Again, they've done an outstanding job and should be proud because they were actually pulled to come out. And, that's giving a fair shake to each and every one of these young people. Great job, guys. So now we'll go ahead and let them out for the third sort. If you just now joined us, we're in class 95. And where the judges are about, they've just released the first one of the top 8. And they might put some of these back. We'll see. I'm sure they'll at least put 2 to 4 back for sure. And then place them from 8th on up. We're going to pin these 2 back, the one in the purple sweater and the pink sweater, both girls. They are going back into the pins. And that's 2 out of the first 3 that came out, they pinned back. If you watch Mr. Hilty, the first thing he looks at coming out of the gate, of course, is that chest width. And then he takes the side profile view and then goes to the rear. So that's all the boxes he's checking, and then he also looks from the rear side over the top line to see expression of top as well. Young man in the plaid shirt has been pinned next. So out of the first 6 he's looked at of these top 8, he's pinned 3 back. Got a 4th one with the young man in the long sleeve pink shirt. That'll be number 4. And so this will be the last one. Last one out of the evaluation of these top 8 in Class 95. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? He did not place those last 2. I thought he had. But he has not yet. So, well, that's good to know. He pinned the one in the kind of the paisley type shirt. So far we've got 5 coming back for the 4th evaluation. So Landon, what he's done is he took the sword back all 10.
So what he's done, he's been judging a pig show, I think, right?
He has been judging it by far, and he took 10 all the way back.
I figured he would. He didn't keep 11 because remember that first class he kept 11, but he just kept 10 and then resorted them.
Didn't place anything yet, so it's just now that they're going to use the buttons. I thought he had originally had done buttons on 9th and 10th, but he had not.
Well, and that's kind of what I thought he was going to do, Wayne, because that's what he ended up doing. So 6th place goes to the young man in the khaki-ish looking gray shirt. 7th place goes to the young man in the light blue shirt. So we have 8th, 9th, and 10th to place now. Young lady in the pink shirt will be 8th. Young lady in the black and the she's got another shirt underneath her. She was 8th, or a bandana was 9th, and young lady in the all black was 10th. Now we're going to pull these 5 out and judge for our top 5 from 5th till we have a class winner. One more class of market crossbreds we're going to judge today, in addition to the Division I and Division II champion and reserve champion. They did them backwards here. I think that was supposed to be 10th place over there. So we are human, and they're moving some around here.
So now we're at the final 5, I believe. We've got 4 out here, and we have 1 more coming out of the gate. So this will be our lineup of our top 5 for Class 95. They'll place from 5th on up to 1st place.
They will do this in reverse order here. So what we told you pattern-wise, he had been placing from 6th to 10th or whatever it may have been. He worked backwards in that class all the way through, so it kind of threw the ring help off. That's why they kind of had to slow down. But, hey, he acknowledged that and said, hey, hold on a minute. They're in reverse order here. At least they caught that, though.
Oh, absolutely.
And he gave them the kids the right buttons. They just pinned them.
It was once they started collecting buttons.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we got them in the wrong pins.
Well, no, yeah, the judge actually walked over and said, wait a minute. These are reversed out here.
Yes.
How I placed them. But the kid's button read what they were supposed to get. So at least he didn't give the 6th place, the 10th place, and the 10th place, the 6th place. That would have been a little hairy.
Oh, it would have been.
And honestly, they'd have probably left it alone just because you don't want to take away something from a kid like that. But they had the right buttons. They just were in the wrong pins. Threw it off. So young man in the pink is going to be 5th place. Now we're down to 4.
Both 5th and 6th also makes the sale, by the way.
Absolutely. And that was why it was so important to put them in the right pins there.
Absolutely.
Young man in the blue was 4th place. Now we're down to 3 here.
One in the plaid is 3rd.
Down to 2 here.
Down to 1.
Down
the
to
one in the purple is our class winner.
Numero uno. Congratulations
and
to
one
these
in
10.
The young lady in the pink.
Pink was 2nd.
2nd. And the one in the plaid was 3rd. Congratulations to all these winners.
Let's hear from Mr. Hilty.
Well, I think as we get into this particular class, one of the deeper classes that we've had the opportunity to work through here in just a minute, I think these initial 4 or 5 all represent lots of quality. Yet I think the young lady here in the purple sweater, this one surfaces rather handily in my opinion. Awesome proportionality when you view him from the side view profile. So sharp about his head and neck and the way it attaches to the top of his blade. You get on top of him, I think that's where he has a decided advantage over the one that comes in 2nd. He's got more shape. He's got more spread. He's just a fresher backed one that stays square, comfortable, and correct off of both ends of his skeleton. Really nice pig to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young lady that comes in 2 here, man, she's doing an awesome job of getting this highly presented barrow driven out here. Again, just from a proportionality and balance standpoint, I think he works his way up into the top end of this particular drive. He's sweet looking from blade forward. He's got a big arm working in him. He maybe gets just a little flatter through the midsection of his body. Then when you get right on top of him, he's just not nearly as aggressive in terms of the turn to his loin edge. And as the drive goes on, he maybe wants to knuckle just a fraction there on his rear pastern. That's getting critical of a really nice barrow to go ahead and fall in the 2-hole. The one that comes in 3, if we just judge him from the side and going away from you, he rivals to be your class winner. That one is elite looking from the side, high-headed, loose build off of both ends of his skeleton. You get right on top of him. He's groovy going down his back and out through his hip and stifle. It's the view when he drives right at me that we got to change. We've got to change him and just square him from chest, knee to ground. But, man, that one's side view profile, absolutely killer. Young man does a whale of a good job of getting that one presented out here. One that comes next, bold-chested, round-bodied, another one that's really fresh in terms of back shape and muscle when you get on top of him. He's got bend and bounce to it in terms of the way he uses his rear leg. You get right on top of him, he rivals the barrow right ahead of him just in terms of that shape and freshness coming out of the back of his blade. When you view him from the side, I thought from shoulder blade forward, he was the plainest looking in terms of just his head and neck. And then you study him where his front feet hit the ground. I'm okay with him having a little extra cushion. He runs out of bone down low when you study his forearm. I've just got to stouten him up and make him just a notch more unique looking from blade forward. But, man, from there back, that one's absolutely packing a lot of heat. One that comes next, I think a unique combination of a hog that's moderate in terms of his length of body and elevated. He's the bigger outline barrow that we've got here in the initial 5. He's flat down his back, his length of hip, and just bend to his rear legs good. I think when you get off to the side of this one, he gets a little more upright and vertical in terms of his shoulder blade. He needs to have more slope. He needs to have more cushion. And then when I get right up on him of the initial 5, he's the plainest just in terms of his muscle and back shape up high. But that's a unique one, again, just in terms of the view he gives you from the side profile. One that comes next, a muscular one in terms of just his back shape and roll there to the midsection of his body, of the top end here. We thought maybe he got just a little longer bodied, and as a result, he just doesn't fit together as well from the side view profile, but certainly appreciate just his looseness of build, his flex, and the way he utilizes his rear skeletons, all very, very good. We run into a couple heavier muscled ones here that maybe just need to go a notch better in terms of their feet and legs, but again, really excellent kind of class to work through. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, we're down to our last and final class of crossbred Barrows today, that being class number 96, followed by the Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserve selection. So we'll pull those first place winners and second place winners out from the first 3 classes, judge our Division 1 champion and reserve champion, and then we're going to pull out class number 94 through 96, first and second places, and judge for our Division 2 champion and reserve champion at the conclusion of this last and final class, that being class number 96. 39 total head in this class, and weight ranges on these Barrows goes from 266 to 270. And then after we conclude those, then that'll be it for the day. And we will follow back up with class number 101 tomorrow. 6 total classes of crosses being judged tomorrow, followed by the Division 3 and Division 4 crossbred barrel selection of champion and reserve. So I know that was a lot to go over. We're going to process that here at the very end of the day, and letting you know we're only judging half of the crosses today and just 2 of the 4 divisions, champion and reserve champions. And tomorrow's going to be a fun day. We're going to finish out the crosses, and then we will do the grand and reserve overall selection of the Ring of Champions, which is a lot of fun. All right, I've got the placings for our top 10 exhibitors from the previous class, that being class number 95. In 10th place, we had Brayson Dill. 9th place was awarded to Creed Jordan. 8th place was shown by Jolie Battle. 7th place went to Georgia Walgren. 6th place was shown by Tinsley Horton. 5th place went to Cooper Overstreet. 4th place was shown by Graham Hendon. 3rd place went to Curtis Dillon Mulestein. 2nd place was awarded to Tegan Renner. And our class winner was Macy Hansen out of Wheeler County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. in class number 95. The Certified Texas Bred class champion was exhibited by our third place. Dylan Mulestein was the shower, and the breeder of that hog was Clay Farms out of White Deer. Congratulations, Mike and family, and keep up the great work, my man. Looks like we have a total of 8 pin backs so far. Still have several hogs to sort through here. I anticipate this last and final cross class of today to be a very deep one, just like the last previous class was. He kept back 20, I believe, in the last class after the initial sort. I anticipate this will be no exception. I could be wrong. It just, like I said, it just depends on the depth of quality in the class and what we have left out in the big arena. So we will keep y'all posted. Stay tuned, and we'll give you a rundown on the divisions here shortly. Thank you. They're going to go and excuse these individuals out of the ring. They took their time to make sure that they got it right. And it looks like we have 16 that I can count so far. I know they have 16 pinned back, but there might be a few stragglers back behind me. At least 16 that I can see. For those of you just tuning in, because you might have a family member or a family friend out here, or you're a breeder of one of these kids, when it comes to the livestock, we are going to pull them out one at a time, and the judge will evaluate them one at a time. And if he really likes your hog, he'll point at you, pin you back for a chance at a potentially top end of the class. But when he has such a large class that he keeps back, he'll probably pin 10 back, then redo another sort on top of that. We'll know kind of more as he starts pinning these and gets deeper into this evaluation. I do believe y'all, I think he kept 18 back in this class. They've already pinned 5. 6 now, young lady in the white with the pink will be our 6th one pinned back. Still having 3 more to pull out of the pins for an initial sort, one by one. Where they pull these last 3 out, they're just kind of evaluating what they have here so they kind of know what to be looking for. And that's where Ben is really important as a secondary judge. While Will is focused in and dialed in on the one that's coming out, Ben can kind of, Mr. Boble, can kind of start looking at the other ones and saying, hey, there's a one that you need to come take a look at over here. And that's helpful as the main judge. That way you're not overwhelmed or feel like there's just a sea of bearers all on top of you.
Well, absolutely. You look, there's quite a few out there, and thank goodness, too, for
the ring being as big as it is.
Yes, most
cut
definitely.
You off
San
there.
Antonio had some great foresight there, doubling the size of this ring.
Young man in the blue, I believe, is getting pinned back. Nope. No, I didn't. I couldn't tell who he was pointing at there. I thought he pointed at somebody. I guess young lady in the pink. Sorry. She's had to make her way through the sea of Barrows. That'll make number 7 here that he's pinned back. In this last and final class, he's the young lady in the green will be 8th.
So he's definitely going to evaluate maybe 10 again like he
I
did
think
in the last class.
Well, with having so many, yes, that'll be the 9th, and he's going to pull one more. Being the last class of the day, 1 and 2, with him pinning 8 or 9 back, he's like, hey, might as well pull 10 and then, excuse these other individuals.
Again, that's just ensuring that they get this thing to their satisfaction and being fair to each and every one of these kids.
Absolutely, Wayne. But we'll see what he does. We'll see what he does here. I got dust lung in the dust barn. Young man in the red will be the 10th one pinned back, so now he's going to excuse these other individuals out on a very deep and competitive last class of crosses of the day. We wish them the best of luck down the road.
And you can see they're shaking into the kids' hands, and they're going and telling them a few little thoughts on that. If you just now joined us, we're on our final class of today, which is our last division, Division 2. It's Class 96.
Last division of the day.
Well, last one of the Division 2. And it's Class 96. And they kept 10 back here in their final sort that they have not placed. And so they're going to evaluate and put some more back again. What do you think, Landon? How many do you think they'll put? Five back again?
I think 4, 3 or 4, just because he's already done one initial sort.
Yeah.
Seeing these Barrows.
He's pulled 2 of them back already.
Yeah.
One in the red and the one in the teal-looking sweater.
The young lady in the red. And
yes. Yep.
So we're judging half the crosses today, and they're made up. There's 4 divisions of crosses. Each one is made up of 3 classes. So Division 1 and Division 2 are being shown today. That's 6 total classes, and we will show for the overall champion and reserve champion of each one of those divisions. Tomorrow we will start off the day with 6 more classes of crosses that make up Division 3 and 4. Oh, young lady in the blue got pinned pretty quickly.
Be number 3. As far as the amount of crosses that our judges have judged today is almost at 250. It's like 246 to be exact. Today's total wave of this second wave was about 800 head, and today they've gone through a little over 500 head. So they've got about 270, 262 to be exact of our crosses tomorrow. And as Landon said, 6 classes total with 2 divisions.
Young lady in the pink is going to get pinned back as well. That's the 4th one pinned back.
Looks like they just have one more to evaluate coming out of the gate, right?
Yeah, just one more after this young man, and here she comes now. And that will make all 10 Barrows after his secondary sort here. And I really feel like he'll start grabbing the buttons here in a minute. Just based on, he's already done 2 sorts already. He kind of knows what he wants at the top end of this class, and I'm pretty sure he's going to start placing. And I'm not sure what he's going to do here, to be perfectly honest.
He's kind of going both directions.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out here in just 1 second. I
bet our ring helps on their toes, though, after what happened a while ago. kind of threw them for a spin too, and I can understand that.
We'll see here in a minute. And I'm going to go off of where they pin them because that's going to be, truthfully, the telling. They pin them on the far end, the right side, our right side anyways. That'll be 10th place. Hey, you got somebody who's going to join you, and you're going to interview him.
Here, our final class this afternoon. We're on class 96. We're in the final 5 of this class. Our judges have placed them from 6th down to 10th place. So Mr. Hilty is letting them out one at a time again. They're going to let all 5 of them out one at a time, analyzing them as they come out. And then they'll start placing from the 5th on up to our class winner. Right now they're kind of conferring what they have out here in our top 4, but they still have one more to let out. But I think it's just kind of ensuring by them conferring that, the strengths and the weaknesses of each of them and what's hitting them the hardest, and see if that they're all on the same page. Well, wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. They did place 5th. I didn't see the ribbon underneath on our 5th place. So it's top 4, top 3. Top 2 and 1. There we go. Young lady in the green is our class winner. Let's hear what Mr. Hilty has to say about this class.
Well, I think a really good way to wrap up this morning, and honestly, taking nothing away from the top end here, but to me and Ben alike, this class fits together pretty logically. Young lady right here in the green drives our class winner. I think from the side view profile, man, that one's just so good build. He's so comfortable. His shoulder set and angle and just ability to reach off of both ends of his skeleton's very, very good in comparison to the bear that's second behind him. I think there's just more feature. There's more hog when you get right on top of him in terms of just width, dimension, and shape. And this view right here, as he goes directly away from me, he's got more flair to his lower hip and stifle. He's got a bigger, more comfortable rear leg, particularly when you just study him going to the ground. He's got a bigger rear foot. He uses it good. I like that pig a great deal to go ahead and win this particular drive. The one that comes in too, man, beautifully presented. in terms of skin and hair and just feel and hydration. He's a good ribbed, good bodied one that also very fresh when you get right on top of him. He's maybe not as creased up in terms of just his loin edge, and then when you step in behind him, you study him going to the ground, he runs out of rear foot size, he runs out of rear bone, and then he just doesn't go as collected or as comfortably off his rear too as what that one that wins the class does. That's getting critical, man. That's a very, very nice kind of a show barrel to go ahead and be 2 in a very competitive class. My compliments to both young people. The one that comes out of 3, a good one in terms of just a muscle shape and boldness. He's got a great big shoulder blade working in him. When I get on top of him, he rivals the 2 ahead of him just in terms of width, dimension, shape, and muscularity as he goes right away. It's when I step off to the side of this particular individual, I can't get him to balance up quite as well. In particular, when I study him from shoulder blade forward, he wants to get a little thicker about the crest of his neck, maybe wants to get a little more upright in terms of his blade and front end. He's just not as unique looking from shoulder blade forward as the 2 ahead of him, but man, blade back, that's a very, very solid kind of individual. The one that comes next, another one that's just absolutely maxed out in terms of skin, hair, and hydration. All those things are absolutely on point. Beautiful looking from shoulder blade forward. He's as fresh backed as any of them in this particular class. When I get right up on him, of the initial 4, he's the driest through his full rib and midsection, but more importantly, when I get in behind him and just study his hock joint, study his rear skeleton, he's a little coarser about his hock, he's a little puffier about his joint. Need to bulk him up through his midsection and just redesign his rear skeleton. The one that comes next, absolutely sweet looking from the side view profile, extended from blade forward, awesome kind of a show barrel head, really good in terms of angle and set to his shoulder, knee, and front foot. You get into the midsection of him, and that's where he gets in trouble. He's just too flat through his forerib. He's too tight and shallow through his heart girth. We just got to bulk him up in his midsection before we can consider that one any higher. The one that comes next, opposite end of the spectrum, big, bold-chested, really, really round and robust through the midsection of his body. It almost works to his undoing. He's so big about his rib cage, so soft about the midsection of his body. It just throws him off proportionality. In terms of proportionality from the side view profile, just got to make him fit together a notch better. The longer he goes, he kind of wants to duck and swivel out of his hip and rear leg, but that's a nice pig to go ahead and get in what I think was our 5th and final sales spot there. Next one comes a really, really heavy boned individual. Appreciate him from that standpoint. He gets a little too bland in terms of shape and muscle when I get right on top of him, but more importantly, I'd just like to make him flex and go with more authority off of his rear too. Kind of wants to short step and duck his pins. We work through the rest of these, man, high quality individuals. I thought the depth of this class to end the day was lights out good. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those exhibitors.
And there you have it on Class 96. They'll be getting the first and second places of Division 1 of our other crosses together. And they'll name the champion and reserve champion. And then they'll come and do the same for the Division 2 class winners in second place and name that champion and reserve of that division as well. Earlier in our program, I had mentioned to you about the Top Judge program, and if you were with us in the first wave, we got to have some of these young people from the different colleges that were selected, that were basically being were selected to be trained and show them different things of how judging in these bigger state shows operate, and it was really great to interview these young people. I was very impressed by them. They came up here and they actually helped us some here, but we also asked them what it meant to them and how they enjoyed it, and all of these things were very impressive to me. And how this all came about was a vision by Dan Lane, and he got together some industry leaders that are mentoring these young people, and I'm proud to have my really good friend up here, Mr. Kyle Stevens, and we've gone through a lot together over the years in this industry, and he's one of the industry mentors that have been selected to work with these young people. So welcome you to our show, Kyle, and tell us some things about this mentor program, this top judge program, and what it's meant to you and how it's impacted you and what it's done for these young people as you see it so far.
Well, I do really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you and to get to talk about some of this, because I think it's such just a wonderful program, and that kind of after going through it the first time and just sitting back and taking it all in, I just think, hey, why hadn't we been doing this for 30 years, because it's going to be a process, but I think we've got so much to look forward to the next, maybe, heck, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, but I do think with what I got to experience with these young people, and I mean, they were just, gosh, they were just an awesome set of young people. I mean,
so
intelligent and proven, but then so willing to listen and willing to learn. And I hope that we were just able to give them some tidbits that could help them and maybe keep them out of some ditches that we've been in.
Absolutely. Well, and it seems like in today's time, before in years past, I think back, we had a lot of people that were in the hog business, but they also had a lot of experience, and a lot of them now are coming a little more out of the judging team program, and I'm sure proud that this vision has come about. Now, when did this program, have they been to any of the other shows currently, or is this the first one?
No, and we're really, really grateful to San Antonio for kind of buying into the vision, and being on the forefront and offering us the opportunity, because it's, all well, I mean, with everything that they have on their plate to facilitate this show anyway, I mean, it would be easy to say, hey, we got plenty going, but gosh, they were gracious, and they I think they believe in the vision, and hopefully it'll be something that'll benefit them also, as time goes along. But I think San Antonio and Brian Ferris are definitely understanding that this can be beneficial to all the shows as they go along, and just having these young people a little more prepared as they work their way through the ranks and kind of prove themselves on their abilities. And so thank you, San Antonio, for that.
Absolutely, we really appreciate it. Or will you be taking them to any of the other shows, or would this be the only one?
With this group of young people, and who knows over the years exactly what Dan and Dr. Griner's vision for this will be. I'm sure it will kind of got a post-mortem after we get through all of it, figure out what we feel like we did right, what we feel like we need to improve on. But I don't know exactly what it looks like moving forward, but for this group of young people, the setting was here, and they'll move forward from there, and then hopefully next year, I mean, we'll kind of reshuffle, get some new ones, and who knows what the future holds here.
Well, how from this here at San Antonio and working with these young, college kids that were nominated and y'all brought down here, what has most impacted you from your experience of working with them here? What really hit you between the eyes on what really really inspired you and hit you hard in the heart that you felt like, hey, this is definitely working well?
I just think that their thirst for knowledge and just the receptiveness of them, and they want to be here, and I think they want to be good. This is where their passion is, and I think just from a standpoint of just them, I told somebody earlier that I mean, it was kind of like watching a dry sponge soak up water, because I've never seen a group of young people that were so, receptive, and they were engaging, and it seemed like they were just, and there were so many people that gave what I felt like was beneficial advice, which we've kind of walked down that path. We've been walking down this road for a long time, and the way we learn is from mistakes. And,
Oh, absolutely.
Willing to share.
I saw the same thing in the interviews with them. They were like sponges.
Oh.
And just great. Y'all selected some really great, outstanding young people. I was impressed with everyone we had up here that we worked with.
I don't know. I didn't have any part in doing that, so I can't be part of the they. But whoever did, I don't know that you could do any better than the ones that we had, because they were just pleasant to be around, and again, I mean, just so good in terms of their maturity and their minds. But then again, I think that just their demeanor and their willingness to just thirst for knowledge was very impressive to me.
Absolutely. Well, if you've just now joined us, we're in our first division of our crossbred division drive, Division 1. This is Class 91, 92, and 93 out here competing for the overall champion of the lightweight division. I'm joined by my good friend, Mr. Kyle Stevens.
Another really enjoyable day for Ben and I to work with you young people. We get these 3 class winners back out here, and man, as we said yesterday, or the first wave, and all morning, it's not easy to win your class anywhere. It's especially not easy to win your class here in San Antonio. Let's give these 3 young people a great big round of applause. When you step back and just study the pigs for what they are, there's one out here that we think is just awesome in terms of his skeleton. We think he offers the most in terms of just shape, spread, and dimension when you get right on top of him, coupled with the fact that he's just absolutely the most comfortable out of his hip and rear leg. You could stouten him about his jaw just a fraction, but we think without a doubt he's the best. Young ladies, Barrow right there is your division champion. Well, as we drop that second place in and analyze him out here, I think it comes down to him and the black one out here, taking nothing away from the young ladies there on the far side. There's just more extras in the solid black one and our second place Barrow out here. Both really good ribbed, good bodied, really fresh and shapely when you get right on top of them. When you step off to the side and just study length of hip, you study cushion to rear pastern, and just the way they reach and go in terms of flex and comfort level, we think there's one that has the decided advantage. That's the second place Barrow. He's reserved.
You just now joined us. We're in our second division championship drive, which is class 94, 5, and 6. And they're out there competing for the division champion drive of Division 2. Of course, class 91 was champion in reserve in that
I think
class.
another really good division as we round out the day here in San Antonio. 3 awesome class winners. Let's put our hands together, congratulate the 3 young people. We step out here and study them, and I think the depth in this particular division's very, very good. I think that pig out of the first class just absolutely killer from the side view profile. Big rib, big bodied, sharp looking up front. You get right in behind him. He's got to be square from hip hop to ground, but certainly I think represents the kind of quality we're after here. The one that comes in the second class, man, so fresh and shapely and just crisp in terms of his edges when you get right on top of him. You step off to the side. He maybe ties just a little beefier right there at the top of his neck. You could maybe give him a little more cushion to his lower joints as he goes right away from you. That's getting critical on one that I do think comes into contention. You come to that Class 3 winner, and man, from a side view profile, man, he is built so good. He's comfortable out of his shoulder and front end. He's got a good look from blade forward. You study his length, the hip, and just cushion to his lower joints, the bend to his hock, just the way he utilizes his rear skeleton. I think he has a decided advantage from that standpoint. We think that's a really, really good pig. He's your division champion. We drop that second place individual out here, and he jumps right in the mix of things. It comes down to him and the young lady there in the purple. Of that pair, I think there's one that just offers so much more in terms of spread, in terms of shape, in terms of freshness when you get right on top of them. I think same pig has a bigger rear foot, has more cushion to his just lower joints behind, and just reaches with more athleticism off of his rear too. Young lady right there in the purple is your reserve division.